Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Saiyan Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Possessed Ghost Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Shota Aizawa was used to seeing vigilantes in his line of work more than once. Most of the time, when they were good at what they did, they were a contact and help to work with. For underground heroes, connections were crucial when it came to obtaining information. But other times, like in this case, vigilantism cases ended up on his desk like a case. There were people who simply were not suitable with being heroes or vigilantes. There were those who ended up doing more harm than remedying it. And then, like in this particular case, those who were a danger to themselves. Midoriya, why are you doing this? Your mother is worried sick at home, said Aizawa, concerned. The green and lively eyes were attentive to every movement that the hero made, standing just at several meters away of a 14-year-old. He was wearing a gray hooded sweater, jeans, and red sneakers. The same clothing he wore 5 months ago when he disappeared from his home. Good evening to you too, Eraser, replied the young boy. The pro-hero sighed resignedly. This was already his fourth time exchanging words with the kid. Problem child, don't you think it's time to go home? There's a curfew for children, you know. The boy seemed to silently laugh with a slight movement of his shoulders. Time is relative, isn't it? Shouldn't a pro-hero be doing his rounds? That's because you're on my patrol, kid, replied a tired Aizawa. Midoriya seemed offended by this. I'm not a criminal. The pro-hero smirked. Technically, you are. Stopping altercations counts as vigilantism, and that goes against the law. The law is stupid, the boy quickly retorted. But it's the law. And not so stupid when a 14-year-old boy faces villains when he should be in bed. The boy rolled his eyes and adjusted his hood as if he were preparing to run. No, not yet. He couldn't let him go so fast. Your mother is worried, he said hurriedly. The boy stopped in his tracks and turned to look at the hero. Tell her not to be. Let her live her life. I'm already dead, he said, with the drama of pre-adolescence and teenager. She just wants her son to be safe and sound, argued Aizawa, taking a step towards the boy. Child, don't do something stupid that you'll regret later. Right now you're a minor. You're being accused of vandalism, trespassing, and assault. With a little community service, your record will be clean, he tried to convince him. I'm even sure you'll easily get into UA, where you can become a real hero. The boy twisted his face and looked guilty as he looked down at the ground. Look, I'll never be a hero, he said clearly, in a low but firm voice. But you never listen. Tell Tsukachi to leave me alone. He should do better things. Even you, go find villains to stop. Leave me alone. You're not a lost cause, Midoriya, Aizawa stated firmly. The boy stretched out, trying to relieve the frustration he was feeling. I am. Turn the page already. Leave me alone. I'm not hurting anyone. Well, anyone who doesn't deserve it. And I try not to not to be violent. Yes, Eraser had already noticed that. The times they had picked up drug dealers, minor villains, and thieves had been with the least possible injuries. The boy always went straight to immobilize them or leave them unconscious before tying them up and leaving them ready for the police to pick up. I'm not going to do it, Aizawa promised him. You're not a lost cause, and I'm not going to wait to find your dead body in a smelly alley, kiddo. With that determination in his promise, Eraser jumped with his capture weapon ready to catch the boy. But like the last few times, he found only air. The boy had vanished in the air even under Aizawa's nullification eyes. His quirk wasn't effective on that boy. Tsukachi wasn't going to be happy when he confirmed his suspicion that even he couldn't stop a child who was too reckless for his own good. With triple the exhaustion he had when he started the conversation with the boy, he continued with his patrol. Once he got home and fed his cats, he went to sit at his desk. It was better to fill out the reports so they wouldn't pile up later. Few incidents for such a clear night. He left Midoriya's report the last. On his desk rested a folder with the name and surname label of the child. Midoriya Izuku, quirkless until recently, a late bloomer, only child of a single-parent family, absent father, working mother, a nurse, a mother who cares about her son's welfare but took 5 days to report that her child had disappeared from home, a mother who couldn't stop calling the detective for information about her son. She had already confessed at the beginning of the case during questioning how guilty she felt. She and Midoriya had a very loud argument the night the boy left home. Mrs. Midoriya had shouted at her son that if he wanted to worry her and make her wait for him to die in such an irresponsible way, he might as well not come back. Izuku Midoriya took her words literally. Since that night, he had not set foot in his house. Initially, a case of missing child was opened, but it was taken up by another detective. One who was very stupid, Aizawa noted after reading the written notes. Quirkless, presumed suicide after leaving home. Therefore, case closed. Only to be reopened weeks later when a certain vigilante was identified as Izuku Midoriya, a boy who got into fights without hiding his face. A reckless, stupid but alive child. A child who would be brought back home, Aizawa promises to himself. Dabi had been living on his own since he was 12 years old. At first, he sought refuge from shelter to shelter, hospitalized without any help. He couldn't trust the care of others, afraid of ending up in Endeavor's clutches. He had been on his own for years, being his own adult, making his own decisions. And now he couldn't even walk around in his underwear in his own apartment because of ... Ugh. That noisy kid. I thought you had left, grunted Dabi, putting on his pants and flopping onto the couch like a dead weight. Izuku smiled from in front of the rickety television he had been watching videos on since dawn. Nope, unlike your deodorant, I won't abandon you, the boy sang cheerfully. Dabi emitted a guttural sound from deep in his throat. He felt exasperated. It couldn't be anything else. If you dislike my smell, then leave, he said. The boy didn't even bother turning around to look at Dabi. The knife announcement from the TV shopping channel was more interesting. At least the metal was stainless, really useful for cutting all kind of vegetables. Look, even the had a different color set for just a couple of euros more. It's not that it bothers me. I've smelled worse things, but it's important to have a good image for a job interview. Dabi buried his face in his hands. Oh, yes, that's stupidity. It wouldn't go well. The boy had good intentions, but it wouldn't go well. Not with Dabi. Pipsqueak. The boy turned quickly, looking at him with his big, innocent and energetic eyes. On his face he had a big smile. A genuine one. It's an ideal job. You just have to stand in front of the club door and tell you who can go in or who don't. And if someone tries to get in, you give them that killer look you have when there's no coffee left. The same look Dabi was offering the boy. If I go, will you leave me alone? The boy smiled guiltily. Dabi, you know I wouldn't. It's not that. I think you can do it. I mean, I trust that you will get the job. I just want to be there and see that it works. I really mean it. You wouldn't have to rob or mug anyone else anymore. Or deal drugs. Dabi carefully observed the boy. Izuku had appeared in his life 2 months ago when a drugged-out asshole tried to rip him off. It was either the guy or him, and Dabi felt it was more appropriate to burn an addict who owed him so much money. First rule would be never trust an addict, so he preferred to get his money back or give an example to others. That's how that job worked. If something go wrong, you just need to harm others. If you don't do it, you would end being the one with a broken limb. Trust in others in the street was never a good idea. Never end well. And even though his only mistake was trust on that loser, believed on his words. And for that, Dabi needed to show him a lesson. He didn't count on a child who barely reached his shoulder to appear from nowhere and beaten him with a broomstick. And as he did, that miserable debtor decided to take off with Dabi's money and drugs. Who lucky he was. The young adult had a crisis anxiety attack in middle of an alley. He had lost too much money in just a couple of seconds. Money that wasn't his. And that people aren't that kind of friendly bosses to easy deal with. People who would be happy to break every bone in Dabi's body. Nothing ever went well for him, he thought. He couldn't be the perfect son. He couldn't be the supportive brother. He couldn't be the hero they expected. He couldn't even die properly. He couldn't live on the streets without the fear that someone would discover he was a Todoroki. He couldn't get a job without paperwork. He couldn't rent a decent apartment and had to settle for that small, run-down apartment in a building that used to be a karaoke until they had to closure it. Having an emotional breakdown in front of a child with a broom in an alley had not been his best move. But there he was now, crying and incapable of breath, thinking about all his mistakes in life. Crying in front of a child with an absurd fixation on wanting to fix others' life. An idiotic optimist. I'll go, brat. Just shut up and let me have my breakfast in peace. The said breakfast consisted of a bowl of cereal with slightly diluted milk. Definitely not his best moment, but not the worst either. Yeah, the child got excited, jumping on his own cushion on the floor. Can you stop being so annoying? The words didn't seem to affect the boy in the slightest. He continued flipping through channels on TV while counting down the time until the adult went to the interview. He had to make sure Dabi was punctual. First impressions were important. Mostly, his first impression of that boy was chaotic. He couldn't burn him no matter how hard he tried. His hands never managed to catch the young vigilante. But the vigilante could hit him whenever he wanted. Just like there was no way to escape him. No matter how many doors the boy closed, he always ended up appearing in his apartment. Sometimes he followed him like a lapdog down the street. Especially at the beginning of what Izuku called the Project Recover. Dabi finished getting ready and grabbed his coat to leave the apartment. As soon as he closed the door, Izuku was already by his side without making a sound. Sometimes the boy could be very creepy without even trying it. We're on time, the boy encouraged him. Dabi rolled his eyes and went out to the alley. Years had taught him to avoid the main streets like the plague. Those were where most heroes gathered, fighting for their moment of glory in front of the cameras. Are you going to follow me like a dog? The boy pulled his hood up. Neither of them wanted to be recognized. I'm not going to let you sabotage yourself, the boy reassured him. Once inside it'll be up to you, he promised. Dabi scoffed at the boy. You get me into trouble and then abandon me in it. Izuku gasped at that statement. I don't do that. I got you out of the drug mess, he reminded him. Dabi gave him a cold look. Who made me lose the drugs in the first place? In the first place, you should never have been involved with that stuff. Izuku defended himself in a higher pitch than usual. It was fun to tease that boy. It was too easy. Money is money, pipsqueak. Izuku stopped abruptly and without thinking twice he kicked Dabi's butt, pushing him towards the street where the nightclub was. Then go get money with a job that won't set you in jail. Dabi chuckled. It was too easy. What will you do? Zapping channels or get into more trouble? Izuku was hurt by his words. Falsely hurt. I'm going with my other stray. Now, fush. Go get your job. Dabi raised an eyebrow. What am I, a dog? Izuku showed him a wide grin from ear to ear. My stray dog. By the time Dabi tried to burn him, the boy had vanished. Actually, he was already used to it. He really didn't want to burn him anymore. Not always. Dabi was bothered by the fact that having that crazy kid as his company was so simple, so easygoing. But he wouldn't tell him. No, never ever. He turned around and resignedly entered the club with a knock on the door. One of the employees let him in. They were getting everything ready for the next night. Are you Dabi? A man of medium height with a purple complexion called out to him. I thought you would be taller. Your brother insisted that you would be a good match for our business. Dabi wasn't ready for an interview. Not a real one. He wasn't even sure if it was normal for a man to shout at him from the VIP area above him. He's not my brother, the boy clarified, annoyed. No, he didn't have any siblings. Not anymore. He had no family, and he was grateful for it. Whatever. The kid told us you'd be a good guard dog for the door. Dabi thought about skinning that brat as soon as he saw him again. I bite if that's what you mean, Dabi purred, showing his blue flames between his fingers. The manager smiled, pleased with what his eyes saw. Hired. What? What had just happened? This couldn't be happening. No, it didn't make sense. You start tonight. Tell Haruko to give you a suit. That easy. Dabi couldn't believe what was happening. Look, if the kid trusts you, I trust him. Welcome to Nox. We get paid at the beginning of the month, and no alcohol at work. No coming late, got it? Dabi nodded speechlessly, still in shock at the idea of having a job within the legal system. Maybe that night he would try to make Katsuden to not thank a certain annoying child. The high school was a nightmare. All eyes were on him, lips sealed. If he said a word, even a whisper. No, he didn't want to know what would happen the next time he slipped any sound. Shinso had been accustomed to punishment since he was 3 years old. A child so small didn't understand why he was muzzled so he couldn't speak. He didn't understand why he was hit and shouted at when he spoke. He didn't understand why adults scared him to the sound of him crying. But a little child was forced to learn that his mother picked up his things one day and disappeared because she couldn't bear the thought of her son manipulating her again. Hitoshi didn't do it consciously. He just wanted one more cookie. But mere incidents were enough to plant the seed of doubt. What else could he compel others to do without really knowing it? Nothing really. The little child was not, without any doubt, a mastermind of crime. He was just a child who cried and asked his mother to stay the day he slipped again, for a damn chocolate pudding. The sweetness no longer tasted the same when he remembered his mother quickly putting a few belongings in a suitcase and leaving the house, leaving him with his father, a loving father, with a heart of gold who worked more hours than necessary at the hospital as an emergency resident nurse. Long rounds, but always tried to be there for his son whenever he could, teaching him that humans could be very foolish and easily scare about the things they couldn't control. The best father in the world. A father who could barely remember the sound of his voice after he died shortly after Hitoshi turned 7. His father had died as a hero, helping in a villain attack as an emergency assistant. That night, his father was not the one who came home but the police, the only medical casualty. He had died working and saving lives until his last breath. No, Hitoshi did not feel proud that night. He felt pain, fear, and abandonment. He felt completely empty as they told him he had to put a few belongings in a single garbage bag. Not even a suitcase. He had no more relatives. Hitoshi was sent directly to an orphanage. The first few years had been spent with muzzles despite being able to control his quirk. Shinso understood that no matter how much he tried to explain himself, if they didn't want to listen, they never would anyway. Hitoshi stopped crying. He stopped waiting for other people to be kind to him. He understood that he had no value to the world. He was not an adorable baby easily adoptable. He didn't have an attractive quirk. Shinso also discovered what it was like to feel like an object. How every time a couple came looking for their child, the caregivers sold them like someone convinced to take the last 4K television. He hated that. He was never selected for anything. Just a mini villain in progress. By the time he was a little older, he was moved to the foster care program. 9 foster homes in 4 years. Shinso couldn't lose his place in the last one. Although he was going to a shitty school, the food was limited and counted. His foster parents were shouting and demanding. Although it was a shitty location, it wasn't bad either. And that's because, let's see, Hitoshi had already discovered that his whole life was shit from the moment his quirk manifested. But at least that house was nearby distance from UA Hero Academy, close to the goal he was going to achieve. So he didn't care about having to put on a muzzle again. He didn't care about insults and the regular beatings from foster families or classmates, the extra homework, the hungry sensation, because Hitoshi had learned to do things perfectly so that his teachers couldn't lower his grades. When one brushes perfection, they become untouchable by just mentioning the words Educational Commission. No one would risk inspection discovering irregularities in a minor's grades, even though he was a villain's quirk. But that was a very thin line to walk between. He had to be the best academic grades, but he couldn't show himself as a superior. Because if he showed any sign of pride, he would be painting a target on his back. No, it was better to have a low profile. Don't talk. Don't be noticed. Think wise. Think of all possible strategies. But sometimes, Shinso couldn't escape from being beaten by his classmates. Always outside school grounds so no teacher would interfere. Shinso learned the hard way how to take a punch. It hurt, but it prevented him from sustaining any serious injuries. It was the most he could do because if he used his quirk, he would be in a police station in no time. If he fought back ... he would also end up in a police station. Whatever he did, he would always get the worst of it. But sometimes he had a lucky day, so to speak. He was being beaten up when a little gremlin appeared out of nowhere. A scrawny boy in a gray hoodie with green, bushy hair. A bunch of nerves in front of teenagers, yet he stood up to them. The boy had thrown the lids of nearby trash cans at them until the other teenagers ran away. A hero ... curiously ... not very heroic considering that seconds later he was lying on the ground, sitting next to him, trembling. All the false security had vanished. Shinso was left with a frightened child. And yet, the boy looked at him with his big worried eyes. Are you okay? Shit. No, of course you're not. Do I have a band-aid? Will 1 or 2 band-aids work? No, maybe I should check for other types of injuries. Bruises. Contusions. The boy continued to mutter quickly at a speed that Hitoshi couldn't follow. Maybe you have a concussion. Shinso concluded. The boy stopped abruptly and looked at him with a triumphant smile. Nah, I'm perfectly fine. Shinso rolled his eyes. Sure, because standing up to others for a stranger and ending up trembling was being fine. The boy seemed to be an inch away from having an anxiety attack. You didn't need to help me. Shinso wasn't trying to be rude, but at the same time, he didn't want to have to thank a stranger who would hate him as soon as he discovered his quirk, like everyone else. No, you're right. The calmer boy conceded. Shinso fixed his eyes on the boy. He wanted to decipher what was going through that boy's mind. Then why did you help me? The unknown boy with green hair jumped up with renewed energy. Because you looked like you needed help, he said, offering Hitoshi his open hand to help him up from the ground. Hitoshi hesitated. He wouldn't be so kind to him if he knew his quirk, he told himself. Do you go around saving anyone who needs help? Hitoshi asked. The boy laughed but didn't retract his extended hand. Well ... if I'm completely honest, I usually try to. However, teenagers tend to scare me more. Hitoshi chuckled at the strange kid. Sure, because on other occasions you face villains. He teased. He didn't know how close to the truth he was. The boy didn't seem to catch the sarcastic tone in Shinso's voice. Well, mostly minor villains. Drug dealers. Smugglers ... Once I chased a rapist who used to hunt in a disco. Now they offer me free shots but I don't really drink alcohol. Hitoshi weighed the idea that he was the one being made fun of. Anyway, he ended up accepting the extended hand. The boy pulled him up and as soon as he stood up, Hitoshi could feel the height difference. This boy had faced off against 4 of his bullies and didn't even reach Hitoshi's shoulder. How embarrassing it felt to be saved by such a scrawny little guy. Were they the same age? Sure ... and I'll believe that, Hitoshi said sarcastic. The green-haired boy shrugged, picking up the notebooks scattered on the ground. Hitoshi's backpack was lying open and to the side. The bullies had pulled on it, breaking the zipper to trap Hitoshi. I don't care if you believe me or not, the green-haired boy answered with no hint of anger in his voice. Do they often bother you? Hitoshi averted his gaze. It was embarrassing to have that conversation with a stranger, especially when that stranger would hate him if he knew the reason why he was being bullied. That's none of your business, Hitoshi replied. The green-haired boy seemed to be immune to the hostility. Do you usually leave class at this time every day? Hitoshi looked at him confused. Yes, why? The boy balanced on the tips of his toes. His expression was decisive, as if the answer to that question was something super obvious. Because I'll accompany you home. Every day. Until they stop bothering you. Hitoshi's heart skipped a beat. That boy was crazy. That's stupid. A stupid promise that the boy took to heart. The next day, he was waiting for Hitoshi outside of his school, greeting him effusively as soon as he recognized him from afar. Hey, how were classes today? Hitoshi didn't even know his name. He really hadn't even introduced himself to that boy. something he really didn't want to do because that would mean having to tell him his quirk. Usual, don't you have a school to attend? The boy shrugged, quickly walking to catch up with Shinso. Not really, I quitted it. Shinso felt a chill run through his body. It wasn't very common for someone so young not to attend classes. It was the law, compulsory education, mandatory. You have to go to school. The green-haired boy appeared uncomfortable with the topic. I won't, Shinso asked without thinking twice. Why? Because I don't have a future ahead of me. And because my classmates aren't very nice. So, I'm not going to school, the boy replied with a clear conscience. The boy's answers broke all of Hitoshi's schemes and alarms. Maybe that boy was like him. Maybe he had a quirk labeled as a villain. Maybe he could understand him. Hitoshi stopped suddenly and walked up to the boy, standing a foot away from him. Don't give up. Sometimes it's difficult, but at some point the bad streak will end. It was a promise that Hitoshi said to himself every day. The boy gave him the sweetest smile in the world. Thank you. Seriously, thank you. Hitoshi didn't know what else to say. The boy didn't speak either. They just walked in comfortable silence through the neighborhood until they reached Shinso's foster home. It was strange, comfortable, cozy, undoubtedly enjoyable. Hey, Shinso called out when he saw the boy turning to leave. The boy looked up, attentive to anything Hitoshi might want to say. What's your name? The boy seemed surprised, as if it were hard to believe that someone wanted to get to know him. But he quickly smiled again as if that friendly smile was his trademark. Izuku. You can call me Izuku. Izuku. First name basis. Izuku. No last name. Hitoshi. Shinso Hitoshi. He introduced himself with a slight nervousness in his voice. That boy nodded as if Hitoshi had just given him the most precious gift in the world. We'll see each other tomorrow, Hitoshi. If before he was blushing, now Shinso's face looked like a tomato in all its splendor. The boy said goodbye and left down the same street he came from. Izuku. Izuku was the name of the boy who came to pick him up every day from school. Izuku was possibly his first friend since he left daycare. Izuku quickly became a constant in his life, showing up every day at the door of his school to pick up Shinso. Sometimes he accompanied him home. Other times they hung out in the parks. Once, Hitoshi wanted to take his friend to a cat cafe in a silent show of gratitude. He always accompanied him during the afternoon, escorting him if necessary. Shinso always insisted on doing homework together. He wasn't sure how old Izuku was. He supposed that maybe he was a year younger than him or maybe they were the same age. But if the boy wasn't going to school, Shinso would be his private tutor. It was his way of thanking him. It was a surprise to discover how smart Izuku was. A brilliant mind always ready to absorb information. Always ready to talk about heroes, their qualities, their strategies, their quirks. Maybe the boy had an analysis quirk. Maybe he didn't go to school because he got bored too easily and suffered from bullying. Maybe. No, it wasn't necessary to think about it anymore, Hitoshi told himself. If Izuku hadn't asked him about his quirk, he wouldn't ask about his secrets. Everything worked perfectly until, obviously, something had to go wrong. Naomasa had some days off. It was strange to say out loud because many of his colleagues wouldn't believe it, especially Sansa. Sansa would argue against that statement. Like any full-time job, Naomasa was supposed to have 2 days off per week. Maybe when he had free time, Naomasa would decide to do desk work from home, but that would benefit him in the long run. Something that his colleagues disputed. Sansa often worried that the detective would end up spiraling into bad habits, something that Naomasa didn't understand. The detective ate his 5 daily meals. Fruits, vitamins, carbohydrates. He took advantage of training every morning in the police station gym. He didn't drink much unless he went out at night with his co-workers, or with his friend, and once in the past, were something more, Toshinori Yagi, someone who roamed his mind more than once every night. But time had passed between them, and both had taken different paths. Naomasa was in his 30s and had to focus on his work, on his career. He was one of the best detectives thanks to his efforts and his quirk. No one could lie to him, and that expedited his cases. Mostly. Then there were cases like Midoriya Izuku's, the kid who was almost 15 years old and had the audacity to be a vigilante with an exposed face. His morning headaches as soon as he walked through the police station door and saw a new report from the night shift. That boy was going to give him more gray hairs than any other case he had been in. The first time they had met had been in the middle of one of his night watch shifts. He remembered arriving at a crime scene the fastest due to proximity and seeing the boy next to the victim. That was the first time Izuku Midoriya entered under his radar. A green-haired, scrawny kid who seemed to be afraid of nothing. A child who seemed to walk through alleys facing the villains and criminals that appeared in front of him. He remembered seeing the boy pressing the victim's stab wound. He stabbed her, sir. I tried to get him not to take his knife out, but I didn't succeed in time. The boy had informed him in a mumble of fast words. A few meters away rested an unconscious gang member, probably due to a blow to his back head. Like any professional, first, he ensured that the gang member was restrained with handcuffs before attending to the victim. Nobody wanted more stabbings. Not tonight. The woman was still conscious, complaining, and in a panic. I need an ambulance for. Naomasa quickly requested backup as he analyzed the scene. The boy continued next to the victim, making her talk to distract her about types of cats. The woman apparently had an Egyptian cat that loved warm places. I recently found a stray dog and now live with him, the kid mentioned to the woman for distract her from her injury. He has trust and anger issues, but we're getting better. When he wants, he knows how to express affection. In his way. Naomasa didn't pay much attention to what the boy said as he received confirmation that the ambulance was 2 minutes away. What happened? The detective interrogated. When it was an emergency. He didn't have to notify his Quirk beforehand. The boy shrugged as if it were a stupid question. I don't know. To me, it seems like a failed robbery, the boy replied with a sarcastic lilt in his voice that didn't go unnoticed by the detective. It was evident that he didn't like the police much. The woman gasped at the boy's remark. He wanted my purse, the woman mentioned, trying to control her breathing as the green-haired kid instructed her. Naomasa refrained from sighing. Ma'am, in these types of situations, it's best to give up the purse. To end up stabbed like a kebab, right? The boy responded bitingly. Sir, she didn't ask to be stabbed. Please refrain from making her feel uncomfortable. She's already upset enough. Naomasa was speechless for a moment. No, that wasn't what he wanted the woman to feel. He didn't want her to go through a bad time. I'm sorry. The woman hurriedly cut him off with a smile despite the situation they were in. Don't be silly. It's okay. I don't have much money with me today. But I had my hospital papers. Important ones, the woman explained. I couldn't afford to lose them. Thank God this boy helped me. I'll be grateful forever. The boy sighed, calming down at the woman's words. You don't need to thank me. Just get better and take very good care of your kitty. When the boy spoke to the woman, he spoke in a sweet tone. The kid felt genuine concern for a stranger. The boy is right. The ambulance is about to arrive. The woman smiled gratefully. For her, this would be an anecdote to tell. For the kid, what the hell was a kid doing out past curfew? He would find out soon. The paramedics arrived quickly. First, they made sure of the patient's condition. A woman injured by a stab wound and a man with a slight concussion from a blow to the head. Nothing really serious. A quick case to close, the detective thought. How naive. No, I'm perfectly fine. Please attend to the rest. The boy was refusing the medical checkup, a procedure that should always be done no matter what. Naomasa approached the kid as another patrol arrived on the scene. He moved quickly before the kid left. Wait a minute. I need to ask you a couple of questions about the case. The kid stopped more relaxed, almost as if he were already used to the process. Naomasa pointed to one of the paramedics. Meanwhile, they could give you a quick checkup. The kid stopped in his tracks, hesitant. An alarm sounded inside the detective's head. Something was wrong, and he didn't know what. It's not necessary. His Quirk read that as green. True. When I got here, he was already like this. Red, a lie. I just helped. Green. The detective raised an eyebrow. His Quirk allowed him to know when something was a lie. In fact, explaining it better, his Quirk was similar to a medical condition called synesthesia, which turned the words he heard into colors to his eyes. By training that ability, he could tell when someone was lying or telling the truth. That kid went from red to green too quickly, like if the kid was a traffic light. What were you doing out on the street alone at this hour? The boy scratched the back of his neck. It was a clear sign of nervousness. Look, officer, I was just trying to help, I swear. I left because my cat got away and I'm looking for him before my dad finds out, he said quickly, staring at Naomasa, who looked unimpressed. A bright crimson lie. Detective, Naomasa corrected him. I apologize for not informing you earlier, but my Quirk allows me to know when someone is lying. Do you want to start over, perhaps with your name? The boy went pale. I didn't do anything wrong. He quickly defended himself, but Naomasa noticed a shade of orange, indicating that he was uncertain about his statement. I don't want to accuse you without evidence. I prefer to conduct clear investigations, the detective explained. I want you to come with me to the station for further questioning, like why a child is alone after curfew. The green boy looked at him in silence. And then, he ran. The boy ran off without warning, without saying anything. Naomasa and 2 more officers tried to chase him, but he completely disappeared just when he turned around the corner. Maybe he had a speed-based Quirk, or maybe he really was good at hiding. At the end, it turned out that the same boy had been reported another 13 times in the last 2 weeks as a lone young vigilante named Greenbean, a name chosen by the police. 13 times in just 2 weeks. To many encounters with the police for a child no one knows. The kiddo wasn't too skilled for bin than young, but he always escaped from the police. The detective was afraid of the well-being of the child. He was only 14. What if someday a villain just... Well, no need to imagine more. Surprisingly, the police had never been able to detain him. Others had let him go without questioning him because he was a witness. No one would have thought that a 14-year-old could in fact be a vigilante. A victim of the robbery confirmed it later. The boy had appeared out of nowhere with a metal bar and had hit the man before he could stab her again. An angel fallen from the sky, according to her. A case that landed on Naomasa's desk. That same dawn, Naomasa opened the case of the vigilante. Name, Greenbean, nicknamed that by some of the other officers who had encountered the boy more than once. Throughout the first week, Naomasa had been hoarse, scolding any officer who had seen the boy and not reported him. It was a serious offense. The safety of the child had to be prioritized. Naomasa did not usually accept night shifts, but that boy was going to drive him crazy. There were too many inconsistencies and questions to ask. He had only 1 week before returning to his daytime shift to solve the case before it passed into the hands of another police officer. That week, Naomasa saw the boy on more than one occasion. This time, like a scared cat, he simply observed from afar until the police arrived. Even with all his police training, he was unable to catch a kid of 13 years old. Naomasa would not admit that he was annoyed with himself. A child was not going to win the battle. He especially wouldn't let that child die for believing himself to be a hero in a stupid way. He was too young, and vigilantes usually didn't end up in a nice story. They never did. Fighting against someone without support always meant death. The detective found himself thinking about that child every night. Every time he started his night shift. Wasn't anyone surprised that a child was escaping in the middle of the night? Was he okay? Was there any missing person report with the description of the child? What was his quirk? Too many unknowns. At the end of that week, he discovered a possibility he had not imagined, all while talking to one of the rookies about the vigilante. I felt so stupid when I let him go, and then I found out he was the vigilante they've been looking for. The boy confessed. Naomasa restrained himself from starting his sermon. Always remember to follow the rules. The rookie seemed to deflate. I know, I'm sorry. I let my guard down when he said he was quirkless. Quirkless? Fucking quirkless. That's why he wasn't showing up in his search. Because he was looking for children with abilities between the ages of 12 to 16. Naomasa ran to his office, leaving the nervous and speechless police officer in the hallway of the station. It took him less than 10 minutes to obtain a response from the data matching system. His vigilante was named Izuku Midoriya. He was 14, presumably dead after disappearing from his home. Quirkless, possible suicide, case closed. Never before had Naomasa felt so angry that someone had not done their job properly. Izuku Midoriya had not committed suicide. He was alive and getting into trouble as the youngest vigilante in all of Japan. The detective reopened the case that same morning. Vigilante and quirkless in the same line. After rereading the reports, he picked up the phone at his office and arranged a meeting with Midoriya and Co. Naomasa would bring that child home safe and sound, as long as it was a good home. If not, he would personally find a suitable place. But first, he needed the answers he needed. And while he couldn't catch the boy, he would go after the mother. Mitsuki Bakugo was scared. She had always considered herself a brave and decisive woman, but now she was afraid of not being able to control the situation. It broke her to receive the stuttering call from her best friend. Drunk. Inko Midoriya was drunk, and it wasn't even noon yet. Mitsuki should have known this would happen, she told herself. Mitsuki left work early to pick up the pieces of what was left of Inko Midoriya. She had been very affected since her son had disappeared almost 2 months ago. They had gone through the police, the vigil, and the burial. A symbolic burial because there was no body to bury. The boy had disappeared without a trace just one night. As Inko's best friend, Mitsuki had been by her side, fighting with the police to do a better job to find her lost son. Her nephew had to be somewhere. Mitsuki had to admit that with each passing day, she had lost faith slowly. After all, Izuku was a 14-year-old boy without a quirk, without money or a place to go. It's not like he could travel to look for a father who had rejected him years ago. Maybe if it had been Katsuki, that brat would survive 3 consecutive world wars with the character he had. Instead, Izuku was a ray of sunshine, a fragile flower, someone who always needed to be cared for in a special way. No wonder her friend had become a helicopter mother some time ago. Izuku needed someone who was always on top of him, always falling and getting scraped. Poor thing was so clumsy, nothing compared to her son Katsuki. Inko had always worked hard to raise her son alone. She had taken double shifts. She had left friendships behind. She had faced gossip. The strength she had as a mother was admirable. Inko was a strong woman who was now completely shattered. Seeing her cry, seeing her go from not eating to overeating at odd hours, seeing her cry on the phone, seeing her call incessantly day and night to find out how the investigation into her son was going. Mitsuki wished the case would be closed as soon as possible. She begged for some news to come out, even if it was bad. At least that way Inko could pass the page. That's why when they closed the case, declaring Izuku dead, Mitsuki comforted her friend and didn't fight it. Instead, she urged her best friend to go through the funeral and the mourning of losing a child. It would be a painful process, but a necessary one for her to move on. Don't get me wrong, Mitsuki really loved her nephew. She was fond of him, but on the other hand, she knew that his life would be a constant struggle over and over again. It might be cruel to think that maybe it was for the best, especially with a child as fragile as Izuku. Mitsuki couldn't stop thinking about what would have happened if it had been her Katsuki. No, he wouldn't do something stupid like that. Her Katsuki was strong and intelligent. He would become a top pro hero. Mitsuki was very proud of her brat. She wouldn't say it out loud, but she was super proud of all the effort and dedication her son showed. Her 15-year-old son, just a few months older than Izuku. But sometimes, so many times, Mitsuki found herself thinking of Izuku's grave as if it were her son's. No, that wouldn't happen. Never. As a mother, Mitsuki decided not to tell her son what had happened at beginning. Poor thing had enough to recover from after being attacked by a villain and training for the UA entrance exams. At beginning it was easy not to say anything because her son didn't ask about Izuku at any point. For him, his mother being closer to Inko meant more alone time in the house. But at some point, the police needed to ask Katsuki if he had any news from Katsuki. Any lead could be important. Despite the situation, Mitsuki tried to avoid telling more details to his son. They always used to meet at the Midoriya's house. Katsuki didn't have to see the ruins Izuku had left behind. What she didn't expect was that mid-morning call from Inko. She was upset and drunk. It took her only 20 minutes to get to the bar from her workplace. "Oh, dear Inko, what happened to you?" Mitsuki asked rhetorically when she saw her friend. Inko was crying on the bar. Her forehead stuck to the wood. Several empty glasses. The bartender looked worried. "Mitsuki, no, they won't let me drink more," Inko muttered. Mitsuki frowned at the strong smell of alcohol. She had never seen her friend like this. "You don't need to drink anymore at all." She took her own wallet for paying his best friend's drinks. Mitsuki didn't care. She had never seen her friend fall so low before. Not even when Izuku was diagnosed quirkless. Not even when Hisashi abandoned them. Not even in the worst moments when they were struggling with money. "Let's go home," the woman determinedly decided, carrying Inko to the car. "I don't want to go back there," Inko slurred. Mitsuki sighed, exasperated. The situation was too much for her. She was more of a problem solver with actions, not words. That was Inko's forte. "Well, I'll take you to my house until you sober up," Mitsuki offered. Inko mumbled what sounded like a thank you. Mitsuki didn't say anything the whole way. She didn't know whether to be exasperated, angry, or to celebrate that Inko was hitting rock bottom. After all, once you hit rock bottom, all you can do is pick yourself up. She took Inko to her guest room, making sure her friend took off her shoes, leaving a glass of water and an ibuprofen on the nightstand. Mitsuki left Inko to sleep carefully, or at least she tried. Inko woke up from her drunken slumber hugging the pillow to her chest. "Thank you, Mitsuki. Thank you. I love you," Inko said. Mitsuki rolled her eyes, not putting much importance in the words of a drunkard. She knew her friend loved her, considering they had known each other for so long. But Mitsuki didn't expect Inko to be able to hold a coherent conversation right now. "Yeah, sure, whatever. Sleep. We'll talk tomorrow," Mitsuki said, about to leave when Inko gripped her hand tightly, pulling her back. "Don't leave me alone, please. Don't leave me alone like Izuku," Inko begged. Mitsuki sat on the bed. She wasn't good at comforting. How do you tell a woman to move on from her dead son? Talking from the heart was never her strong suit. "Inko, darling, you have to let go of Izuku. He's dead, and you'll meet the same fate if you don't move on from this," Mitsuki said seriously. No, encouraging others wasn't her thing. Inko gasped loudly. And after a second, tears started flowing from her eyes. "He's not dead, Mitsuki." Mitsuki couldn't believe it. Izuku being alive was fantastic news. She just couldn't understand why Inko wasn't ecstatic. There was too much complication. Then why the hell haven't those useless cops brought him back? Mitsuki asked. He's a vigilante. Inko stuttered in the middle of another gasp, on the verge of having an anxiety attack. "He's alive and fighting with others at night. He's alive and doesn't want anything to do with me, Mitsuki. I'm a horrible mother. My son doesn't even want to see me. I've raised him, fed him, and now he renounces me. Why, Mitsuki? I'm not a bad mother. I love my son. Why does he hate me? Why is he hurting me?" What could Mitsuki say to her friend? She had no idea. She didn't expect the boy to be alive, much less on the streets as a runaway. "Inko, sweetie, love of my life. You're a good mother. You're a wonderful person who cares about others. You're a piece of cotton candy. But you have to be stronger. Think of yourself. If that brat wants to play hero, let him. He'll learn on his own the hard way. Think a little about yourself and start living your life. If Izuku is old enough to act foolishly, he's old enough to face the consequences. But you can't let him destroy your life, understand?" Mitsuki said. Inko nodded, wiping the tears from her face. Mitsuki was pleased to see progress, to see determination in her friend's eyes. "Now rest. I don't want to see a single tear tomorrow." "Got it," Inko agreed, and Mitsuki affectionately tucked her in before turning off the light and leaving the room. In the hallway, she ran into her son returning from school. Her damn brat didn't even say hello. He just raised an eyebrow silently, asking if his auntie Inko was at the house again. Since Midoriya's funeral, her son had been quieter than usual. It was normal, Mitsuki thought. Both kids had grown up together over the years. Don't make too much noise. Inko's sleeping, Mitsuki said. "TCH, I can't even be at peace in my own damn house," the brat complained. His mother smacked him without hesitation. "Respect, brat. Your aunt had a very though day." Both Bakugos had been wondering for months when Inko didn't have a bad day. Always because of that damn Deku. Katsuki looked uncomfortable. "I have to study, old hag. I can't waste time if I want to be number one at UA." Mitsuki beamed with pride. Yes, that's her boy. Strong, independent, studious. If he applied himself, he'd be the number one hero in no time. Only time would heal the wounds and put everyone in their place. Aizawa had been betrayed multiple times throughout his life. But this time, Naomasa had gone way too far. He's only 14. He'll turn 15 soon. Look at the smile on his face, Tsukachi said, showing a round-faced freckled boy with messy and curly hair. Big green eyes full of life and a wide grin from ear to ear. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. It was and wasn't the same kid he had connected with weeks ago. This was a younger and more innocent Midoriya Izuku, maybe around 11 years old. It was a trap. "Hisu-a-do-o-o-rable," Shota's loud husband exclaimed excited. Aizawa cancelled his Ashi's quirk and took the photo from the detective to appreciate the details of the picture. Then he looked at his husband, who had the same look Shota gave him every time a stray cat approached him. The same face of wanting to keep it. Oh, Tsukachi was playing very dirty. "Now you can put a face to your husband's vigilante," he said. Aizawa corrected him, making it clear that in this issue was both the detective's and his own. "Leave that aside. We still have to take the cereals." In fact, it was an ambush. It was Wednesday, the day when both pro heroes left UA early and went to the supermarket to do the weekly shopping, a custom that few knew. And there, in the middle of the fruit aisle, Naomasa had approached them with a fake smile, as if it had been a coincidence. "But Shuo, look at that smile. Why didn't you tell me that your vigilante was so little?" It didn't come up in the conversation. The pro hero lied shamelessly. Tsukachi and he had a silent battle of gazes while Hisashi remained ignorant. "Are you sure this is the little listener who goes around beating up villains?" "The same one." Both Shota and Naomasa answered in unison. Present Mike gave a tender smile. "He's just a kid. A 14-year-old kid." The inspector repeated. "Almost 15, Shota corrected him. "Quirkless," Naomasa added as if it were a tennis match. Shota raised an eyebrow almost to the root of his hair. Doubtfully. "I've seen him disappear with my own eyes. With my quirk activated more than once, by the way." Mike looked at them confused. Something was slipping out of his hands. "Well, quirkless on paper. According to his mother, he has always been like that." She was very surprised to know that her son had such an ability. "Maybe he's a late bloomer or his quirk has a special type of activation," Aizawa added while picking up a pineapple distractable. "Poor little listener. He must have gone through a lot," Mike said. "As a matter of fact, we still have to find the cereals and we have other things to do, Mike." Aizawa interrupted him again. "If looks could kill, Tsukachi would be 8 feet under the ground." Mike looked at the picture one last time before giving it back to Tsukachi. "Let me get some candy in case you meet little listener on patrol again." Aizawa raised an eyebrow again. "He's not a cat to give him treats, Zashi." His husband laughed at Shota's reprimand. "Well, when you talked to me about him, I wasn't sure if he was really a person or a kitten." Doubts clarified. "Sweets to buy. That way, you can get him to trust you a little bit at least." The detective nodded in agreement. Not a bad idea. He supported the blonde's idea, considering he trusts heroes more than police officers. "He's very skittish." Shota rolled his eyes. That damn bastard was playing his cards very well. Now Zashi would encourage him to get more involved in the case. That was something he was already doing, but he refused to admit it out loud. "It's not that he trusts more or less. I've just managed to exchange more words with him. Nothing else." Present Mike squished his husband's shoulder. "Don't be like that, Sho. Give yourself some credit. You'll manage to bring your problem child home. Find out what he likes to eat. Everyone is weak when it comes to food." Aizawa made a grimace. He completely disagreed with his husband. He belonged to that group of people who thought that eating was just another task of the day. "Zashi, love, it's not like he'll agree to have dinner at our house." "Maybe he would with Tsukachi." The detective gasped in surprise. "Well, I'd like to, but my day shift doesn't fit well with a certain vigilantes," he replied. Hisashi went to speak, but his husband cut him off, putting the shopping list in front of him. "Go get the cereals." Hisashi felt compelled to do as his husband told him. Suddenly, there were the two men staring at each other intently. It was no coincidence that the detective had cornered Shota in his favorite supermarket, and it didn't please the pro hero to be urged to do his job when he was already doing it. "What are you trying to do?" Tsukachi took a card out of his pocket with the name of the boy written on it. "Izuku Midoriya. You have to get closer to him." I got a notice yesterday that he arrested an underground broker. As he escalates his attacks, the more chances he has of ending badly. Shota took the card in his hands. It was a sealed envelope. Do you think I don't know? He's very elusive, even for me. The detective sighed exhaustedly. I'm worried about the kid. Aizawa shrugged his shoulders. I'm worried too, but I can't do anything to turn him in. His quirk evades mine. It has to be a mutant type. I can't stop him. Naomasa tapped the envelope in Aizawa's hand with his index finger. It's from his mother. Gain his trust. Maybe praise. No, Zashi won't get involved in this. Shota stopped him. Midoriya will be scared to see another pro hero. He's a daily hero. Things take time, Naomasa. He's just a kid, Shota. It's a miracle he's still alive at this point. Most disappearances end in death. He has no place to hide. He could end up being a victim of human trafficking. Aizawa showed no expression on his face. These were facts that Shota already knew. He was very aware. That's why he had to take things slow but steadily. I'll try to talk to him. I don't know if this, he waved the envelope, will really help. He doesn't seem too fond of his mother. Maybe there's a reason why he can't go back home. That's your part of the investigation. Let me do mine. The detective sighed resignedly. I'm on it. I can understand why the kid doesn't want to go back to a school where he's bullied, but his mother really loves him and cares about him. There are no lies in her voice. Shota shook his head and tucked the envelope into his jacket's inner pocket. Loving someone doesn't always mean something good. There are many ways to love someone. If that child has grown up his whole life believing he's quirkless, or if, on the other hand, he spent his whole life hiding a quirk, there must be a reason. In this matter, I prefer to trust the boy. Sukachi nodded, giving the pro hero space. The other idea I had was to ask put your hands up for ask any information about the boy. Of course, he wanted something from Zashi. He had been a clear target from the moment they had met. No, it would be illogical. For now, the boy doesn't attract the media attention. Let it stay that way. He'll have fewer targets on his back and it'll be safer. The detective gave in to the pro hero's reasoning. The truth was that Naomasa was not used to dealing with such a young vigilante, or with minors in general. It wasn't his usual area. I have the cereal and a few snacks for the little listener, Present Mike announced, returning with his arms full of bags. Shota groaned. He already knew that would happen. We have to go, or our cats will start planning our murder while we sleep. Shota apologized to the detective. My cats don't like their schedules being disrupted. That was a clear warning to the detective. Present Mike said goodbye before following his husband to the checkout to pay. They both checked one last time to make sure they hadn't forgotten anything. Coffee came first. That was always the priority for Shota. Cat food, Mike's hair products, mostly pre-cooked food, a few ingredients, vegetables, beers, and a pineapple. Present Mike laughed, placing the fruit on the conveyor belt. Are you a pineapple fan now, Shota shrugged. Just like you are with those snacks. Present Mike chuckled. Well, my snacks are for our problem child. Aizawa wouldn't deny that he liked the idea of using the word "are." No, he shook his head. They couldn't get attached. Not because if they did, it would be more painful the day they found the child dead. Shota didn't want to go through Obero's ordeal again. Not if he could help it. Who said the problem child doesn't like pineapple? Shota wouldn't admit that he had absent-mindedly grabbed the pineapple. He wouldn't admit it out loud. Not even though both of them knew it had been a mistake. Suura. Hours later, Shota stood before the perplexed gaze of a security guard. Why are you giving me a pineapple? Is this some kind of trap? Does it have a GPS? Do I look like I need a pineapple? Or is this a subliminal message that I don't understand? Have you been holding on to this all night? Is this a trap? The underground hero snorted. No, those are my bad decisions, Eraser summarized. Izuku looked even more confused. They had only met 5 minutes ago during patrol on one of the rooftops in the dangerous zone. Eraser had managed to approach him without the boy running away or disappearing. All thanks to a confusing pineapple. Eraser, are you okay? Is this your way of telling me you have cancer or something? The pro hero chuckled. The boy was serious, his confusion worth its weight in gold. I'm not dying, kid. It's just a pineapple, and I'm giving it to you. The boy looked even more confused, as if giving him something were even stranger than the pineapple itself. Why? Eraser shrugged. Because I wanted to give you some food, and look, pineapple is very good for your health. I don't know. That only confused the boy more. Is this a hidden camera prank? A bet with Tsukachi. Aizawa looked lost in thought, lost in the memory of his husband saying he wanted to use the pineapple for an aberrant recipe. No, it was better for the boy's health if he kept it. No, it's for you. Izuku blinked, still not believing the situation. He looked at the pineapple in his hands. It seemed like a normal pineapple. Izuku was visibly confused. Why? He asked again. Aizawa sat on the edge of the roof, sighed, and confessed, I bought the wrong thing, and my partner is terrible in the kitchen. And if I'm not careful, he'll put pineapple in the curry. So, the solution is to get rid of the pineapple. So you're giving it to me, the boy concluded. This has to be a joke. I told you it's not, sighed the hero, extending his hand. If you don't want the pineapple, give it back to me. The boy hugged the pineapple, backing away from the pro hero. No, it's mine now. The hero smiled and pulled out his phone to take a quick picture. That confused the boy even more. What are you doing? The pro hero showed him the picture before sending it to his husband. It's for my husband. He wouldn't believe me even if I told him. I needed tangible proof. The boy furrowed his brow. Eraser, are you sure you're married and that your husband isn't really just part of your imagination? I gave you a pineapple and then make this baseless attack on me. The boy grinned mischievously. Well, not to offend, but you look like a homeless. That little shit. Give me the pineapple. I want it back. No, yelled the boy, taking steps back. Eraser stopped and sat down, sighing. It was a joke. It's yours. I won't take it back, even though you're a little gremlin that gives me headaches. The boy's expression changed completely. He went from enjoying himself and joking around to being serious and remorseful. I told you, I don't need help. You just complicate things on your own. Eraser rubbed his face, visibly tired, and looked silently at the boy. How could he approach him? How could he get him to stay with him? Look, kiddo, I can't stop you. I mean, physically. I can't, confessed the pro hero. Of the 15 times I've tried, I haven't even come close. You disappear or I can't touch you. I have a student with a quirk similar to yours. He can make his body permeable. He can go through things. Yours is a more advanced version from what I understand. You can disappear. With my student, I can stop him with my quirk. With you, it's impossible. So here we are, talking. The green-haired boy sighed, hugging his pineapple. Similar. Interesting. I'd like to know more about his quirk. You say it's permeable, goes through all kinds of. Kid, you're going off topic. And you always come back to the same thing. Eraser, complained the green bean. There was weariness in both voices. I want to help you, Midoriya. I really do. But you have to let me help you. The boy sighed wearily. Suddenly, it seemed like there were more years in his eyes than the boy had. Eraser saw exhaustion and disbelief. Izuku really believed that there was no other option for him. Aizawa just wanted to take the boy home so his husband could give him a motivational talk. He wanted to see that boy with hope and a desire to take on the world again. Like in the photo he saw early on the day. I wish you could, man. It was just a whisper. Eraser almost thought he imagined it for a moment. I can. Just let me in. Tell me how I can help you. The boy hugged the pineapple even harder. Leave me alone. Let everyone leave me alone. That's what I need. Shota sighed resignedly. I've already told you I won't. I believe in you, Midoriya. I see that you have potential. I see that you could be a great hero. You already are for some of the people here. You could study at UA. I'd be happy to write you a recommendation letter, the hero offered. He didn't expect the boy to burst into tears. Damn it, what had he done wrong? In a second, Shota was by the boy's side, trying to wipe away the tears that streamed down his face. It's not fair, the boy complained between sobs. Aizawa wanted to hug his child. It is. You deserve the world, Midoriya. Just help me to help you. Let me get in. Tell me. Aizawa pleaded from the bottom of his heart. The boy allowed him to touch him. For once, Aizawa could feel the boy's skin. It was cold and soft. Looking closely at him gave him the opportunity to check for injuries. The boy was thin and skinny, but he looked well fed. Someone must be taking care of him. Maybe he had gotten mixed up with the wrong people and now felt trapped. I told you I'm a lost cause. Shota frowned and hugged the boy tightly. You're not. You never will be. I'll be here for you whenever you need me, promised the pro hero, pulling out his pocket with a card with his phone number. I want you to have this. Call me anytime you need me, okay, problem child. The boy took the card in his trembling hands. You don't understand. Then explain it to me. The boy gasped, needing space and backing away. He needed to think clearly. I can't. I can't. Not yet. Aizawa sighed resignedly. Baby steps. Little by little. He had already made a lot of progress for a night when he didn't expect anything. I'll wait. I won't give up, Midoriya. Shota noticed the boy trying to hold back his tears. Maybe if he was fast enough he could catch him and bring him home. A part of him wanted to roll him up in a blanket, put some Disney movies, and give him hot chocolate with cinnamon. Basically, the same thing Zashi do with him when Shota had a bad day. Thank you, Eraser. After that the boy turned to leave the place. I was so sincere gratitude that scared Shota. Eraser feared for a moment that this was his last goodbye. Problem child. He called quickly, making him to stop just close to the end of the rooftop. The next day I will bring you chocolate. Also, my partner wants to know what your favorite dish is. The boy looked at him in confusion. Why? Apparently the boy never tired of asking the same question over and over again. Just tell me. He would love you coming over for dinner one day. He's not a very good cook, but he does things with great intention, the pro hero promised him. The offer is on the table. Meanwhile, I would ease his desire by let him prepare a few tappers for you. I'm not responsible if you end up with gastroenteritis. The boy went from confusion to laughter. He really must believe that the pro hero was joking. Katsudon, that is my favorite dish. The hero nodded. Chocolate and katsudon, noted. The boy shook his head, unable to believe that Eraser was going to keep his word. It was only logical to show the boy that he was a man of his word. Izuku was having a weird night. Weird, but fine. He had arrested a pickpocket, 2 stalkers, and an attempted carjacking before meeting Eraser. Did he let Eraser approach him just because he had a pineapple? Absolutely yes. It was necessary. That had completely broken Izuku's schemes. He held the man in high esteem. As hero did an excellent job. Getting the pro title was difficult for most undergrounds, but not for Eraser. He was a memorable character. I'd seen him sleep in the middle of a roof in a sleeping bag. I'd seen him feed on jelly pouches like it was drugs. I had seen him in action and, oh God, it was great. If Izuku had any notebook, Eraser would occupy much of its pages, and that, folks, was the biggest compliment Izuku could do to a hero. They had a conversation. Well, it was tough, but looking on the bright side now he had a pineapple. A pineapple and Eraser's number. That really was valuable. Well, if Pro Hero really kept his word to help him if he called. More than once Izuku had been disappointed with people. His father had disappointed him when he abandoned them shortly after his diagnosis as quirkless. Kaken had let him down by throwing his friendship overboard. All Might had disappointed him by saying he could not be a hero. Izuku was 14 years old and had learned that people used to disappoint. People used to look for something in return. Few people did anything genuine without receiving anything in return. His mother wanted Izuku to live in her world covered in bubble paper and not be able to breathe. His father wanted a normal son, as talented as Kaken. When he didn't have it, he was the first one to leave. Kaken wanted someone strong to be his partner. The Sludge villain wanted his body. All Might wanted a successor from him. Izuku could only apologize for not being able to be who the rest wanted him to be. But now it was all simpler. Izuku had freed himself from some burdens. He couldn't get mad at the universe for the injustices he lived through. He couldn't make a tantrum like a little kid and wait for everything to get fixed. No, that wouldn't be logical, as Eraser would say. Nor would it be logical to expect people to love him just as he was quirkless or not. It was Izuku's decision to start liking and meddling in the lives of others without expecting anything in return, without waiting for them to love him back. What an irony to experience genuine love now when I had already thrown the towel. It wasn't fair, but for Izuku nothing had been fair in his entire life. So there he was, walking on the rooftops with his pineapple in hand. Never before had a fruit made him so excited. I could almost feel her heart flapping for a spiked fruit. Paul, you have a Paul's face. This is how the boy baptized his new partner. A faithful companion who made his night round much easier. Were you trying to rob someone? Pineapple blow to you head. Robberies. Izuku and his pineapple would stop him. The third person who had met Izuku made him already completely convinced him that Eraser would never give anything to him in his entire life. Okay, but what about the anecdotes? I could imagine Detective Tsukachi drowning in his coffee when he read the reports on the next shift. Oh man, he wished he could see it. Well, he actually could. I just had to wait about 3 or 4 hours for the police to change the shift. Izuku had plenty of time until then, so he decided to go and annoy one of his poor victims. He put Paul over his head and started jumping his way to the disco. They'd close soon. Dabi groaned as soon as he saw his little boy appear around the corner with a pineapple on his head. You know what? No, I don't want to know, he ventured to say quickly. Izuku's smile widened. Oh yeah, Dabi was fun. They gave it to me. I called him Paul. Dabi put on a face that seemed to be rethinking all his decisions in life, especially the one that made him to meet that little pipsqueak. Nothing seems to make me surprised anymore if it's you. Is it me, or does the pineapple look a bit broken? Izuku nodded proudly. Yes, as sidekick Paul has yet to learn a little. It's been fun protecting the city from the bad guys with Paul. Yeah, Dabi was rethinking all his life decisions that had led him to that very exact moment. Look, I don't want to know. Have you eaten anything? Dabi, I literally have a pineapple. I feel ready to defeat anyone, Izuku replied by pumping out of energy. Dabi placed a hand over the green-haired boy, trying to break his enthusiasm. I think you have had enough battalions for today. I'll be out in 20 minutes. If you wait for me, we can go home together. The boy escaped Dabi's grip by turning on himself and backing off a couple of steps back. On his face was a smirk. There's still night ahead. I have a couple of things to settle. I'll see you at home. Dabi twisted the gesture. There is little time left for dawn. The boy turned east. I was beginning to clear the sky. Izuku became restless. True, I have to go. See you. Izuku ran down the street while Dabi yelled at him to be careful. Then several of his companions mocked him about certain little brother. Wonderful. As much as he loved messing with Dabi, he had other plans in mind. Another day he would approach Dabi's co-workers to give them ammo. But that night, or rather almost morning, he had something to do with Paul. 15 minutes later, after running at high speed without stopping, Izuku reached the municipal beach of Dagaba, a landscape full of waste, garbage piles all over the landscape. The only thing that changed in that place was that the garbage only increased over the months. Izuku used to go there every short time. As a child, he had memories of going there with his father and mother. I had memories about Kaken and Izuku playing heroes. They stopped going before Izuku was diagnosed for his lack of quirk. A small cut had frightened his mother for all the possibilities of catching tetanus. After that, the beach was increasingly filled with more rubbish until it reached the point where it was uninhabitable. There were areas that were practically inaccessible because of the amount of trash. Nothing was an impediment to Izuku. He had a destiny in mind. Near the rocks between two piles of abandoned electrical appliances, towards the bottom of the beach, there was a nice place where he can observe the ocean. A small gap of sand between the trash and the sea. A perfect place to watch the waves without the whole city, the people, the trash. Oh, as if there were only the sea, the seagulls and the ships passing in the distance. Izuku reached his usual corner by slipping through the piles of trash. He let himself slide until his ass settled in the sand. From the waves to him there were barely 2 meters. The tide was high. Izuku breathed the smell of seawater, saltpeter, and ignored the pestilence of garbage. Only then he decided to place Paul between himself. He started making the preparations quickly. The sun was about to rise. He dug through the trash and pulled out a pair of old sunglasses. Izuku had his small collection stored in a bag inside of a microwave. That was his favorite point. It was like his Little Mermaid cave where he carried useless things that caught his eye. Sunglasses were one of them. So while Paul was wearing pink glasses, Izuku was wearing a pineapple-shaped ones. What could be more poetic than watching the sunrise with his new friend? It was the perfect situation. Izuku, Paul, and Deku looking the horizon. Oh, yeah, shoulder to shoulder, Deku rested. The quirkless boy who had disappeared the night of the Sludge monsters incident. The 14-year-old sinful boy with the same gray hoodie and the same jeans. Sloppier than Izuku's could be said. To many months in the weather, his clothes had been affected by the rain, the wind, the sun. His body was the one that had gotten wilder by comparison. A body took only 96 hours to begin decomposing. Just a year, so there wasn't much left but bones and remains. Well, according to studies based on dead people buried in a coffin, Izuku had discovered that in the open air and with the heat and bacteria that generated by the dump beach, the process was more accelerated. His internal organs were like a soup. Her skin's rotten. Izuku hasn't changed Deku's sunglasses in weeks. In fact, the habit of wearing glasses had emerged as a way to cover the empty concaves of Deku's face. The seagulls had already eaten their eyes in the first few weeks of being dead. At least someone would use him for something necessary, Izuku thought back in the day. What a lovely sunrise, don't you think? Obviously neither his corpse nor Paul answered him. The three looked at the sunlight in the furrows of the waves breaking. It was his moment of the week that he used as the axis of all his actions, a habit that helped him stay sane. He made himself do it at least twice a week. He compiled everything that had happened and said it out loud to his dead self. It was more to remind himself that he wasn't alive, a way to keep his feet on the ground. The jar of cold water that reminded him that there was no point in making illusions. He reminded himself of the limits. Sometimes Izuku looked silently at the sea. Other times I talked to him. He liked to tell Deku about those who were still alive, which thanks to God were all except for himself. He liked to tell him how Dabi was trying to quit smoking, how he complained about his new job but as always prepared earlier than he should because he was excited to be there, how his barbecue friend began to have other friends who weren't in trouble and who were alive. The nightclub owner had promised Izuku that he would have an eye on Dabi so he wouldn't deal with traffickers again. I was also talking about Toshi. He'd visit him like every day when he got out of high school. They always used to share a bubble tea and a cupcake every 2 days meanwhile they were doing homework. In recent weeks none of Toshi's companions had tried to mess with him. But that didn't mean that Izuku was going to stop waiting for him at the school front door. Toshi was one of his fixed points in his daily routine. Toshi would be everything Izuku could ever be. I knew the boy suffered from bullying just like he had. Differently, but a similar pain. When Toshi had confessed to him that he wanted to be a hero, Izuku could almost feel his heart pounding. Almost. Toshi would be an amazing hero. He could stop fights even before they started. Sometimes he also talked to Deku about Toshi's favorite hero. What a coincidence that his favorite hero was one of his daily pains in the ass Mr. Eraserhead. Izuku had never heard of him until after his death. What an irony that now he couldn't stop seeing him everywhere. Nor did he find it so strange since in life, Deku had always looked up at daily heroes. Maybe if he knew Eraser existed his story would have been a little different. Maybe. It didn't matter now. The past stayed. He rarely spoke about Inko. Izuku wasn't ready to talk about her yet. He couldn't even walk down the same street his mother used to walk on, let alone go into the house. No, he couldn't see her. He couldn't talk about her. He wasn't allowed to think about her. Izuku had promised not to cry, but he was crying. So often, he was just trying to get nobody to see him now. That's why that corner was perfect, hidden from the whole world. The perfect place to keep his secrets. Literally, no one would smell their rock core in a landfill. No one would look for him. Well, he knew no one would look for him. The police had given him up for dead without conducting any kind of search. They weren't wrong. Izuku Midoriya was dead. But anyway, it hurt to know it wasn't worth the effort. A useless Deku. At least Kaken had been right. In his other life he had been granted a quirk. Some shitty quirk, by the way. As long as being a ghost could be qualified as one. It's not like he could go to a quirk specialist. It's not like he can talk to the other ghosts. There was only him and another 8 billion people alive. Positive stuff. He could appear and disappear at will. Izuku could touch things when he wanted to and when he didn't. It had taken him more than a month to control it minimally, but now he was already quite a master at it. Well, he was dead. But looking at him positively, that had led him to begin his career as a vigilante. Total. What could they do to him? He was already dead. It didn't matter if the attackers wanted to stab him or attack him with their quirk. He was already dead. What could the police do? Izuku was laughing. It's not like they can stop him. There are no walls in the world that could hold him back. Neither could they bring a dead kid to a trial. Izuku laughed at the authorities. Izuku was untouchable, except for the fact that being not alive but not dead at all tore him apart on another level. It's not fair that now I could have everything I've always wanted, but I can't have it anymore. Don't look at me like that. Paul, you're the new one here. Deku is already used to my regrets. No, Izuku didn't want to think about it. I had other things to think about, other stories to tell. Every life he saved was a treasure for him. I wish someone had saved me. The sun rose on the horizon, reflecting off the surface of the sea, bathing Deku, Paul and Izuku in its light, shining on the tears falling down the ghost's cheeks. Life had never been fair to Midoriya Izuku. Maybe he should have expected death to be just as cruel. For the first time, Izuku felt accepted. He felt careful. He had a detective with eye bags because of him. I had a pro-hero wanting to take him home. I had a real friend to spend time with. He had a strange mix of big brother and stray dog to look after. He was an unlicensed mini-hero who saved others. He was known and greeted. Izuku Midoriya had felt more alive in his death than throughout his life. The problem was that he was hopelessly dead. He wasn't Jesus Christ. He didn't resurrect after 3 days, nor had he reached the other side. Izuku already doubted there was a heaven waiting for him. He just wanted in his death there to be silence, blackness, nothingness, the absence of pain, of memories, of thoughts. But it was so useless that he couldn't die properly. The sun shone above them. Izuku had lost the notion of time. Well, it's not like he has to go to class either. What's the point? But he did have someone waiting at home for him. He knew Dabi would try to stay awake until he heard Izuku's arrive. Maybe Izuku could stop by the police station and leave Tsukachi a coffee before his shift started. Izuku didn't need to sleep anyway. He didn't need to eat. He just needed to pray for a quiet morning before meeting Hitoshi. That day would go like any other day. He'd follow his usual routine. Except Izuku had the worst luck ever. A noise not far from him made him tremble with fear. He panicked that someone had gone into the trash beach. Surely it would be other idiots who came to throw away garbage. You bastards. Although it was thanks to them that his corpse could go unnoticed. Izuku sighed and put on his hood. He took off his glasses and placed them in his corner. A microwave that served as a safe. Carrying material objects on him for a long time or becoming tangible exhausted Izuku. It couldn't even be a decent ghost. It was time to come back anyway. Do I have to clean it? Of this, Izuku froze to hear a female voice in the distance. He couldn't even hear what he was saying. His brain seemed to be gone. The panic of having someone on the same beach as his corpse take over him. Indeed, said a painfully familiar voice. Only 4 months left for the UA Access exams. We must follow a strict exercise plan. It's called American Dream. One part will be cleaned without any quirk and the other with quirk. We must strengthen those muscles. Izuku was shocked to see the skinny and careless version of All Might. In front of him was a girl about more or less the same age as Izuku. She had brown hair and was dressed in a pink tracksuit. Izuku almost needed the sunglasses again to refrain the light made by the naivety face of her. Well, time to work hard to be a heroine. All Might nodded, applauding the girl's enthusiasm. Exactly. We'll see if you are ready so I can pass you the one for all at the exam or if we should wait a bit more. Start cleaning while I check the calorie and workout plan. Yes, sensei. Izuku felt like vomiting for the first time in a long time. Before Izuku could tell, he was already running through the city with shaky hands. It was clear that today was gonna be a shitty day. Dabi was lying in his bed trying not to fall asleep while he waited for Izuku to return to the apartment. No, Dabi didn't care about Izuku. No, he wasn't forcing himself to stay awake until after the dawn just because a certain kid was out there playing hero. No, he wasn't worried. Oh no. It wasn't that kid that he was unable to sleep. No, it wasn't the green-haired one that he was tossing and turning in bed for. Fuck. Old habits never died. After all, in another life, Dabi had been the big brother. But not anymore. Dabi was an orphan who owned his own life. That's what he told himself. Owner of his apartment, of his time alone. Owner of his adoptive cat too. Because that was Izuku was. A sort of stray cat that had adopted Dabi into his life. He had appeared in an alley and decided to stay with Dabi. Through thick and thin. A damn kid that couldn't find better hobbies in life than being with a crazy fire quirk user in need of affection. How could he not worry about that brat knowing he would be out there picking fights? Well, the kid was talented. He had a quirk that made him untouchable. But just one small mistake could make Izuku never step foot in his apartment again. But no, Dabi wasn't worried. Oh no, he just had insomnia. That's what he told himself. Because of course, then the little scumbag would probably end up coming in and putting the damn TV on for hours. Dabi didn't ask questions. He'd needed the constant noise of something to not think and be able to sleep years ago. Over time, those ghosts of the past had gone quiet. Dabi liked to imagine they had never existed. It was easier to ignore. It was easier to forget. But there were people who often strived to destroy Dabi's efforts. The number 2 hero was impossible to avoid with so much news about his achievements. But no, it was 7 in the morning and Dabi didn't want to think of that ugly flaming face. No, he didn't want to end up with diarrhea from the indigestion that piece of crap gave him. Fuuuak. Izuku. Where the hell was he? At this hour he should already be back in the flat. Dabi had noticed from the start that the kid was avoiding that time frame. Just when the kids and teenagers had to go to class. Dabi wasn't an idiot. He knew Izuku had run away from home. Only an idiot wouldn't notice. Who would spend their days hanging out with a burnt piece of meat like him out of their own will? Well, Izuku. No matter how much Dabi tried to distance him, the kid kept coming back. But as he said before, Izuku was like a stray cat. And stray cats don't get adopted. They adopt you. One day they appear and decide to stay. Sometimes they decided to go away for hours and didn't know where they were going. Damn stray cat. Dabi turned again in his bed. Fuuuak. What if something had happened to him? No, Dabi gasped. The kid was fine. He had to be. Better think of something else. Fuck. Endeavor. No, something else. There are many more topics in the world than Izuku or Endeavor. Come on, Dabi. Think of hot guys. Think of a blonde. Yeah, just like you like them. That, older, with his sexy suit, a low serious voice saying good boy. No, it wasn't the moment for his daddy issues. Something moved in the living room of the apartment. There was a flurry of things and a sound of something breaking against the floor. Then he heard a shaky sorry and someone was crying. Izuku was back and he was crying. Shit. Dabi threw away all the blankets over him and quickly got out of the room to look for his green bean. He didn't know what to expect and that scared him. In a single second he could think of Izuku wounded in a fight, a broken Izuku. He would burn whoever put a finger on his cat. Not even ashes would be left. There, from the door of his bedroom, he could see a trembling Izuku crouched on the floor. He was shaking while trying to pick up the fragments of one of the lamps in the flat. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'll clean it up. I'll buy a new one. Dabi crossed the small living room quickly and crouched down by his side. He started to pick up the sharp pieces of porcelain quickly, taking them away from Izuku's hands carefully. It doesn't matter. It's a stupid lamp. Are you okay? Izuku was shaking. No, the kid was not okay at all. Looking closely, Dabi could see that Izuku had an agitated breathing. His eyes were unable to focus. He was still apologizing even after Dabi had dismissed the lamp incident. The kid couldn't even finish a single phrase. It was clear that something had happened that had upset Izuku so much. Dabi didn't see any wounds and that at least was a relief. He was scared to think of what the other possibilities could be. Had the police caught him? Had someone scared him? Had they? Izuku, look at me. Look at me, leave that. He embraced his hands between his. They were trembling over his burns. The kid seemed to have a lost sight. I see Ken. I don't care about the lamp. Dabi cut him off with determination. What happened, Izuku? The boy shivered and it seemed like he had trouble breathing. Nothing. Bullshit. What happened? Izuku gasped and backed away from Dabi. Fear was in his eyes and yet they seemed to desperately seek out Dabi. And nothing. Pipsqueak, don't lie to me. You're not all right. Tell me what happened. I can't help you. Dabi saw the moment Izuku snapped. You can't help me. Why the hell are you always telling me the same thing? You can't. AHHH. The scream that came out of Izuku's lungs betrayed his rage. Dabi was taken aback. How could he not be when Izuku was the ray of sunshine? But even rays of sunshine had cloudy days. Hey, breathe. The boy gasped. I can't. Dabi tried to grab his hands without thinking. He could barely hold the teenager's wrists. He was so out of control he couldn't control his tangibility. Dabi tried to grab his wrists whenever he was able to touch him. He didn't do it with force. He tried to be gentle, a gentleness he didn't have in his day-to-day. Not even with himself. Izuku, I'm here. I'm just right here. Izuku's voice broke into a pained whimper followed by a flood of tears he buried into Dabi's chest. Izuku was letting Dabi touch him. He needed to feel the fire quirk user's warm skin. He needed to hear his heartbeat to be able to calm down. Dabi did his best to hold him firmly against himself while rocking him gently. Dabi didn't know what to do. He just tried to imitate what Fukimi would have done years before with him, rubbing the boy's back in circles until his sobs calmed down. He was too worried about Izuku to notice his skin was cold in comparison. Though being honest, everyone seemed much colder in comparison. Besides, right now, the brat was all that mattered. "Amoki," Izuku whispered with a hurt voice against his chest. Dabi took it as a sign to stop hugging the boy. Still, he did not let go of his wrists. He was afraid that Izuku would disappear in a breath and never come back. It was terrifying to think of all the influence the boy had had on his life and the fear that he would be gone. He sometimes got the feeling that Izuku was nothing more than an unreal dream, like a fairy godmother sent to this world to help him. Sometimes he feared that it would be midnight and Izuku would disappear like Cinderella's spell. "You're not, Pipsqueak, but we can't always be okay. Cry if you need to." Izuku broke into tears again, but this time he was the one who threw himself into Dabi's arms. It was comforting in part to feel that such a brave boy needed him. It made him feel that maybe there was still a purpose in this life other than hurting others. He was beginning to love someone again, to protect. That boy who had come into his life had not stopped teaching him what genuine love was. Others would tell him that Izuku needed him. Fools. At this point, Dabi knew it was the other way around. Oh, shit, he cares. Fuck. The realization was less painful than he thought. Better? The boy nodded, wiping away his tears with the back of his hand. But he still did not break away from Dabi's embrace. "All right, tell me what happened. For a little lad like you, who goes around meddling in other people's lives and helping them, you don't let others help you. I can listen, you know." Izuku laughed through his tears. Dabi was sure the boy had never heard something so offensively contrary to the words. Izuku needed time to catch his breath. "I saw someone from my past." Dabi tried not to laugh. "What past?" This kid barely looked 12. "Someone bad." To his surprise, Izuku nodded against his chest. Dabi reaffirmed the embrace of his child. "Did he do something to you?" Dabi asked, trying to hide the murderous craving inside him that would end with anyone who tried to do something bad to his child. Damn it, now he was his child. Izuku shook his head. No, he didn't see me. But I saw him, and it terrifies me. Because he wasn't alone. And, sniff, Dabi was confused. "Who was this him? You know you can tell me." "I can't. You wouldn't understand. He's super powerful and I'm nothing. If I disappeared, it wouldn't matter. Izuku, you matter to me. If you disappeared, I would go look for you even under the rocks, you hear me? Never before had a threat felt so warm." "Thank you." "Don't thank me, idiot. Trust me, at least, a little bit more. You know, I'm the grown-up here. Sometimes it's a bit humiliating that you don't trust me more." "I can relate. More than you think," Dabi confessed. God, when I was born I thought I was meant for something greater, you know. My indonors taught me that I was meant for be the next. Something greater. That I was born for that. I was made for that. They showed me the best life possible. And when my quirk started to affect me, well, everything became a broken dream. I was rejected as anything as a dog. I discovered for the first time that my house was more like a jail than a home. They didn't care about me. They just wanted to hide the failure I am. They threw me away at the first chance they got. And, Dabi sighed. God, he hadn't confessed to anyone about this. It hurt. Even now, I wasn't a son. I was a weapon, only made to hurt others. But you showed me how to care. Fuck, Izuku, I care about you because you showed me how to care. So, I'm a bit raw in so many ways, but let me try to care about you. Let me try to be a big brother who cares. Talk to me." His heart was squeezed. He had just let it all out and he couldn't even blame it on being drunk. He had opened his heart up and now he was scared to look at Izuku. He was afraid that his feelings would scare the kid. Shit, he was afraid the kid would run away. Was that what was called rejection? "No, Dabi, stop. It's not the best time for panic. Get your shit together." Thanks, Dabs," Izuku said in a soft and warm whisper just in his ear. Both of them waited in silence thinking about how they felt. For a moment Dabi could notice the warm heart of Izuku healing. He felt how Izuku became more lightweight. They were in silence, but it was a comfort kind of. Izuku finally moved away slightly to be able to look Dabi in the eyes. There were no tears in them. They were red and irritated from so many tears, but his green eyes looked calmed. "Dabi, I was born so different. I was quirkless. I mean, not really, but I thought I was quirkless until, 7 months ago. More or less." That testimony was a breath taken. Of course Dabi didn't need to ask more. Since he had run away from home at 12 he had been bouncing around the lowest of the low. and among the lowest of the low were located the quirkless, especially the younger ones. Now it made sense that a kid like Izuku would want to run away from a house that was not a home. He couldn't help but imagine Izuku as his brother. Endeavor would have killed him. He was sure of it. He couldn't help but imagine what it would have been like if instead of Shoto, Izuku had been his brother. How it would have been growing up with someone with such a kind heart that would stick to his leg constantly. Someone to fight for a better place. Shit, Dabi wanted to give him something better than an abandoned room in an old karaoke. Shit, he would have to look for a place to pay rent. In fact, did Izuku always wear the same clothes? And food. He would also have to buy food. Would it be too much if he tried to get him to go back to school? Oh gosh, was he sounding like a father in his head? Fuck, he was too young for that kind of shit. Izuku shuddered. Do you hate me? Oh, no, he hadn't said anything in all that time. No, he almost shrieked, his voice turning into a squawk by the sudden nervousness. Dabi took a deep breath. Focus, he told himself. I don't hate you, Izuku. I care for you more than I would like to admit to myself. Don't be silly. It doesn't matter to me if you have a quirk or not. Although maybe without a quirk I'd be a bit less cocky, he joked. Izuku laughed in relief. I couldn't guarantee you that last part. Dabi ruffled his hair. No, of course not, Dabi laughed. Izuku took a breath and hugged his own legs. I met someone who was very important to me. Someone who I thought would accept and support me even without a quirk. Let's just say he let me down in more than one way. And I know he won't even remember my name or face. But he has. He has found someone else. Dabi felt very identified. Too much. But this was not about him. Well, and you've found other people too. I don't know what strange relationship you have with that pro-hero or what basis you have with Toshi, Dabi teased, on purpose doing a heart with his fingers. Dabi. Oh God, are you blushing? Dabi was forced to stop by Izuku and his feet on him. I stop. But I mean it. We are here. I don't know about those losers, but I'm right here for you. And with that, Izuku started crying again. Dabi received another hug from his spoiled brat. Is crying rivers a part of your quirk? The kid laughed nonstop while still crying. Those were tears of happiness. No, it comes with mine. Something always had to go wrong. Well, in Hitoshi Shinso's life that was considered 80% of the time. The remaining 20 could be reduced to cats, cat memes, heroes, and Izuku. See, for Hitoshi the term hero was much broader than that of a man in a cape saying I am here. For him, doctors like his father had been and are heroes. It just wasn't a good fit for him. Hitoshi had too much pent-up rage to dedicate himself only to care. He was more of a fighter, he told himself. That's where the heroes came in. See, Shinso didn't feel like going out on the streets with a cape and thousands of people greeting him. No, he didn't have the emotional energy to imagine himself as a hero like All Might or Hawks. No, he had a different perspective in mind. Hitoshi was cold and calculating. If he wanted something, he would get it sooner or later. He was resilient. He would be a pro-hero like Eraserhead. There wasn't much about him on the internet. In fact, there wasn't much about underground heroes in that. Well, Shinso would be one of them. He just had to pass the UA acceptance exam. That's what he was telling Izuku as they walked down the streets. An exam like that is really hard for someone who doesn't have flashy quirks, he explained to the boy as if he had no idea what Hitoshi was talking about. Strong and flashy quirks always prevail. Izuku, beside him, shrugged. Today he was quieter than usual. Hitoshi wasn't going to mention that he was sure his friend had been crying. If he needed to talk, Toshi would be there for him. If he had to wait, he would wait. There is always a way. Hitoshi rolled his eyes. It's not that easy, he said sarcastically. I've been studying for these exams for months. I'm at a disadvantage no matter what I do. If I use my quirk, I'll be called a villain and stealing positions away from other candidates. I'd be taking away someone else's chance. Hitoshi was firm and maybe a bit ruder than he intended. He had been studying for these exams for months, and he knew he would be at a disadvantage no matter what he did. If he used his quirk, he would be labeled as a villain and take away a chance from other candidates. Izuku affectionately bumped his shoulder against the other. He didn't like when his friend got so down. You're being too negative, Toshi. I'm sure you'll pass the exam. Sometimes you just need to look at things from a different perspective, you know. Hitoshi rolled his eyes. If only it were that easy. Hitoshi sometimes thought that Izuku was still living in a world of rainbows and sunshine. No, you need to be realistic and have a plan B. Hitoshi's smile spread from ear to ear. And a plan C, D, E. Izuku whistled in amazement. You're amazing, Toshi. Hitoshi did his best to not blush. Obviously, he failed. If I don't get into the hero course the first time, I'll go into the general course. If I prove I have the skills to get into the hero course during the sports festival, they'll have to recognize me. And if not, there are 3 other schools I can try. The 2 stopped their walk in front of a convenience store, right where the surprise ball machines. Izuku wanted to see if they had put anything new in since the last time they were here. Why not just go straight to the other schools? Hitoshi thought to himself. Oh, Izuku, if only you knew. UA is close by. Plus, UA has a racer head, so I'll have a minimum chance to learn about the underground. His friend seemed to purposely divert his gaze towards the gacha machines. Did you know he liked cats and always had treats in his pockets for strays? What? Hitoshi asked, confused by the change of topic. Nothing. Oh, look, they have a fat gum one here. There's also Hawks in Endeavor. All Might was never mentioned. That was something Hitoshi had noticed over time. Hey ... if I'm boring you with. Izuku stood up faster than Hitoshi thought he could be capable. He grabbed his hands and looked him straight in the eyes. Oh man, where was his voice now? Never. You don't bore me, Toshi. You're one of my most precious friends. Hitoshi Shinso wanted to die. He wanted the ground to open up and swallow him. His heart felt like it was fluttering in his chest. Fuck. Izuku ... you're ... my only friend and ... and I'm scared of tiring you out with my stuff. No, never, the boy promised. We can talk about something else. I don't know ... what are your plans? Now that he thought about it, he had never asked. Not that he knew much more about Izuku than what the boy let him see. Izuku's eyes lost their sparkle for a moment. I don't know. I don't even know what I'm going to eat tonight. Izuku. A bag full of food fell inside the grocery store, followed by the door of the store opening suddenly. Izuku Midoriya, you are under arrest. Both teens were surprised. In front of them was a man in a trench coat holding a gun, pointing it directly at Izuku. No, Toshi wouldn't allow that. He grabbed his friend's hand and tried to pull him behind him. Izuku, however, gently squeezed his hand and after a guilty look he said, Tsukichi, shouldn't you be working right now? He was calm. They were pointing a gun at him and he was calm. Bitch, what? I have days off, Midoriya. I also need to get groceries. The man answered while taking out some handcuffs from his pocket and throwing them at Izuku. Put them on. The boy grabbed the handcuffs and looked at them. He had a face of playing with them instead of putting them on. Where did that confidence come from? This wasn't the same boy who faced Hitoshi's bullies trembling. No, this boy was calm in front of a loaded gun. He even smirked. So, if it's your day off, Naomasa, you can't arrest me. Besides, I'm not doing anything wrong. The detective snorted at those words. Hitoshi was completely frozen. Put the handcuffs on, Midoriya. I'm going to drag you to the police station whether you like it or not. His surname was Midoriya. Midori ... Of course it would fit him with a surname like that. The small and scrawny boy looked at the police officer with an overwhelming assurance. Lower the gun, Tsukachi. You're scaring a lot of people, Izuku scolded. What the fuck was happening? The handcuffs, Midoriya. I won't say it again. The boy sighed and rolled his eyes, putting the handcuffs on his wrists and tightening them. Satisfied, the detective made sure they were secure before lowering the gun and holstering it. Eraser won't believe me when I tell him how I caught you, he said. Caught? Eraser. Police badge. Hitoshi was in shock. Well, that's a bit presumptuous. Naomasa. Izuku's smile only grew wider as he raised his hands, showing his cuffed wrists to the man. Suddenly the handcuffs slipped off, falling to the ground. Learn to leave the job at the door on your days off. See ya. And Izuku had disappeared from the spot, completely vanished, like he had never been there in the first place. Hitoshi was on the brink of a panic attack. He didn't know where to start expressing everything he had seen. He had to be logical, get out of the trouble. He couldn't end up in the police. His foster parents would kick him out, and if they kicked him out even before entering UA, he would have no future. And if he had no future, he would end up being a villain. And if he ended up being a villain, everyone would be right about all those years of abuse. And if they were right, hey, kid, are you listening? Hello? Hitoshi panicked. Hitoshi tried to run away. The man was faster and grabbed Hitoshi's arm, holding him in place. Hey, stop. You're not in trouble. Breathe, kid. You can't go yet. Hitoshi lost his balance due to the pull and hung from the policeman's arm. What was going to happen now? He couldn't be stopped by the police. If they arrested him, he would never be accepted into any hero school. Not UA, not Ketsubutsu, not Shikzu. He would have no future. Hey, kid, what's your name? Hitoshi gulped. What was his name? Oh, right. Of course, Shinso Hitoshi. Shit, he had given his real name. Think, Hitoshi. It's not like he could lie to the police. All right, am I in trouble? He cut off sharply. The man tried to smile to bring some peace to the teenager. No. Can I leave? No, I'm afraid not. I need you to come with me to the police station to answer some questions. Fuck, something always had to go wrong. But of everything he could imagine, like a scolding in class, or his foster parents ready to make a scene. But ending up being escorted by a police car to a police station was not how he imagined spending the Friday afternoon. He had often imagined himself in the back of a police vehicle. Unfortunately, it was just as terrifying as he had imagined. Less than half an hour later, Hitoshi was sitting in a private office full of papers and a couple of empty coffee cups. It wasn't what he had imagined. There was no interrogation room with a metal table and a double mirror. No, there was just a man serving himself another cup of coffee while trying to clear the papers on the table. I'm sorry for the mess. I didn't expect visitors today. Shinso put on an onion face. Well, I didn't expect to be kidnapped either. But here I am. The man sat in the chair. This isn't a kidnapping, Shinso. I'm Detective Naomasa Tsukachi. I brought you here to ask you some questions about a case I'm currently working on involving your friend Izuku Midoriya. Shinso went to plan B. I don't know any Izuku Midoriya. I just randomly met that guy at the entrance of the supermarket. By the face the detective had made, it seemed he had sucked a lemon. Shinso, I forgot to tell you about my quirk. It's called lie detector, and as its name implies, I know when you're lying. It's a passive quirk, so it can't be turned off. Do you want to start again? Shinso paled. He would end up in jail. If Shinso never had good luck, something always had to go wrong. Making a friend and your friend ends up being a criminal. Okay, I knew his name but not his last name. True, said the detective, rummaging in his drawer in search of something. How long have you known each other? Months. I don't know. Half a year. Does it matter? The detective nodded. Everything is important. Any minor detail in a missing person case. Hitoshi looked at the detective unbelievingly. Missing person. Missing person like the picture in the milk carton, or missing person as in I'm not here anymore? Because I think his quirk made it pretty clear that he knows how to disappear. Maybe some of the surprise he had taken at discovering his friend's quirk had filtered into his voice. They had never talked about it. Never. But God, a quirk like that would be incredible for the hero career. Disappearance is when a minor disappears from his home for 7 months and has many adults worried. Is he living with you? Well, he had discovered a new, even deeper shock. Missing. Izuku had been missing for months, and Hitoshi had been his friend for several of those months and had never noticed. Hitoshi felt guilty all of a sudden. What kind of a friend was he not to have noticed any of the signs? I mean, yes, I knew that something was wrong, but that's something normal. Well, normal for those like Hitoshi, whose life in general was going wrong. If Izuku had decided to run away from home, he must have had a reason. Izuku doesn't live with me. Detective Tsukachi noted Izuku's answer in his notes. Do you know where he lives? No, I don't know. God, how come he had never accompanied him home? Well, neither of them had ever gone to the other's house. Do you see each other often? Almost every day. He accompanies me home. We spend some time together and that's it. The detective Tsukachi frowned. Do you help him with his nighttime activities? If the blood in Hitoshi's face had returned, now it definitely left him paler than milk. Izuku, night activities. Does Izuku prostitute himself? The detective blinked in surprise and confusion. No, we have no indications of that. I mean, his acts as a vigilante. Hitoshi felt he could breathe again. Vigilante? Are you sure? Izuku faces my bullies trembling. He looks like a trembling chihuahua. How can he be a vigilante? The detective blinked in surprise. Were they talking about the same guy? Then a memory came to Hitoshi's mind. Right, the first day when they had met. Hitoshi was shocked to hear what Izuku had said. Well, mostly minor villains. Camelers, smugglers. I once chased a rapist who used to hunt in a disco. Now they give me free shots, but I don't drink alcohol. He couldn't believe it was true. Detective Tsukachi showed him the folder with Izuku Midoriya's name on it. It was full of papers and lots of pictures of Izuku in the middle of his nocturnal activities. This was not the same timid boy. He had become a menace to society. The detective closed the folder before Hitoshi could read more than necessary. Midoriya disappeared one night from his home, and since then he has been making a name for himself as a vigilante. His mother is worried. He risks his neck every day in a stupid way. And you, Shinso, are the first lead of what Izuku Midoriya does when he is not being a vigilante. Shinso felt constrained. Izuku was his friend, he told himself. He wouldn't betray him, no matter how many secrets he kept. Shinso had his own secrets too. I'm not going to help you put him in jail, said Hitoshi defiantly. The detective sighed, exasperated. We don't want to put him in jail, Shinso. We're concerned about his well-being. At that, Shinso laughed. Sure, well-being. He had heard that phrase so many times from police officers, foster parents, social workers, and it always meant the same. We just want to get rid of the problem so it won't bother us. Well, good luck with that, he thought. Look, detective, you can't force me to answer anything, he said confidently. He gave a faint smile. Actually, I think I have the right to leave. And with that, the detective gave no response. Hitoshi had won. He got up and grabbed his backpack. If he hurried, maybe he'd have time to find Izuku before curfew. Shinso, wait, the detective called out. Hitoshi turned around to find the detective handing him a card. If you change your mind or need help, call me. The boy took the card with little conviction. Just to be polite, he didn't throw it away right then and there. He put it in his pocket. Whatever, he said and turned to leave. But the detective called him again. Shinso, wait. One of my agents will take you home. And with that, Hitoshi Shinso's world shook. Because for Shinso, something always had to go wrong. Wait a minute, friends. I have one request to all of you. Please support and give kudos to the author and make sure to comment. Love from Saiyan Fanfics YT. so he will not feel any regrets for giving us permission to upload his fanfics, and the fanfic link is in the description. Izuku was panicking for the second time that day. He had run away, and, to be honest, it felt good at first to outsmart Tsukachi. But then his mind reminded him that he had left Hitoshi behind. He didn't do it on purpose. He was just too used to being caught alone or with a previously captured villain when situations like that occurred. Not with a friend. I mean, they had never seen him with Dabi before. And the truth was, with Dabi, he would worry more about him not trying to roast any police officer. So there he was, remembering that he had friends. Real friends, unlike Kaken. And he had left one of his best friends at Naomasa's mercy. So with that realization, he had started to panic. Do you have a coin? I need to make a call. Do you have a koi? 10 minutes later, and with about 30 frightened people, Izuku had gathered enough coins to use a payphone. He had to be fast. He had to. Who is it? If it's someone trying to change my electricity company, I swear I'll. Eraser, Izuku said, relieved to hear the pro-hero's gruff voice on the other end. Problem child. Aizawa instantly recognized him on the line. Are you okay? Did something happen? Are you hurt? Izuku snorted, offended. I'm untouchable. I'm offended you even think. I'm going to hang up. Eraser cut him off. No, I need you. I mean, someone needs you. He quickly reformulated. My friend. Eraser, I need help. Tsukachi has my friend. He didn't do anything. And, problem child, be clearer. Organize your thoughts. I can't understand you. Oh, right. Izuku felt super pathetic. Eraser sighed on the other end of the line. Start from the beginning. Izuku took a deep breath. I was talking with my friend, and talking about hitting people, robbing, or talking about everyday life. Eraser, believe it or not, sometimes I live a normal life like the rest of the universe. I doubt it. Eraser, I'm serious. My friend needs your help. Naomasa has taken him to the police station. Toshi hasn't done anything. He doesn't know. Hey, Naomasa. Detective Tsukachi. Yes, that's the one. Naomasa. He is my friend. A teenager who has never broken a dish in his life. In the police station. Just because he was talking to me, the guard explained hurriedly. Urgency and irritation were evident in his voice. I have only a few seconds left on the phone. Eraser. Toshi can't pay for my mistakes. I'll see what I can do. To make another call, insert more credits. Izuku cursed loudly and slammed the phone with force when he hung up. Passers-by avoided the area, crossing to the other side of the street as they saw the boy repeatedly hitting the phone while shouting. Izuku hit the phone with force until there are only mere plastic remnants left as proof. He felt pathetic in the face of the consuming rage he felt. Izuku didn't recognize himself. He collapsed on the floor of the booth, holding his head between his legs. He had left Toshi behind. Now Toshi wouldn't talk to him. The mere idea of Toshi denying him the word, it panicked him to even think about losing his friend. He had always been afraid that Kaken would stop talking to him again. But this was completely different, and it terrified him. Many things were starting to terrify him that he had never thought of before. Izuku broke down in tears, realizing that what scared him the most was losing something he had. For the first time, he had a real friend. He wasn't like Kaken. No, Toshi was his friend. Toshi cared about him. He had fun with him. Time with Shinso flew by when he was by his side. It was real. It wasn't a fanciful imagination in Izuku's head. Toshi wasn't Kaken. And Izuku felt so stupid for leaving Toshi behind. Sirens sounded in the distance. Another charge added to Izuku's file. In this case, vandalism. By the time the police arrived, the boy had already disappeared. He vanished completely, wandering invisibly through the city. He felt pathetic being afraid to approach the police station. Not because he was afraid of being detained. There was no one capable of keeping him in jail. But Hitoshi was a different story. He couldn't let his friend suffer because of him. What if his friendship would prevent him from entering UA? What if being close to Hitoshi would ruin his life? Well, he had already ruined his mother's life by having to take care of a quirkless child. Kaken always said how useless Deku was. All the teachers at Aldera complained about him. The truth was, he barely remembered anyone from when he was alive who actually wanted Izuku in their life. Well, his mother was a separate case. It was a delicate subject that Izuku was not ready to touch upon. He had received so many insults, so many encouragements to commit suicide, so many scratches, hits, and his belongings were destroyed. Every time he thought of the Izuku that once lived, he remembered the sound of seagulls and waves crashing in front of his corpse. Being dead gave him peace of mind with all the people he had known before he died. The problem was the people he had met afterward. Eraser, Tsukachi, Dabi, Toshi. Izuku had ended up on the beach with only himself and Paul for company, without even thinking. He always ended up there when his thoughts gnawed at him from the inside. Izuku hugged his knees, not wanting Dabi to see him like this. It wouldn't be fair to the boy. He couldn't open up, couldn't tell him how complicated the whole situation was. He would probably think he was crazy. Maybe if he showed him his corpse. No, that Izuku was just for Izuku. It was his secret. It was his thinking spot, his place to touch the ground and remember that there was no turning back and he would never be a boy with dreams. He couldn't dream if there was no future to dream about. Everything was problems. What could he say? Izuku didn't want to admit that he was running out of time until they found his body. Maybe that girl would get tired and stop cleaning the beach. Maybe she would never get to see his corpse. Maybe by then Izuku would gain the courage to say goodbye to himself and push his corpse into the sea. Maybe he would be able to open up enough to tell Dabi the truth. No, he couldn't. What would he say? Hey Dabi, can you help me get rid of my own body? No, he couldn't afford to lose Dabi, just as he couldn't afford to lose Toshi. Not one of the two real friends he had made in his non-life, one his age, one who really enjoyed spending time with him and didn't get tired when he talked about his theories about heroes and quirks. Toshi made Izuku feel like a normal teenager, and that was incredibly precious. Not just because it reminded him of what could have been if he were alive, or maybe what should have been, but because it gave meaning to his life when he wasn't in vigilante mode. Just like Dabi, he would be worried about him. Well, Izuku allowed himself to wander the streets. Maybe it would be good to make sure his other fixed point in his life didn't go crazy when he wasn't looking. He should have more faith in Dabi, he told himself. And yet he ended up on the same streets as always, trying to find the fire user. It was too late for him to be sleeping. Soon the sun would set. He wandered until he found Dabi inside the supermarket they always went to. Well, he hoped the inspector had already done his damn weekly shopping and wasn't in this supermarket. He couldn't bear to see his two friends behind bars. Although come to think of it, Dabi wasn't as docile as Hitoshi. Poor detective if he came across his friend. Dabi cursed as he clung to the cans of asparagus. That boy managed to scare him by appearing out of nowhere. Damn it, Izuku. One day you're going to scare me to death, Dabi complained. The boy didn't say anything. He just stayed a few feet away from him. Dabi watched him in silence as he put the food in the basket. Taking something for free was impossible with Izuku present. The boy wouldn't even let him commit a single crime on his watch. Izuku followed Dabi in silence and under his watchful eye. It didn't take a genius to know that the boy wasn't okay, but he didn't want to talk about it either. Both made their purchases in silence in each other's company. The old lady at the register greeted them as usual. It didn't matter to her whether they were a hero, a villain, a vigilante, or a cat, as long as they had money. She didn't care if they showed ID to buy alcohol or not. That was the reason why Dabi had started shopping there in the first place. Izuku took some of the bags, and as they were on their way home, Dabi decided to speak up. Are you going to tell me why you're so depressed? Do I need to go back and buy ice cream? Or is it more of a break someone's legs kind of thing? Izuku snorted at Dabi's words. Tell me it's more of the second kind because I'm not used to the first. Izuku kicked Dabi's shin without putting any real force into it. I screwed up, Izuku confessed. I'm the one you should be breaking the legs of. Dabi raised an eyebrow, glancing at his stray. I tried that the first night we met. It didn't go well, Dabi said, kicking Izuku's shin in return. Dabi, I'm serious. I messed up big time. Both stood still in the middle of the street, staring at each other. Is someone dead? The question took Izuku's breath away. Technically, someone was dead, but it wasn't that. No, the boy lied. They found out that Toshi is my friend. They took him to the police. Dabi raised an eyebrow, and after a long moment, he simply slapped Izuku on the back of his head. Oh, that's what it's about. Dabi picked up both his and Izuku's bags from the ground. Because you're an idiot. Have you talked to Toshi yet? The way Izuku avoided his gaze was answer enough. Idiot, Dabi decreed. Go talk to him. Apologize for being a vigilante behind his back. Talk to people. For someone as brave as you are to fight against the rest, you're pretty cowardly when it comes to speaking up. Izuku opened his mouth to protest, but no, he couldn't. Dabi was right. Go, Dabi ordered decisively. Izuku opened his mouth to say something, but Dabi didn't let him speak. Now, go, no, nothing, go, move your feet, one after the other, like this, go talk to him, and if all else fails, I can help you get him out of jail, or get rid of a body. He joked without knowing that Izuku would actually consider that proposition very seriously. With pride and patience, Dabi watched as the teenager made his way down the street to confront his demon. Now he would have to carry the groceries home alone, which seemed logical given how little Izuku ate. He had never stopped to think about how the boy fed himself. Although, like a stray cat, he was sure he had other sources of food hidden away somewhere. With that freckled face and round cheeks, he probably charmed old ladies into giving him food. Excuse me, do you have a minute? Dabi turned to find himself face to face with a tall man. Despite his hunched posture, he had very pronounced features, as if there were barely any bones left. He had blonde hair falling in front of his eyes, and piercing blue eyes that met Dabi's own blue eyes. What do you want? I don't have any money. The man seemed hesitant. No, it's not that, young man. The boy from a moment ago. Oh, of course. Let me guess, he saved you and now you want to thank him? Dabi sighed. He could be a bit rude when he wanted to be, and sometimes even when he didn't. It's not. Look, Dabi interrupted. He doesn't do it for thanks. He helps others because he wants to. If you want to repay him, just leave him alone. Help someone else. I don't know. Just leave him alone. He already has too much attention on him, and the less, the better. The man was speechless. He stared at Dabi and occasionally looked around for the boy. Vigilante. But he's quirkless. Quirkless my ass, snapped Dabi. Then he remembered a certain conversation they hadn't had in a long time. He took a deep breath and cursed. Maybe I was wrong. No, it's probably the same idiot. Who are you? The blonde hesitated and scanned Dabi's gaze. The same kind of gesture as if he were making sure Dabi wasn't drugged. Patience. Killing someone in the middle of the street would do no good. His inner Izuku told him. Shit, when did he have an inner Izuku that told him what was right or wrong? I'm an acquaintance. Could you give the boy my number? To Izuku. Dabi frowned. It was his moment to scan the stranger to make sure he wasn't a pedophile. Why? The man hesitated. In no way he was going to let that stranger get close to his Izuku. Izuku. We've had a conversation in progress for months. Dabi laughed and twisted his smile. The boy does what he wants. If he doesn't want to talk to you, he won't. The man pulled out a paper and quickly wrote his phone number on it, handing it to Dabi. Please, it's important. Tell him Toshinori wants to talk to him. I'm on a nearby beach every morning. Well, that was interesting. Would it be the same beach where Izuku spent so much time? It must be. Dabi took the paper between his fingers. Dagaba. As soon as the man nodded, Dabi burned the paper with his blue flames. If the boy wants to talk to you, he will. And if not, then not. With that, he turned to continue his way. He didn't stop, ignoring the man's pleas. Dabi would mention the encounter to Izuku if he remembered to do it. Dabi sighed. He still had to get home, eat, and get ready for work. It was strange to have a routine, but it was good. Different, but good. He just hoped that at the end of his shift, Izuku would appear with a smile on his face. He was 3 blocks away from Shinso's house when Eraserhead greeted him from one of the rooftops. Izuku sighed and cursed before climbing the 5-story stairs to meet Eraserhead. It wasn't glamorous at all as the boy reached the top and pushed his torso, ending up rolling and falling onto the rooftop. Eraserhead had a fixed gaze on the wall. Izuku could see how he was using all his concentration not to laugh at him. The teenager straightened his clothes and brushed off the dust. Only then did he notice the smirk on the pro hero's face. Don't laugh, demanded the boy. Eraser, on the other hand, only widened his smile. No, I'm not laughing. I didn't see you climb like a fish out of water. How you didn't end up dead is a mystery to me, admitted Eraser with an amused voice. Izuku, in turn, mimicked the pro hero's words while making teasing gestures. My, I'm not ligging. I didn't say I climb licky I fish yet if Whittier, blah blah blah. Eraser, on his part, threw something at him without warning. Instinctively, Izuku moved away as if it were a knife. Only moments later, he squatted down in front of what turned out to be a chocolate caramel bar. Is this for me? Eraser sighed. Yes, problem child. I ran out of pineapples. Izuku gasped, turning towards Eraser with the chocolate bar in his hands. Paul likes his new home, by the way. The pro hero raised an eyebrow as if doubting the boy's sanity. Well, could you show me that new home of Paul? Izuku shook his head, smiling. Nice try, Eraser. But no. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go talk to my friend. The one I swear is not a pineapple. Eraser grumbled. That kid. I think it's already too late to go today. I figured you'd show up. Izuku tensed, fidgeting with the bar between his fingers. Is Toshi still at the police station? No. By the time I called Tsukachi, he had already been released, the pro hero reassured him. Being friends with a vigilante won't send anyone to jail, problem child. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief at hearing that. I must also apologize for the inspector's behavior. While it is his duty to capture you, he shouldn't have aimed his gun at you. The vigilante furrowed his brow in confusion. But I'm a criminal, Eraser. Sometimes I think you're the crazy one. Aizawa crossed his arms, putting on his poker face. Midoriya, you're a minor, he reminded him. Vigilante, the boy added with great pride. The pro hero counted to 3 internally. You're still a minor, a headache who commits more illegalities than any other minor around. An unarmed minor in public. Why didn't you tell me? Izuku stepped back and sat on the edge of the building. The safety was on. I didn't think much of it. He didn't think much of it. Eraser muttered, repeating the boy's words for himself. You're quite a case, kid. Izuku smiled as if it were a compliment. Thanks. It's not a compliment, problem child. I made a couple of calls. Shinso Hitoshi's name won't appear written in any report. Izuku quickly jumped to where Eraser was and tackled him in a tight hug. The pro hero tensed for a fraction of a second. Then, with some hesitation, he placed his arm around the boy's shoulders, embracing him. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I was so worried that Toshi would end up arrested because of me or that he would have a record because of me, preventing him from being accepted into UA. I was so scared that because of me, he wouldn't be allowed to become a hero and that he would hate me. Well, I've been afraid that he won't talk to me, but… Problem child, breathe. I can't understand you if you speak so fast. The teenager moved away, completely embarrassed. I'm sorry. Eraser pointed to the small chimney on the rooftop. Sit down, we need to talk anyway. Oh, Izuku understood. You're going to give me the talk. Something in Aizawa's mind short-circuited for a moment. I'm not going to. Ugh, just what I needed. You're not going to tell me the usual about the danger of being a vigilante. Aizawa blinked, processing the information and showing clear relief on his face. Of course, yes, then talk. But it's not the usual, Midoriya. You're the strangest vigilante I've come across, and I've encountered many. Most of them hide their identity, you know. Even we heroes create an identity to safeguard our own and protect our loved ones, Aizawa lectured him. What would have happened if instead of Inspector Tsukachi, it had been a villain? Or someone who holds a grudge against you? The boy snorted and looked away. I would have disarmed them. The pro-hero massaged his prominent dark circles. I have his name, his age, his quirk, and his address, Eraser suddenly said. A villain wouldn't hesitate to use that against you, Midoriya. The teenager averted his gaze, slumping his shoulders at the weight of those words. He wouldn't be able to see Shinso. Not if it put him in danger. I won't get close to Toshi, he promised softly. I won't let anything bad happen to him. The pro-hero sighed in exasperation. No problem, child. Wear a mask or something, the pro-hero scolded him. Or better yet, stop being a vigilante and be a teenager who hangs out with other teenagers doing teenage things. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise. So, he could still be with Toshi. I already said yes, Izuku blinked, not even realizing he had said it out loud. Now, let's go. We're running late. The vigilante took a step towards Eraser and then stopped. Wait, late for what? I'm not going to turn myself in. Eraser flashed a sadistic half-smile. I know, but you can't escape paying your debts. I've called in too many favors, and now it's time for you to honor our deal. Come on, walk. We have a long way to go. But, don't tell me you're now afraid that we've found a way to keep you in check. Izuku laughed. No, that would never happen. He simply raised his middle finger and started following Eraser through the city. The hero didn't give the vigilante a moment to catch his breath. It reached a point where Izuku followed without really thinking about which direction they were heading. He was too focused on where to place his foot, how to use his quirk to shorten distances between buildings, how to ascend from one height to another without losing sight of Eraser. Well, he was going so fast without thinking that when the pro-hero abruptly stopped, Izuku had to rely on his ability to avoid colliding with him. Instead, he ended up passing through the pro-hero and falling to his knees. Being in the visible and tangible world exhausted him. Being invisible like the ghost he was helped him regain energy. Yes, Kaido, looks like you're a little SL. You have longer legs. Izuku defended himself, getting back on his feet. Not needing to breathe meant that at least he wasn't left panting with his tongue hanging out. Eraser smirked again, as if he enjoyed the suffering of others. It's not my fault you're pocket-sized. The offense was made. Izuku gasped. I have a perfectly normal teenage body. Thank you, Izuku stated. Eraser head laughed in response, a dry and raspy laughter. I'm leaving, Izuku stated. The pro-hero stood in the way of the boy, but nothing could really stop him. In fact, it was Midoriya's confidence in being untouchable in any situation that made him follow the hero so calmly. Well, both the hero and any pedophile. What was the worst that could happen when you were already dead and could disappear at will? In the best-case scenario, it satisfied his curiosity, and in the worst case, Tsukachi ended up with another pedophile behind bars. A win-win situation. Well, with the exception of the detective himself. Izuku didn't like being left alone with the detective. It was dangerous, not because he might get arrested, but because of the agent's quirk. Izuku couldn't afford for them to discover the truth through his lies, and Tsukachi was an expert at that. Izuku looked at Eraser defiantly, and the man didn't hesitate. You owe me a debt, and I'm going to collect it tonight, Aizawa reminded him with a cruel smile. Besides, we're already here. Curiosity and a sense of duty got the better of Izuku. Muttering incomprehensibly to himself, Izuku shrugged and let out a long sigh. Fine. The pro-hero's smile widened. With a hand on his shoulder, he directed him towards the entrance of the building. Izuku was thinking about all the possible punishments that could be waiting for him. Part of him believed that Aizawa was probably taking him to a safe house to have a conversation with Nezu. Izuku felt proud to be able to say that he himself was a mystery worthy of the great rodent god. The mere idea that it could be Inko. No, his mother was out of the table. Aizawa knew that. Instead, his jaw dropped when he opened the door to the apartment and saw a fluffy cat running towards them meowing. Not only that, it was a home's hallway. A real one, not a safe house. Izuku could see the shoes placed on the shoe rack, the marks on the wood from repeatedly leaving the keys in the same place, just like Aizawa was doing. It was a habit. Are you going to ask me to do your laundry or? Izuku asked. Aizawa looked at him thoughtfully, as if he were actually considering the possibility. Not today. This is going to be much worse, the hero assured him with his most sadistic smile. Oh, it's going to be worse. And remember, be nice. Goodly nice, not bitchy nice. Izuku was about to open his mouth to complain when he heard the sound of footsteps approaching. The rest happened in slow motion in his memory, the echoing of the steps getting closer down the hallway, the tall shadow before the figure appeared, the ear-to-ear smile in the bright, excited eyes like a dog that had just seen its owner come home. Shoo, you're back. Is this the famous green bean? Hello, I'm Present Mike, Izuku blurted out in surprise. The blonde nodded, smiling and radiating excitement from every pore. Before him stood Present fucking Mike, dressed in casual attire. Izuku was surprised by how long Present Mike's hair could be when it didn't have 3 kilos of hairspray and extra strong gel. It looked odd to see him with his hair down. He was wearing jeans and a t-shirt promoting his own radio show. Put your hands up. Yeah, kiddo. I've already started with dinner. Show the green bean around the house. We don't usually have many guests. And just like a tornado, a force of nature, he came and went. Eraser, who had picked up the cat at some point, leaned toward Izuku with a sadistic smile on his face. If I were you, I'd make sure there are no pineapples around the house, he whispered as if warning him of a disastrous threat. Just saying, neither of us is a good cook. Aizawa entered the apartment with his maniacal laughter while petting his black cat. Izuku briefly considered that the pro-hero would make a good villain in a movie, but he didn't have time to think about that. There was a crisis unfolding before his eyes that he had no control over. What do you mean, pineapples? Help, Eraser. You said that you ran out of pineapples. He followed him through the apartment like a lost duck, and then he saw it. As soon as he entered the living room, an open area where the living room and a small kitchenette merged, he saw a long chest-long sofa. The TV was on, playing music at full volume. Aizawa threw himself onto the sofa with the cat in his arms, and another feline joined them. With a flick of his hand, he grabbed a blanket and covered himself completely as if it were an invisibility spell. Everything about Eraser screamed, figure it out. It's not my problem. And the problem was a few meters away. Present fucking Mike was torturing an onion on the cutting board. It was like watching a 3-year-old psychopath with their first victim. Chop, chop, chop. More onion was flying around than actually being cut. Something seemed to be burning. And somewhere in the kitchen, there was a tablet playing a YouTube video of a recipe. It was an atrocity. The food will be ready soon. Not if the house burns down first. Izuku muttered to himself as he hurried to turn off one of the burners about to burn a cloth. One dead person was enough. Oh, do you want to lend a hand, little listener? No, he really wanted to go home, but if he did, Izuku feared that the Musutafu firefighters wouldn't arrive on time. Here, take this and stir while I continue with the vegetables, Present Mike suggested, handing him a wooden spoon. Izuku didn't know what he was supposed to stir. His brain was still processing everything. And then it clicked. He had to fix the mess. That was something Izuku was good at. He quickly took the knife from Present Mike. I'd better do the cutting. He didn't really need to know exactly what to do to start chopping the onion. Look, Izuku wasn't a master chef like Kaken. Kaken always did everything perfectly. No, Izuku wasn't like him. But at least he was better than Present Mike. And when the bar was set so low, anything seemed perfect in comparison. Wow, little listener, you're quite good at cooking. Are you seeing this? Show. Eraser grunted and didn't move from the sofa. I used to help my mother sometimes, Izuku murmured without thinking. Focusing on not cutting his fingers and trying to appear professional occupied the majority of his brain cells. Upon hearing that little piece of information, Eraser did react, uncovering part of his face from his hiding spot. Perfect. Then I'm sure everything will turn out delicious. Tell me how I can help. God. Present Mike was like a big golden retriever. There was no hint of malice in his whole body. Well, not as far as Izuku could see. Eraser could attest to the contrary, but he couldn't say it without facing repercussions from his husband. First, it would be nice to know what I'm cooking, the boy admitted. Katsukuri. They were apparently making katsukuri, or at least that's what Present Mike told him. Or hizashi, as he had asked just half a minute later when he explained how to peel the carrots quickly, efficiently, and still have some carrot left to cook. But your Present Mike, Izuku complained, more at the prospect of not feeling worthy enough to call him by his name. Izuku was just a kid that nobody knew, and Present Mike was a highly recognized top hero. Only when I'm working. Now I'm just Zashi. Izuku gasped, from Hizashi to Zashi in just one sentence. What would be next? But, nope, Zash. Present Mike shortened it even more. Izuku blushed, opened his mouth like a fish, and then closed it. How could he argue with a man like this? Speaking of names, how do you want me to call you? I love the nickname Green Bean, but I don't know if you're okay with it. This man was winning Midoriya's heart by leaps and bounds. Izuku is fine. Now we need to chop. Izuku tried to explain the next steps. So much so that he didn't even notice when Aizawa disappeared from the sofa only to reappear later without his hero uniform. Not that his fashion style differed much from his usual attire, but it was off, so to speak. Eraser was Eraser after all. It was strange, like seeing a teacher outside of school. Something didn't add up. What's your favorite color? Red, he answered without thinking as he continued to coat the food. Oh, like your shoes, Mike connected. He had been asking unrelated questions all the time. They made no sense. And favorite food? Midoriya sighed. Katsudon. We'll make it next time. Izuku was surprised by the certainty in his voice. It wasn't a question, it was a statement. But Izuku didn't have time to continue as Present Mike interrupted him. Nonsense. The rice is ready. Izuku looked to Aizawa for support. The man simply raised his eyebrows, smiled a half amused, half cruel, and took a sip of his beer. Don't fight, Aizawa advised him. It's like quicksand. Just let it happen. Izuku opened his mouth to protest but couldn't say anything. Present Mike spooned a bit of curry sauce into his mouth. It wasn't bad. It wasn't a delight either, but it was edible. Don't be like that. You'll scare a poor green bean. Izuku, sorry. I've been calling you green bean too many times. It'll take me a while to get used to it. Izuku raised an eyebrow and mumbled something that neither of the adults present could understand. Sho always talks about you, Mike explained, placing an arm around his shoulders and affectionately squeezing him. I was dying to meet you. I had a good laugh when Naomasa showed up complaining about a certain menace with a pineapple. Present Mike was speaking with a tone of pride. He was proud of him. Oh man, Izuku would do anything for this man. The food is ready, announced the vigilante. Aizawa served the dishes and with tremendous agility began carrying them to the coffee table. It's not like they were used to having a dining room in that house. Izuku found himself pushed, without really resisting, by Hisashi. But I'm not who. Nonsense, problem child. Izuku sighed. How could he explain to them that as a ghost? He didn't have hunger. Sure, he could eat, but it's not like the nutrients would go anywhere. Nothing would make him taller in life. He wouldn't grow either. He had been measuring himself regularly for months. Not a single centimeter of growth in over 6 months. What he did feel, though, was exhaustion. Much more than on any of his nights as a vigilante. Becoming visible cost him part of his energy, something he could manage. But becoming tangible drained him if he did it for too long. When he used to go patrolling, he would only make himself solid to deliver a punch to the opponent. Now, he had been getting touched by Present Mike for hours. Sue him, but he missed hugging so fucking much. And when Hisashi touched his shoulder or patted his head, just a little bit, he said. Both adults smiled as if they had just won a battle. I want to hear more stories about the infamous vigilante Izuku Midoriya, Hisashi exclaimed, starting to eat. But Eraser must have already told you everything. The kid half complained. Mike deadpanned. Have you seen him? His lack of charisma in storytelling. Give me the good shit. Oh, boy, he was going to do just that. At some point during the night, Aizawa felt Hisashi's lips rest on his forehead. Not long ago, his husband and fellow vigilante were still excitedly talking about their adventures, many of which Eraser had participated in, and many others of which he had never heard of. With the sound of his problem child speaking enthusiastically and relaxed, and his beloved being playful, it was only logical for Eraser to relax and fall asleep. Honey, baby, I'm going to bed, Zashi whispered to him. Problem child? Aizawa asked sleepy. His husband's lips curved into a sweet smile. With a nod of his head, he pointed to the other side of the couch. The vigilante was completely stretched out, sleeping face down. He looked like an angel with a rested face and a quiet tongue. Without that cocky attitude, his face appeared younger. He looked like the child he once was. He's a sweetheart, Sho. I went to the bathroom for a moment, and when I came back, he had fallen asleep, Hisashi whispered tenderly. Can we keep him? Aizawa chuckled. He's not a cat, Zashi. Shoo, Hisashi pouted. Shh, you'll wake him up. Shota quickly silenced him. Do you think he'll wake up if I move him to the guest room? Hisashi raised an eyebrow. You mean his room? The blonde corrected with a dangerous gleam in his eyes. Aizawa cursed mentally. He knew this would happen eventually. Well, it's not like he would refuse the idea of adopting another stray. With weariness, Shota got up from the couch and approached the child. He seemed to be sleeping deeply, as if a great load of exhaustion had knocked him out completely. He first tried touching his arm. It was good to know that he became tangible when he slept. That would make things easier. Shota effortlessly picked up the problem child in his arms. He weighed next to nothing. It was incredible that such a small thing could fearlessly go up against people twice or even 3 times his size and weight. It wasn't impossible, just astonishing how extraordinary that child could be. Hisashi went ahead of him, clearing the sheets and blankets from the bed. A standard double bed seemed like a football field compared to such a small and frail child. I don't know how this kid manages to give you and Naomasa so much trouble, Hisashi whispered, carefully tucking the child in. He's damn adorable. Izuku turned in bed until he found something to hold on to. Something that Shushi, his oldest and fattest cat, wouldn't complain about. The most affectionate cat always appreciated the company of a human. Hisashi couldn't contain his excitement, repeatedly patting his husband's shoulder. Aizawa had to drag his husband out of the room after he took countless photos with his phone. Sakachi would be green by envy. Then he would yell at him for not bringing him to the police station. You can't have it all, Naomasa, Aizawa thought to himself in his hypothetical mental scenario. Babe, I've only spent a few hours with the little listener, but I'd kill for him, Hisashi said with great recognition. He was getting involved in a war he didn't even know the enemy of. Aizawa, on the other hand, had more details on his side. Mike, he's not an orphan. He has a mother who's looking for him. One I don't trust, he quickly added as he turned off all the lights in the apartment, heading towards their bedroom. Screw her, Shota smiled faintly, hiding it by pulling up the collar of his pajama shirt. His husband snuggled up, embracing the dark-haired man affectionately and leading him to bed. It's not like we can keep him against his will anyway. He's deceiving you, Shota warned him. He's putting on his best face. He's a little devil who will make you reconsider if child leashes were invented with good intention. Hisashi laughed at the image of Shota struggling to keep a mini Izuku Midoriya, who planned to run everywhere close to him. I wish he would come home more often, the blonde whispered, turning off the lights and enveloping himself in a hug with his husband. Hisashi always liked being the little spoon. That was the intention for tonight. Just do your magic shit and make him like you. It's what you do, Shota whispered in his husband's ear. Then he planted a tender kiss on his neck. That's not true, Hisashi protested. Shota scoffed in his husband's ear, then gave him a soft kiss on the forehead. I'm not going to argue about some general knowledge with you. Let's sleep. Hopefully, we'll still have the little monster around tomorrow. After that, Hisashi chuckled softly. After saying goodnight and taking off his hearing aids, they went to sleep without really expecting their stray cat to still be there the next morning. Strangely, in the morning, they found the child still in bed, fast asleep. At some point during the morning, Sushi had managed to escape his grip. Although, to be honest, Sho suspected that had more to do with his little devil's quirk. Judging by the rumpled sheets under Midoriya's body, the child had activated his quirk at some point during the night. Both of them smiled victoriously before going to prepare breakfast. Hisashi just had to make Shota's favorite coffee for him to agree to let him see the little listener's history. Naomasa had played his cards well by involving the blonde. If Aizawa had vibes of a black cat, Yamato was a golden retriever, and as a dog, he wouldn't let go of his prey until he got what he wanted. What if? There was no time to finish his sentence. A groggy Midoriya appeared through the wall, looking confused. His hair was completely tousled, and his face seemed to indicate that he had never rested so deeply. He looked at them, and after a moment of recognition in his emerald eyes, the boy seemed to relax a bit. Did I oversleep? He asked, still half asleep. Aizawa nodded with an amused smile. And you didn't wake me up. Hisashi was trying not to melt from the cuteness. We couldn't. Someone put a spell of extra cuteness on you and we let you rest, the blonde admitted. Are you more of a tea or coffee person? Please say tea. The boy blinked. He wasn't exactly either. The boy started checking his shoes. I have to go. What time is it? Aizawa tried to stop him and redirect him towards the kitchen. Failed mission as he saw his little problem becoming impossible to catch again. The way the child moved, he didn't even seem to realize how both men seemed to want to catch him, but he slipped through their fingers. Aizawa sometimes wondered if Izuku was aware of his power or if he didn't actually know how to control it. Late bloomers often had more trouble controlling their quirks. Where do you have to go, little listener? Sit down and have breakfast first. It's only 10 in the morning. The boy abruptly stopped and looked at him, unable to believe what he had just heard. Shota could hear a clear shit. Dabi is going to kill me. That Dabi guy would face the consequences if he touched a hair on his child's head. At least now they had another lead to follow. Thank you for everything. I have to go. But, Izuku. The blonde's heart sank as he watched the child disappear, impossible to stop. Hisashi looked disheartened at his husband, who was still holding his cup. Don't look at me like that. My quirk doesn't affect him. You know that. But, no, what if? Shota kissed his husband's cheek. It's frustrating. It never stops being frustrating. I'll try to find him and bring him back, Aizawa promised. Izuku cursed as he ran around the city. It had taken him an hour and 13 minutes to get to the old karaoke place where he lived with Dabi. It was already past 11, and he knew that the user of fire had finished his night shift hours ago. They usually saw each other early in the morning before Dabi went to rest. Dabi was going to kill him. Well, he was going to try to kill him as soon as he saw him. Toshi would also be furious. But as his mantra went, one assassination attempt at a time. That didn't help at all when he entered the small apartment and was met with Dabi's cold gaze. Underneath them were pronounced dark circles and a face of worry that rivaled erasers on his worst nights. Dabi, I'm sore. Where are you? I was worried, Izuku. You little shit. Can't you even send a message? I've been watching the news for hours in case you got arrested. I was about to go out and look for your dead body out there. Never before had a scolding frozen Midoriya so much. Those were precisely the last words Izuku needed. Not that Dabi knew the truth, but those exact words terrified Izuku on a whole other level. I'm sorry. I fell asleep. Dabi raised his hand engulfed in blue flames, as if considering burning him right there and then. After a cry of exasperation, he lowered his hand. There was fury in those blue eyes. Izuku could see that he didn't believe him. You never sleep. It wasn't a shout. Yet it was worse than any threat. The low tone and the certainty in his words made Izuku tremble. Don't lie to me. I was about to go after every pedophile lurking in this city. Izuku shrugged. I'm not lying. Besides, they can't do anything to me. Dabi tried to control his anger with his breaths. 1. Inhale. 2. Exhale. Anyone would say that Hades from the Disney movie had reincarnated into Dabi. That's not the point. There will come a day when they catch you, Dabi assured him, and I won't know where you are. You're attracting more attention every time. And there are strange people asking about you on the streets, he warned him seriously. I won't let you get complacent and end up dead out there. Too late, Izuku thought bitterly. The child looked down at his shoes. He hadn't even made it past the entrance. No, he hadn't thought before speaking. I don't have to give you explanations, Izuku responded in a low voice. Dabi furrowed his brow, not believing what he had just heard. The child who poked his nose into other people's business was offended when others did the same. Well, with the difference that when Izuku entered Dabi's life, he was nothing more than an acquaintance. Dabi, on the other hand, had grown fond of him unintentionally, something quite difficult for him. And the little shit who had defeated his high walls was now putting up barriers. What? Dabi mocked. Izuku swallowed and blinked, avoiding Dabi's eyes. I don't have to give you explanations, he repeated again, this time in a more confident tone of voice. I run towards danger, he reiterated, growing louder. I'm untouchable. I'm not helpless. Dabi scoffed. There will come a day when you won't be. Dabi closed his eyes and, after a sigh, tried to change the tone of his voice. I'm scared for that day, he confessed. Izuku scratched the back of his neck uncomfortably. I'm not a fragile Deku. Dabi narrowed his eyes, surprised and horrified at the same time. I never said you were useless, Izuku. Never mind, Izuku interrupted, with a certainty that made Dabi fear. I was wrong. Dabi's hand clenched into a fist, with uncontrollable blue flames flickering. Don't you dare say you were wrong for approaching me, Izuku. Don't fucking dare you. Don't call me an error. No, Izuku looked at him in horror. No, Dabi, you're not a mistake. You're a wonderful person. Maybe you need to shower more often, but you're an incredible person, he said with his cocky tone, causing the fire user to snort and try to hide a smile at that brat's words. I've made a lot of mistakes, miscalculations, and I have to fix it. That was a daring statement that frightened Dabi. There was something slipping through his fingers with this kid. Talk to me, Izuku. Let me help you. Izuku snorted. You sound like a racer, he complained with a scoff. For someone who's always helping others, you never let yourself be helped, Dabi reproached him. Izuku closed his eyes and took a deep breath. There was a storm of thoughts in his head that needed to be calmed and organized, and he couldn't do it with Dabi in front of him. I've already said that I can't be helped, eraser, he replied without thinking, fueled by anger. He didn't even realize his mistake. I have to go. Dabi tried to grab his arm but couldn't even touch him. The same frustration as always. Don't go, Izuku. I have to go, the child repeated. I need to think. Dabi tried to follow him through the small apartment. Where to? With Paul. I need to think. That was Izuku's final response before vanishing into thin air, leaving behind a furious Dabi. More than furious, he felt powerless. There, only Dabi remained with his contained anger and curses. As always, Izuku disappeared without leaving a trace, as if he had never been there. I made this days ago. Izuku FT Paul FT Izuku. Izuku was kicking a can back and forth on his mini beach within the trash-filled beach, all under the watchful gaze of Paul and his own corpse. He avoided making contact with that part of the garbage pile. It was one of those days when he hated being dead. Well, he always hated it, but right now it was incredibly unbearable. What should I tell them? Hello, thanks for caring. But it's not necessary, because I'm dead, duh, he said. The can flew through the air, bouncing among the trash before landing on the other side of the pile. Izuku cursed and sank into the sand. Amidst the sound of breaking waves, his desolate crying intermingled. He curled up in the sand, caring little about how every grain stuck to his skin. He didn't care about the wind, the sun. God, not even the weather was on his side. The sun was radiant. There wasn't a cloud on the horizon. Seagulls flew high above. They didn't even perch on his corpse. They rarely did when Izuku was there. He couldn't even argue with seagulls. Nothing could distract him from his pain, from his sobs. What to do? Izuku didn't know what to do. But he knew other things. He knew that for the first time, people were seeing him. For the first time, he had those who looked at him for who he was. Dabi didn't seem annoyed when he talked about heroes and their quirks while watching TV. The only thing Dabi could complain about was when Izuku left his notebooks lying around. His not-so-self-proclaimed older brother used to buy notebooks that he never used and made it clear that he didn't mind if Izuku used them. Dabi had his strange way of expressing love. It seemed like Dabi wanted to resist letting anyone into his life. And now suddenly, it seemed like he didn't want to let go of Izuku. And Izuku hated that. He hated it with all his heart because Izuku feared that he had become indispensable to Dabi. And Izuku couldn't be indispensable because he was dead. Izuku couldn't break their hearts. Not Dabi's. Not Eraser's. Not Zashi's. Oh, Toshi. Maybe the boy now hated him and didn't want to talk to him. Izuku wouldn't blame him. Maybe it was for the best. Maybe that would prevent him from breaking the heart of the only friend he had truly made his age. He also didn't want to break his mother's heart. The truth was that Izuku had already done that. What Izuku wanted to avoid was her having hope again. He missed his mother. He wanted to eat her katsudon. He wanted her to hug him tightly and tell him everything would be okay. But for some strange reason, he could only imagine his mother hugging him and apologizing, just as she had done years ago when the result came out that he was quirkless. He wanted to return to Eraser in Zashi's house. He wanted to torment their cats with affection. He wanted to switch Eraser's coffee around and watch him go crazy. He wanted to experience falling asleep on the couch and waking up in bed again. He wanted to sleep accompanied by the purring of a cat. He wanted to smell Dabi's freshly made pancakes. He could imagine it. Eraser asleep on his couch with sushi. Mike humming in the kitchen as he tried to make coffee for a whole battalion. He could imagine how he would get along with Dabi. The boy would tease Mike about how poorly he sang, even though it would be a big lie. Mike would bump hips with him while inviting him to join in singing. And as they both sang, intentionally off-key, Izuku would take the opportunity to steal pancakes and the coffee. And just when he thought he had gotten away with it, Izuku would find himself caught between a united front of Zashi and Dabi. They would tickle him until he cried. All of that would eventually lead to the realization that in those moments of weakness and distraction, the most logical thing would have been to seize the moment. Eraser would not only steal a cup but the entire teapot of coffee. And in the midst of that loving argument, the doorbell would interrupt them. Toshi would be there with a smile, telling him that if they didn't hurry, they would be late for class. They would go to the same school. God, a school where no one would bully him, where he wouldn't be insulted. They would be in the same class. They would do homework together in the afternoon. His mother would help them by bringing cold drinks. No, it was all just a fantasy that would never come true. It was all a dream that never existed because the truth lay just a few meters away. The sad and ugly truth of a decomposing corpse that gradually ceased to resemble him. There was no more muscle to decompose. It was skin and bones. The clothes were now too big for him compared to when he was alive. So Izuku cried. He cried inconsolably as the waves came and went and seagulls flew overhead. Having a broken heart was enough, he told himself. His own shattered heart was enough. He couldn't make others suffer. He had to distance himself. He had to. God, when was the last time he had seen his mother? There would come a point when Inko would move on if she hadn't already. Eraser would find another vigilante to deal with. Mike would find someone to be his firefighter in his disastrous attempts in the kitchen. Toshi would make real friends who were actually alive. Dabi was the one he worried about the most. Dabi was starting to turn his life around. Dabi was the most unpredictable variable. He feared that if he didn't stay by his side, Dabi would end up getting involved with gangs or mafias or something worse. Getting him a job with a meager salary wouldn't solve Dabi's life. He didn't know all of Dabi's problems either, and he couldn't demand that Dabi open up if he didn't open up himself. He had to move forward. He slapped his cheeks forcefully, trying to stop the tears. Izuku sat back on his knees. His corpse, it wasn't pleasant to look at, no matter how many flashy and oversized glasses he put on. It still surprised him that after so many months, no one had discovered him, but then again, nobody had really made an effort to look for him. Not for a missing quirkless. Until now, he had spent all this time trying to save others, and he had made the biggest mistake of all, allowing them to get close to him. Although it hurt to admit that they only saw him because of his quirk, because of what his quirk appeared to be in reality. Izuku sighed. It didn't matter why they had approached him. They did, and that's it. They had grown fond of Izuku, and Izuku had grown fond of them. That's why it hurt, because it was tough. But he had to do something. All right, enough crying, Izuku said to Paul, the poor pineapple that had already turned a putrid color and smell. Time to act. We need to make a contingency plan. Izuku crawled to sit in front of his corpse and Paul. One reminded him of the unchangeable truth, and the other, well, he needed something to talk to, even if it was a pineapple. If I've gotten too close, I'll have to distance myself. Eraser and Mike will be simple, he convinced himself. Toshi, fuck, I haven't talked to him yet. Shit, I'm a shitty friend. No, I have to keep my distance. Maybe I can use that to my advantage. Fuck, I'm a cruel person. Don't look at me like that, Paul. Izuku sighed again. Then he drew a line in the sand. I'll have to write a farewell letter to Mom. That will be enough. Dabi. Ugh, why can't everything be easier? The pineapple remained still and lifeless. Izuku huffed, and after getting up from the ground, he kicked his corpse's leg. This is your fault. He didn't wait for the foot to twist into an uncomfortable position. Izuku felt guilty. I'm sorry, he muttered before returning his foot to its original state. He was terrified that it would break into pieces at any moment. Nothing would change if he stayed there. He had things to do. As he exited through the piles of garbage, he was reminded that time was running out. There, just a few meters away, was the same brown-haired girl, moving a washing machine with her own arms. If the girl found him, everything would be over. Izuku sat on top of an abandoned refrigerator. He couldn't move his corpse. Well, technically he could, but he couldn't. No, he didn't want to. That beach was his personal mausoleum. The place where trash had a place to stop. Whether it was organic like him or Paul, he was running out of time. First, he would have to see Toshi. Maybe it would be best for him to keep a lower profile for a while. That would distance Eraser and therefore Tsukachi and Mike. 3 of his worries taken care of. Then there was his mother. He would write her a farewell letter. Kaken. Well, it's not like Kaken would miss him. Maybe a goodbye note to the uncles. The Bakugos had always been good to him. Finally, there was Dabi and Toshi, his biggest unknowns. That would be more complicated. Can I help you? Izuku blinked in surprise. He hadn't noticed when the girl had approached him. He felt foolish for not remaining invisible. More mistakes from getting used to being surrounded by people. No, you can't. I hate that question, Izuku responded with complete sincerity. The girl was surprised. Clearly, she hadn't expected such a strong response. I'm sorry if I bothered you. I've seen you around here a few times, the girl pointed out. Izuku squinted his eyes. Had he been that careless? And here he thought he was the ninja of ghosts. I often come here to think. Long before you came. What are you supposed to be doing? Izuku gestured to everything around them. The girl turned, putting her hands on her hips proudly. Training. I want to be a hero, and for that, I have to train hard. I'm going to clean up the entire beach. Her statement sounded more like a threat to Izuku. No, cleaning up was wrong. Well, it was right. But if she kept cleaning, she would find him. Not him, but his other self. The less visually appealing one. Wouldn't it be better to go to a gym like everyone else? The girl's smile didn't waver. This way, I get stronger and help the community. It was harder to stay mad at such an adorable girl. Tell me at least that you've had the tetanus vaccine. The girl blinked, not quite understanding what he meant. Oh, don't tell me. Izuku squinted his eyes. You don't know what it is. If you get pricked by a rusty nail, it could kill you. Hasn't the old man you're with warned you? Doubt reflected in the girl's eyes. Oh, I didn't know. Maybe Toshinori thought I already knew. Toshinori, you say? Izuku murmured to himself. Did you say something? The boy shook his head. I'm just saying that this place isn't safe. You could come across needles with HIV or drugs or those things. A pile of garbage could fall on you and bury you alive. You could. The girl widened her smile. Then all the more reason for me to clean up the beach. I wouldn't want anyone to have an accident. I'll try to do as much as I can before the UA entrance exam. Oh, fuck my life, Izuku thought. You're impossible, he muttered instead. The girl tilted her head, not understanding. Are you sure you don't need my help? You look a bit off. Izuku shook his head. I have to fix my own mistakes. For now, don't go near that area over there. The pile of garbage is very unstable and it could kill you, which technically wasn't a lie. Behind that big pile was none other than his own corpse and Paul. The girl raised her thumbs up. You can handle anything, she encouraged him. Midoriya couldn't hate the girl, not even if she threatened to uncover the truth. Oh, and don't believe everything that old man who sometimes comes to the beach tells you either. That definitely surprised the brunette. How could it not, when a stranger warned her about her mentor, Toshinori? He's helping me train to become a great hero in the future. It didn't matter what she replied. Izuku knew much more than the girl believed. No one gives anything for free. Be careful. And with that final warning, Izuku decided to disappear. He had to add some drama to his death. Hopefully, the girl would take his advice like in the movies. Hopefully, everything would turn out fine for him. Hopefully, everyone would forget about him. Hopefully, no one else would suffer except him. Hopefully. Oh well, if Izuku hadn't had the best of luck in life, it wouldn't be any different in his death. Dabi hadn't slept in the last 24 hours. It's not like he was used to having an exemplary sleep routine. He couldn't deny that he had tried to sleep because he had indeed tried. But every time he closed his eyes, the same image repeated itself over and over again in a loop. A disappointed and hurt Izuku who refused to accept help. A child who, despite being incredibly annoying and elusive, made him fear getting him hurt. Dabi feared that Izuku would end up making a mistake, and he knew what it could truly mean for someone who lived on the streets. Dabi had experienced having to search for food in dumpsters. He had experienced pedophiles trying to take advantage of lonely children. He had lived on the streets among old newspapers. He had ended up in gangs. That wasn't the life he wanted for Izuku. He was made of a different material. Izuku was like the sun. Dabi was filled with darkness. His whole being screamed darkness, and Izuku shone brightly. That's why Dabi couldn't let Izuku see the bad side of life. Ironically, considering it was the kid who had pulled him out of the world of drugs, Izuku didn't have to see the abandoned houses of addicts craving for another dose. He didn't have to see how some of them ended up dead from overdoses. But as much as Dabi wanted the boy to stay in that bright part, deep down he knew that Izuku had his own shadows, his own problems that he didn't want to address. And yet, he kept choosing to stay on the path of light. That boy. That's why Dabi couldn't let him end up without his light. But that kid wouldn't let himself be helped. Since when do I let a brat boss me around? He wondered to himself, getting up and angrily tossing the sheets aside. Dabi wasn't one to let others take care of his problems. He never had been. Maybe Izuku's intrusion into his life had clouded his perspective. He felt furious and pathetic because of it. He had left the home of the country's #2 hero with severe burns and survived. He had managed on his own since he was 12. And before that, he had survived an abusive family. No, Dabi couldn't continue like this. He kicked the bundled up sheets at his feet and set off, grabbing his jacket on the way. If Izuku wasn't going to come home, then he would go find Izuku. Let's see how you like it when someone meddles in your life whether you like it or not. You little shit, he muttered under his breath, leaving his apartment. It was mid-afternoon. He had a few hours left before his shift started. And come to think of it, he did know some things about his occupant. The kid always accompanied a guy named Toshi home. Well, if he remembered correctly, that was in the east part of the city. And if he checked his phone, there were 2 high schools, Shimizuku and Aldera. Dabi hurried through the streets. The afternoon classes wouldn't take much longer to end. At some point, he would either come across Izuku or this guy Toshi. Today, Dabi had chosen to accept Izuku as his problem, because he took care of problems, even if they were difficult and irritating, and came in small packages of around 5 feet with green hair. So, he headed towards the area of the high schools with a long Americano he had stopped to ask for takeaway. Hopefully, the high schools had different dismissal times. Even if it was just a 20-minute difference, it would be enough to run into Izuku and Hitoshi. Hitoshi always said he would wait for the boy at the gate. There was no sign of Izuku. Well, there never was a trace of that kid unless he wanted there to be. But Hitoshi wouldn't have the same luck. Hey, do you guys know Toshi? He's a guy with purple cotton-like hair. Was the only thing Dabi could remember from Izuku's murmurs. He repeated the question a couple of times. Well, more than a couple, as the preteens were coming out of the high school. Do you know Toshi? A kid waits for him at the gate, tall with green hair and lots of freckles. That's when he received a response for the first time. Not a verbal one. Several eyes landed on him for the first time with recognition, but none bothered to speak. His name is Izuku. What do you want with Deku? A spiky blondie snapped. It was like a chihuahua. Dabi looked into his eyes with all his vitality. That is to say, none. He seemed like a dead person weighing whether to take that kid with him to the afterlife. Do you know Izuku? The boy snorted. What's it to you, nerd? We already said we haven't seen him. What are you, some new private investigator? Deku is probably somewhere dying of disgust with how idiotic he is. Dabi suddenly felt the urge to have a barbecue. The main course being a hormonal blonde teenager. Listen, you little shit, he caught the attention of the boy, getting closer until they were only a few centimeters apart. Dabi's cold eyes pierced into the boy's red ones. You wish you were half as amazing as Izuku. Your mere existence is the reason they put instructions on shampoo bottles. Not only is there nothing up here, he pointed to his head, tapping the teenager's forehead 3 times, but you should also be granted a subsidy for how blind, foolish, and stupid you are. A series of pops started to sound in the palms of the blonde boy. It didn't intimidate Dabi in the slightest. Unlike Izuku, this teenager was tangible. He grabbed the boy by his shirt and with a single motion, threw him towards his friends, clearing the path. He had no time to waste. I'll be back, Dabi said without turning around. He simply raised his hand as a farewell. A fiery salute. Literal, blue flames. There were only a few minutes left for the other high school to finish its classes. Izuku was more important than teaching lessons to an angry teenager. He already had his own personal teenager with shit to deal with. One was enough. It hadn't been a trip in vain. Now he knew where to start digging for information about Izuku. But it wouldn't be fair to do it at that moment. Izuku had priority. Getting to the other high school took longer than Dabi had initially calculated. What he didn't expect was how easily he recognized Toshi among all the students. There, waiting by the gate and looking around, was a boy slightly older than Izuku, definitely taller than him. And Izuku was definitely right when he said that his hair seemed to be made of clouds and defied human logic. Now he understood why his occupant fantasized about touching that hair. Hey, you. Are you Toshi? The boy, no older than 15, seemed to grow even paler than he already was under his dark circles. Dabi noticed the boy swallow nervously, but beyond that initial instinctive reaction to a stranger covered in burns and staples, there were no intentions to flee. His shoulders weren't completely tense like the rest of the students around him. No one calls me that, the teenager growled in a low voice. Dabi raised an eyebrow. Believe me, someone doesn't stop calling you Toshi all the time. Both of them fell silent for a couple of seconds, looking at each other. Was this the student that Izuku accompanied home every day for months? He was taller than Izuku. It would seem like a joke to imagine the scrawny boy trying to protect another teenager whose soul seemed to have been sucked out by a dementor. Tell Izuku he can go to hell, Hitoshi said. Dabi snorted. Watch your mouth, he warned. Everyone around them was watching. Many began to whisper about whether Shinso had finally joined a group of villains. Dabi remained unfazed. He knew that kids could be cruel and stupid. That's why Izuku spent every day accompanying Toshi home. Dabi nodded toward a nearby cafe. I'll treat you to a coffee. Hitoshi frowned, annoyed. And what if I don't want to? Dabi chuckled quietly, emitting that wicked laugh that made him seem like a villain from a story. Bold of you thinking that you have options. Let's go. If Hitoshi could have subdued Dabi with his power, he didn't. Not in front of all his classmates. Too many eyes were watching. It would mean another call from the foster home. No, Hitoshi wasn't going to risk his future over such stupidity. I choose the place, he responded curtly. Both of them walked side by side, away from the crowd and the noise. Not even 10 minutes later, they were entering the doors of one of the cutest cafes in Musutafu, a cat cafe where he occasionally met up with Izuku. Dabi cursed his luck as he felt all the cat's eyes instantly fixed on him. Seriously, wasn't there a better place? Toshi went straight to the counter to order his latte before picking up one of his favorite cats and heading to his usual corner. It's the best place in this town. Excuse me, he replied, offended. Dabi murmured his disagreement as he ordered another strong coffee and sat across from the teenager. They looked at each other. They silently scrutinized each other, judging, until the coffees were served on the table. Both of them held their cups as if they were revolvers. After a sip, they both fired. Have you seen Izuku? Who are you? They both asked at the same time. Like shit, I'm gonna answer something to a stranger, Shinso murmured. Dabi sighed. It wasn't the best time to start questioning each other. Look, I'm not a stranger. Not entirely, he quickly added. We have a mutual friend. Izuku. I'm looking for him. Shinso deadpanned him. No fucking way. I don't know if I should believe you or not. Doesn't matter. I haven't seen him in days. Not since he left me hanging with the police. By the way, if you see him, thank him for that. His words had an unpleasant, bittersweet tone. Dabi counted to 3 internally. Damn teenagers and their stupid hormones and moods. Izuku has been missing for hours. If I said I haven't seen him. Hitoshi interrupted angrily. What part of he left me hanging with the police don't you understand? Or I'm not going to give information to a stranger. Dabi punched the wall next to the kid's head, flames bursting from his fist. Hitoshi jumped in fright. Blue flames. Suddenly, that stranger seemed taller, darker, and more intimidating. The customers around them fell silent for a second, observing them seriously. Shut up. I'm his roommate, so to speak. I'm worried. Can you put aside your anger for 2 minutes, you insufferable brat? When he shows up, you can kick him in the balls if you want. But right now, I need your help. Dabi paused to breathe, trying to calm himself. He always says he spends part of the afternoon with you. Do you know the places he usually goes? The boy was unresponsive, more like he was processing all the words said. Izuku doesn't live with anyone. Izuku has a cat. Dabi sighed in frustration. Mayu, he said sarcastically. No way. Dabi nodded. Yes, Izuku has this magnificent talent for making people believe his strays are real cats. No, they're not. It took me 2 weeks to realize you weren't a fluffy kitten. By the way, Dabi began to notice all the stares, the whispers. He would have to get out of there quickly. Hitoshi was also aware of how cautiously they were being watched. In contrast, the cats seemed to gather around Dabi, seeking his warmth, purring. A lucky bastard, thought the purple-haired man. Sometimes we go to arcades. Other times we pass by the park. The beach. Sometimes he goes to that beach full of garbage. I don't remember the name. It's not far from here. But we only see each other for a few hours in the afternoon. I don't know where the hell he goes after that. Dabi scoffed, trying to push the cats away with little success. They were adorable, and brute force couldn't be used on them. The more he pushed, the more they clung to Dabi. Then he comes back home. Dabi informed him with a tinge of guilt for extracting some information from this enigmatic child. We spend some time together until I leave for work. Shit, work. I still have time, he muttered to himself, grabbing a napkin and a pen from his pocket. He scribbled his number and handed it to the teenager. If you hear anything about him, call me. After that, Dabi stood up, leaving bills on the table, with at least 7 cats clinging to him like leeches. He started detaching each cat to hand them over to Hitoshi. The boy seemed to need it, given the bewilderment on his face. One of the cats got caught on the fabric, pulling on it and briefly revealing a small bruise near the boy's neck. It was quick but enough for Dabi to notice. Shit, call me if you need help. With bullies or, well, I can scare anyone off. Even family, Dabi added specifically. He knew very well that most attackers often turned out to be the closest ones. A friend of Izuku is my friend too. Hitoshi blinked in surprise, feeling a warm sensation in his chest, as if at any moment Izuku would appear out of nowhere and say he would always have his back. That damn bastard, thought Hitoshi. If I see him, I'll let you know, the boy promised. Something between them had just connected. An invisible web formed between strangers who, despite meeting for the first time, recognized each other as equals. In better or worse situations, perhaps if they had met under different circumstances, Dabi would have ended up advising him to fake his death to escape the system. It had worked for him, so it would work for Hitoshi. Luckily for Izuku, that possibility hadn't arisen. Yet, for the moment, his priority was Izuku. Dagaba Beach. How had he missed that place? Dabi cursed himself as he walked out the door of the establishment, leaving behind several heartbroken cats whose source of warmth had left. Dagaba, the same place where the unknown man had asked about Izuku. Dabi saw red as he made his way to the location. The mere thought of his little green stray being attacked by a pedophile. Oh, that man better start running for his life. What was his name again? He couldn't remember. Now he cursed himself for that. He recalled it started with a T, but not the full name. By the time he reached the beach, the sun was starting to set, and to his misfortune, among the piles of garbage, there was no sign of the pedophile, just another girl cleaning the beach. Dabi cursed again. Was he going to keep running into brats today, or how was this going? Hey, you. The girl turned around, surprised, and pointed to herself, as if asking if he was referring to her. Dabi nodded. Have you seen a boy around here? About this height, freckles, and green hair, clearly gay. But they hadn't had that talk yet, he left unsaid. The girl pondered for a few seconds before nodding with recognition. Yes, the sad boy. He seemed like he needed help. He left about half an hour ago from here. Fucking finally. Finally, a lead to start with. Do you know where he went? The girl pointed in the direction he had gone. At least he knew his boy was still alive and hadn't been kidnapped. It gave him some hope as a concerned older brother. Thank you, he said wholeheartedly. Before turning and leaving, he warned her, oh, and be careful around here. Don't stay out late. There are pedophiles showing interest in kids your age, so I don't recommend staying here alone. The girl paled. A few seconds later, she was calling her mentor to come pick her up, filled with fear. Toshinori had no idea what he was getting himself into. For now, Dabi had a long night ahead of him. Matsumoto was the manager of a pub called the Nox. He had been the pub's manager since he was 30 years old. Now, at the age of 57, that place was more familiar to him than his own apartment. His employees had changed over the years, but he had considered almost all of them as part of his family. It was a dysfunctional family that struggled to help each other, blending together employees and customers. People always came and went, sometimes for short periods of time, sometimes for years. Some, like Matsumoto, would be there for a lifetime. He had dedicated his life to that business. In recent months, some curious characters had entered his life, like a whiny employee who sometimes needed an extra shower more often, a supposed tough guy who always tried to leave work on time to check if his brother was still alive, always eavesdropping when the exploits of a certain vigilante were discussed. It was no secret to most of the employees there about the bouncer's connection to Izuku. It was not a mystery when the boy had asked for the favor of a job months ago. But that was by no means one of the strangest residents. There was also a woman who had been religiously coming after work for months, even when they were barely opening, preparing drinks and setting up the stools. The woman always ordered a mojito with lots of mint and double the alcohol. She always sat at the bar and stared at the clock. She was quite ordinary, and that's exactly what made her stand out from the usual customers. Young, energetic people looking for a party. No, that woman lacked any sparkle in her eyes. She seemed like an average woman. Well, more like a mother with comfortable clothes and a handkerchief always in her sleeve, ready for any inconvenience. She didn't fit in. She always arrived and ordered the same thing, sitting in the same spot. She didn't talk much. She usually started with a mojito. On workdays, she drank up to 3. When a weekend or a long break awaited her, she ended with shots until her judgment was clouded and she had to leave staggering. Sometimes a friend would come to pick her up from the bar, a woman with a strong personality, in contrast to the other, usual Inko. The woman asked with a sad smile. At first, there was guilt on her face, but now Matsumoto and she addressed each other by their first names. Yes, please, Hideo, Inko replied. Matsumoto slid the glass with ice, and in a moment, he was adding the mint. I always enjoy watching you prepare it, she said. Mr. Matsumoto smiled. Well, I have the time to take the delicacy of preparing it and the good company that encourages me to do so, he murmured as he mixed the ice and squeezed the lime. You make me blush, Hideo, Inko said. They usually didn't have really deep conversations. Not really. They talked about things beyond work, the office, coworkers, sometimes even about the friend who always kept an eye on the woman. It's been a good day today. The sun shone, but it wasn't too hot, Matsumoto said. The woman sighed. For me, there are no good days anymore, only bad ones. Pour a little more than usual, she said, indicating her desire to talk. It can't all be bad, Matsumoto offered peacefully. The woman sighed. It is when your son decides to ruin his life and leave home, school, everything. Matsumoto slid the glass toward Inko, who took it in her hands and went straight for a long sip. Easy. It will rise very quickly. Teenagers are a logicless species. The woman let out a long, heavy sigh. A separate species, she murmured, nodding her head. I don't know what I could have done wrong for him to treat me this way. I've always treated him with love, she burst out, pained, as if lamenting from the depths of her chest. I've always cooked his favorite dishes with care. I've worked double shifts to indulge him with all those limited edition All Might merchandise. Upon hearing the last part, Mr. Matsumoto couldn't help but burst into laughter. Sounds like a child, he said. The woman enthusiastically tapped the bar. Exactly. Do you know how many children say they want to be heroes when they grow up? All of them, she answered herself without waiting for a response. Do you know how many of them will actually become heroes? Matsumoto snorted. Not even a third, he replied this time, serving a glass of margarita to the woman. Inko bitterly laughed. Not even that. The chances of becoming a hero are minimal. Not to mention that even if they do succeed, they're more likely to end up dead than to thrive in the world of heroism. It's an industry that idolizes the deaths of young people as something to aspire to. Excuse me for not wanting that for my son. I don't want my son to die. Is that why your son left home? Isn't that behavior very childish? How old is he? 7, Matsumoto asked. Inko snorted. 15. He just turned 15 this summer, she lamented, playing with her drink and tasting it for the first time. Yes, Mr. Matsumoto knew his customers' preferences well. Everyone tells me he's no longer a baby. But he's my baby. He always will be, even if he hates me. Would you tell someone without hands to be an artist? How could they draw a straight line without hands? How can I tell my quirkless son that without a power, he has no place in the world? He's too young to even know about all the discrimination he'll face. But wanting to get into a hero school and become a hero, Inko bitterly chuckled. It's like saying pigs can fly. Matsumoto looked at the woman without saying a word. He simply continued cleaning the glasses behind the bar while listening to her. And now I have the police dropping hints that I'm a bad mother. What do they know about being parents? Huh? They haven't seen Izuku the way I've seen him. I've seen him grow. A boy with a wonderful heart of gold, yes, but always lost in his fantasy worlds. A clumsy, uncoordinated boy. A scared child. A weak child. My baby. My Izuku. A glass fell to the floor, shattering into 1,000 pieces. I'm sorry, it surprised me. The man began to apologize. Inko grimaced. Oh, have you heard about the vigilante thing, right? Yeah, that brat is mine. Overnight, he discovers he has a quirk and disappears, just like his father did. And just like with his father, I can't help but keep hoping he'll come back home. I'm pathetic, aren't I? Mr. Matsumoto calmly began picking up the glass shards. Don't say that, Inko. Teenagers need their time. I'm sure the kid will come to his senses and come back home, he stopped himself from saying, or I'll make him. Inko sighed and took out her wallet, neatly placing the bills on the counter. There's no point in talking about it anymore. Mitsuki is right. I should have been tougher with the kid. I should have told him how things really were. I shouldn't have let him dream about heroes, praying for the day he would realize it was nothing more than silly childish ideas. Mr. Matsumoto cleared Inko's empty glasses. Inko, Izuku is known around this part of the city, the man conceded in a calm voice, as if carefully choosing each word. The kid is known for protecting women in the area from harassers and rapists, even in the red light district. He's also known for going after thieves, muggers, because now he has a quirk. Inko interrupted. Now that he has a quirk, do other people care? And they see me as a bad mother. I was the one who had to apologize to Izuku when he was 5 years old and they told him he would never have a quirk. I was the one who apologized for all the horrible things he would have to endure for the rest of his life. I've been the one worrying about protecting him so he wouldn't end up like another quirkless kid who commits suicide before reaching adulthood. And now that he has a quirk, the world seems to notice. Hypocrites. That child will end up getting himself killed. With or without a quirk, his own mother asserted firmly. Mitsuki is right. I have to stop this situation. I have to pick myself up. I can't keep crying over a child who runs towards his death without any fear. I can't just sit around waiting for the day someone knocks on my door to notify me of my son's death. If that's what he wants, he won't drag me down with him. Matsumoto remained silent. Those words weren't directed at him. Inko was talking to herself with a strength and a sparkle in her eyes that he had never seen since the first time she entered as his customer. The woman leaned forward, thanking him for his company, and walked away determinedly with her purse under her arm and her phone in her hand, dialing the aforementioned Mitsuki. The woman Matsumoto had never met and a person he truly didn't want to meet. After all, most of his customers just wanted to be heard and told what they wanted to hear. It wasn't his role to give them a family therapy session between the Midoriya family. He was still impressed that the cheerful vigilante, with that audacity and that smile, was the woman's son. It's a small world. Well, Musutafu was small, after all. Although that wouldn't stop him from giving the vigilante a couple of ear tugs as soon as he saw him. He didn't know the whole story, but he could see the pain on both sides. No, it was best not to get involved, he told himself. Listening and serving drinks was his job, not fixing family dramas of that magnitude. Hey, old man, I need the night off. Family problems, Dabi said, entering the bar. Mr. Matsumoto frowned. He hadn't heard Dabi come in. Well, he hadn't really entered much, staying by the door. Some with many words, and others with so few. Is it because of Izu? I'll make it up, Dabi said before leaving through the door with his hands in his pockets. Mr. Matsumoto sighed. He was too old to deal with so much family drama. Maybe that's why he had never felt the desire to have a family of his own. Fewer headaches, he told himself as a consolation. Whiskey was his best ally. But that night, he only poured himself a drink before continuing to prepare the bar for opening. There was no night without drama. How to tell your parents that you're gay. That's what Izuku was reading from the brochure in front of him. Now, let's not get it wrong. Izuku was still in the process of discovering his sexuality slowly. It's possible that his mother may have already suspected that her son was a bit fruity. But that wasn't the reason Izuku had that pamphlet in his hand. Come on, I can do this, he encouraged himself. Coming out of the closet is about being clear and concise, finding the words to express yourself, and, oh, don't look at me like that. I'm trying, Izuku complained, flipping the pomegranate he had on the table. He didn't know when the hell he developed the need to have fruits as an audience. But there was Izuku, in the company of a grenade. It was initially going to be an eggplant, but due to certain emoji connotations, Izuku thought it would be better to choose another type of purple fruit to represent Dabi. Don't look at him like that. He needed an audience to practice with, and the fruit. Let's get back to the topic. There was Izuku, at 3 a.m, in the public library of Musutafu, with several pamphlets in his hand and a public computer open with PowerPoint. Instead of titling it Mom, I'm Gay, the title resembled more of a Dabi, I'm Dead. Surprise. Well, he was in the process. Literally, he was in the process. And like everything in life, the first step was research and taking notes. Like a ghost with no belongings other than tattered sunglasses, his own corpse, and a rotten pineapple on the beach, Izuku had decided to make use of public property. Like the library computers, or the paper in the drawers, or the whiteboard marker he was using on the windows, along with a projector. Because, who would object at 3 a.m. after breaking into a public center? Exactly. Bringing Dabi, the pomegranate, was for moral support. Because if everything went well, Dabi would be the first one to receive the presentation. He would be his guinea pig. It wasn't right, but at some point, he had to start opening up. Sorry, this is how I am. I'm dead. That's how I was born. No, I was born alive, not dead, Izuku muttered to himself, erasing the idea from his notebook. He had to start over. He had been at it for about an hour and a half. It had been a process of wandering the streets, facing a few petty thieves and low-level villains, until he gathered enough courage to sit down and think about how to explain that he was dead. Entering the library as a ghost was easy. What wasn't so easy was sneaking in the pomegranate he had stolen on the way to the library. But it was an important part of his plan. Dabi, pomegranate, how do I tell you not to worry about me? What's the worst that can happen? I die. I'm already dead. That's the positive side, Izuku said. And the wide-eyed pomegranate remained motionless, as fruits usually do. Izuku sighed. No, if I tell you that, you'll strangle me. He propelled himself to spin the wheelchair of the computer while looking at the floor. He had decided he wanted to talk to Dabi about it. Yes, but one thing is deciding and another thing is having the courage to do it. The idea of making a PowerPoint presentation was a crutch to lean on, a tool. Not at all something that screamed it would go wrong. He was so absorbed in his thoughts, in the lines of dialogue he wanted to touch on. Should he tell him where his body was? Well, Izuku didn't really want to. That little piece of beach belonged to him alone. And for now, he wanted it to stay that way. He didn't want anyone to see his corpse, but he didn't have the strength to get rid of himself either. He also didn't want to ask Dabi to turn his body into ashes. That way, no one would ever find out that. Find out what? Dabi's voice whispered near his ear. The scream that came out of Izuku Midoriya's lungs could be heard several blocks away from the library. For a moment, he felt as if he had a beating heart again. And anxiety. Yes, anxiety didn't leave even with death. Damn it. Dabi turned the chair and stopped it right in front of him, making their blue eyes meet his green ones. Do you know how difficult it is to find you, you little piece of shit? I've met a few of your friends along the way. I had to pay for your little theft at the fruit shop, by the way. They were unloading the truck. You haven't been subtle at all, Dabi scolded him. Not to mention that I've been following your arrests like a trail of breadcrumbs. You keep murmuring without realizing, and with a little persuasion, any of your victims is happy to give me clues. Izuku gasped, still panting. He hadn't heard Dabi come in. How long had he been there? Was he reading all of his writings? Shouldn't Dabi be working? Was persuasion synonymous with scorching someone? Was his bad habit of murmuring really that uncontrollable? And most importantly, wasn't Dabi angry? You're murmuring again, Dabi pointed out, crossing his arms. I can't keep up with you. But yes, I'm angry because you left without finishing that conversation. It's not a bad kind of anger, Dabi hurriedly explained. Not that Dabi's emotional constipation was the best in the world, but he was getting better. Or so he believed. It's frustration. I'm frustrated that I can't help you, or that you don't talk to me. Izuku shrunk in the chair, hugging his knees. If he wanted to, he could disappear. And he wanted to. But he had to face his inner demons. I said hurtful things to you. Dabi sighed and placed his hand on the boy's head. He touched his hair. Izuku was letting him touch him. Dabi felt honored. Well, things can be fixed, you know, by talking. And I've been searching for you for hours to talk, dipshit. So let's talk. And his gaze landed on the scattered pamphlets around Izuku. Then he looked back into the teenager's emerald eyes, who averted his gaze in embarrassment. Is that what you were worried about? That you're in love with your kitty Toshi? Never before had Izuku turned so red so quickly. He jumped to his feet and quickly started picking up the pamphlets around him. No, it's not that. And even if it were, it doesn't matter. It could never be. Dabi rolled his eyes and growled. Remind me never to play my chemical romance for you. You're already emo enough to be a little ray of sunshine. I don't care if you're gay. Izuku turned abruptly with the pamphlets in his hand. I'm not gay. Well, maybe. I don't know. I'm still figuring it out. I'm only 14, 15. But, dude, I'm gay too. No problem. That was not what Izuku expected. He stood still, carefully observing Dabi. You're gay. Dabi flashed a sly half-smile. Yeah, that's not usually what one would expect. That's not it. Izuku corrected him nervously. It's that. I don't know. I've never thought about it before. What? That I'm gay or that you are? Dabi teased, enjoying every reaction from the kid. Izuku's ears were even red with embarrassment. Both. Anyway, that's not what I wanted to say. Or are you considering whether you have a crush on a certain purple-haired guy? You should go talk to him, by the way. Izuku froze for a moment before dropping any papers and quickly approaching Dabi. Have you talked to Toshi? When? Why? Dabi nodded. You left, so I've put all my efforts into finding you. Both of them silently locked eyes for a moment. Izuku hesitated and took a few steps back, bringing his hands to the back of his neck as he tried to find the right words to express himself. I needed my time. Dabi took the chair Izuku had left vacant. He wouldn't take his eyes off the kid. Have you had enough time to think? Because I swear, if I have to search for you all over the city again, this time I'll burn it until you come out, Dabi promised, with no hint of dishonesty in his voice. Izuku huffed and kicked Dabi's leg. Don't say that. You're being a good boy. Keep going on that path. Dabi reconsidered the fact that this kid, once he grew up, would be a public danger if he spoke like that. Don't run away. Izuku went to sit on the table next to the pomegranate. Yes, communicating with the fruit was easier than with the real Dabi. I'm trying. It's difficult, you know. It's serious, and you won't like it. Dabi shrugged. There are many things I don't like, but that doesn't mean I'm leaving, Izuku. Give it a try. Izuku held the pomegranate in his hands, avoiding looking at Dabi. It's complicated. When I say things like don't worry about me because I'm a lost cause, I mean it, very seriously. Dabi dragged his chair closer until his knees bumped against Izuku's legs. He took the boy's hands in his own and forced him to look into his eyes. You're not, Izuku. I also thought I was a lost cause. You don't know half of me. You don't fully realize the impact you have on me, Izuku. I mean it. I haven't committed any crimes in months, and it's because of you, the boy admitted. Then he quickly added, well, what happened tonight doesn't count. That made Izuku laugh. Having someone throw punches to locate Izuku wasn't right, but he couldn't help feeling good. He felt loved. Dabi, I was trying to make a PowerPoint presentation, Izuku admitted, pointing to the old computer next to him. I want to tell you, but I don't know how. Dabi restrained the urge to push the kid aside and go read the vigilantes' failed attempts. No, this wasn't about figuring out what. It was about being there for Izuku. Maybe I can help you a little, Dabi tentatively suggested. It was difficult for him, just as it was for Izuku. but he was the older one, so he had to make an effort to set an example for once. I could start first, he proposed. I don't think I've ever told you about my life before becoming Dabi, right? The boy shook his head, captivated by the idea of learning something about Dabi's mysterious past. I was born into a renowned family, as the eldest. I was raised to surpass all might. Izuku couldn't contain his laughter. You, a hero. I mean, you would be an amazing hero with incredible firepower. But the whole tights and cape thing. Dipshit, Dabi lightly slapped him on the head. Ouch, sorry. I'm trying to be serious. Izuku, do you want me to continue or should I stay silent? The teenager took a deep breath and focused on maintaining a calm expression. He didn't know if he was convincing Dabi or himself. I train hard to meet my parents' expectations. Unfortunately, my body isn't compatible with my quirk. So, from being the favored son, I became the family's disgrace. Izuku raised an eyebrow and furrowed his brow. That's not the story I was expecting, to be honest. The syndrome of the only child who stops being the only child. Dabi clenched his fist tightly, then took a deep breath and released it, showing his blue flames. You don't understand. My own fire burns me. I didn't go to school like other kids. I trained from dawn till dusk, and I loved it, Dabi admitted with guilt in his voice. I loved every minute of forced training, private lessons with various knowledgeable teachers, scheduled meals, even the minutes of rest. I loved every minute of attention. Every pat on the back, every word of encouragement, even though my muscles hurt every night and I would pass out from exhaustion. I didn't care how many burns appeared on my skin. Izuku gripped Dabi's hand, looking at the boundary where the burns met the unscarred skin. Dabi, and then one day, the perfect brother with the perfect quirk appeared, and I became trash. They ripped me away from the only world I had ever known. And I was stupid enough to try to crawl back into that world again, only to be pushed down. My father didn't even look at me. There were only shouts. My mother had no words for me, and I kept striving until I burned myself to ashes. By the time I woke up in a hospital, they had already written me off as dead. That's how easily they erased a mistake like me. At 12 years old, I found myself partially disfigured, homeless, purposeless. The rest, well, you know it already, Dabi smiled bitterly. Working for drug cartels doesn't have age limits, just how good or elusive you can be. And in that, well, I was good until a little shit like you entered my life. Izuku jumped off the table and threw himself into a hug with Dabi, pressing his small body against the adult's. Dabi initially felt disoriented by the embrace. When was the last time he received a hug? Dabi couldn't remember. He buried his nose in the boy's head and circled his back with his hand. It wasn't clear who was trying to comfort whom. It didn't matter. Dabi, I don't know what would have become of me if you hadn't entered my life, Dabi confessed in a whisper. It's not like I'm doing great now, but at least I'm not as bad. Shit, I can't express myself. Izuku's shoulders trembled slightly. For a moment, Dabi feared he had made Izuku cry. Then he heard the boy's melodic laughter against his chest. Damn kid, he thought affectionately and ended up lightly hitting the back of the boy's head, breaking the hug. You're such a brat, he feigned offense. Izuku tilted his head, his smile still on his face. Yeah, but I'm your assigned brat. So, deal with it. Dabi ruffled that unruly, green hair again. Would Shoto be like him? No, Izuku was unique. Izuku was simply Izuku. Well, are you feeling more prepared now to give me your presentation about coming out of the closet? The former drug dealer joked. Izuku tensed up, and his light dimmed. There were his doubts. Dabi could clearly see them. I've already told you. It's something I'm still thinking about. It's not that. I was just trying to gather information and... Dabi raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Information about what? Izuku retreated to sit on the table with a heavy heart. His shoulders slumped, and his eyes avoided Dabi's gaze. What do you really know about me, Dabi? The pyromaniac frowned. Well, I think we've been sharing the same apartment for enough months to say that I know you, kid. Izuku made a face. I mean, before you knew me. Long time ago. Dabi took a deep breath and leaned back in his chair as he processed the response to that question. Obviously, Dabi had investigated him. No one entered his life without going through some scrutiny. And it wasn't difficult, considering there was already a thick file with the name Midoriya Izuku at the Musutafu police station. He didn't know all the details. His contacts didn't reach that far. Not yet. But he was aware of the rumors that the vigilante had been raised quirkless. Some people speculated that it was a strategy by his mother to hide him from HPC. Whatever the reason, everyone was aware of the discrimination faced by those without quirks, whether it was due to mutations, villainous quirks, or the lack of them. In contrast, it was clear that Izuku possessed an incredible quirk that was perfect for the hero world. Whatever it was, Izuku wouldn't have had an easy time, especially if Dabi's assumptions about the vigilante's parental abuse were true. I've heard rumors, the user of fire admitted. Izuku made a grimace and once again held the pomegranate in his hands. I didn't expect anything less, Izuku murmured. Dabi approached the boy and placed his hand on his shoulder. Izuku, please, talk to me. I beg you. It's not easy. No, no. Izuku closed his eyes tightly. His thoughts raced a mile a minute. He couldn't keep up with his fears. His heart raced, signaling the onset of an anxiety attack. You won't believe me. Dabi went from squeezing Izuku's shoulder to firmly gripping the boy's neck, lifting him so that their gazes met. Trust me, Izuku. I will believe you. Izuku thought he would cry. He truly believed that in this moment, he would cry. Instead, he felt completely exhausted and empty. There were no tears. He didn't feel anything. And that terrified him because it reminded him of how dead he truly was. Would you believe me even if I told you that I've been dead for months? Would you believe me if I said I've been quirkless all my life, only to discover that in my death, I've always had a quirk? Would you believe me if I said I'm nothing but a ghost of the boy who once existed? Would you believe me if I said that once dead is when I've wanted to live the most, when I've received the most love? Just when it would be better for everyone if nobody cared about me. Because it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to love someone who is already dead, whose corpse has been decomposing for months. I always told the truth, Izuku whispered bitterly. I'm a lost cause because I'm dead. And what is dead cannot live in a world of the living. Izuku didn't know when his vision blurred in front of him. He didn't know how long he stood there, being held by Dabi, until he snapped back to reality. He didn't even know when his mind drifted away from there. But when he came to, everything was ablaze. Blue flames engulfed everything. And there, in front of him, was Dabi with tears in his eyes, clinging to him, murmuring over and over again that no, that couldn't be true. And there they stayed until the distant sound of police sirens and fire trucks filled the air. But not for a single moment did Dabi let go of Izuku. He wouldn't release his little brother for anything, fearing that he would indeed disappear forever. No, he would never let go of his little brother. No, he would never let go of his little brother. As the sirens grew louder and the chaos intensified, Dabi held on to Izuku with a desperate determination. The flames danced around them, fueled by Izuku's uncontrollable emotions. Dabi, please. I can't. Izuku pleaded, his voice laced with fear and despair. Dabi's grip tightened, refusing to release him. Izuku, we'll figure this out together. I won't let you go, he said with a broken voice. Dabi was scared. Izuku understood. And even in that situation, Dabi refused to let Izuku go. The heat surrounded them, but Dabi didn't flinch. He had faced fire his whole life, both the literal flames and the metaphorical ones that consumed his past. He understood part of Izuku's pain, the weight of carrying secrets and burdens that seemed too heavy to bear. As the authorities closed in on the blazing scene, Dabi knew they had to make a choice. With a surge of determination, he grabbed Izuku's hand and led him through the fiery chaos. They moved swiftly, blending into the shadows, their connection unbreakable. Izuku, you're not alone anymore, Dabi whispered, his voice filled with sincerity. We'll face this together, whatever it may be. Izuku's eyes met Dabi's, and he saw a flicker of hope amidst the turmoil. But, how can you accept me, knowing what I truly am? Dabi's grip on Izuku's hand tightened, his eyes reflecting a mix of pain and determination. Because you're my brother, Izuku. You're not defined by your past or your secrets. We all have our scars, visible or hidden. Or, well, Dabi couldn't even say it out loud. Silence enveloped them once again, broken only by the crackling of distant flames. Inko was dancing down the street. That night had been one of her best nights in many, many years. She had gone from club to club, dancing until her feet could take no more. It didn't matter that she had work the next day. It didn't matter that her body couldn't handle alcohol like it did when she was 20. It didn't matter that her son had left home. None of it mattered, and for the first time, Inko felt free from many burdens and weights. She danced. Inko danced down the street on her way to her apartment. Maybe her phone had run out of battery. Not after the countless voice messages she had sent to her best friend. But she had hit rock bottom, hadn't she? Inko had decided to turn the page. And she didn't regret it. She chose to enjoy herself without feeling guilty. She had entered a couple of pubs. She had dined alone at a restaurant. For the first time, Inko was putting herself first. And she felt an internal rage that consumed her. A rage that reproached her for not having done this before. For not having pampered herself more. As if suddenly realizing that the world wouldn't give her back the lost time and that she had to make the most of it while she could. So Inko danced in the light of the street lamps. She twirled when, accidentally, she collided with someone at a crossroad. I'm sorry. I should be the one apologizing, ma'am. Inko was left speechless. Before her stood a tall man, blond with blue eyes, perhaps a bit weathered, but the alcohol accentuated the brilliance of those blue eyes. A man who had quickly reacted to catch her in his arms and prevent her from falling to the ground, just like in a K-drama. Holding her firmly against his chest. Was that a six-pack she felt? Yes, it was. How handsome, she murmured to herself without filters. The man blushed like a child. How endearing, Inko thought. Ma'am, are you sure you're okay? The woman smiled and composed herself, stepping out of his arms, although not very far. Just a few centimeters separated them. I'm better than ever, chirped Inko. I'm free. I choose to be free. Unhappy. The stranger gave her a sincere smile. I'm glad for you. Oh, call me Inko, honey. From tonight onwards, I'll be a new woman, she assured him, talkative due to the alcohol. Have you never desired to be free? The man held her elbow as he noticed her swaying. Inko didn't seem bothered by it. More than anything in the world, the man assured her. But the path I chose was to bear the weight on my shoulders so that no one else had to. Inko sighed. Oh, how she related to that. She grabbed the stranger's arm and, not really forcing him, made him walk with her. Nothing that the man didn't genuinely want to do. I was like that for a long time, she confessed to him. It was like that for so many years that I no longer know what it means to be me. Every time I thought of myself, I imagined a working mother who identifies themselves solely as a working mother. A divorced wife. I haven't seen my husband in 10 years. A coward. No, more like afraid to love again. The man patted her hand, trying to console her. Don't be so hard on yourself. The woman shook her head. I need to be hard on myself. Or at least, I think so. I don't know. I'm going to file for divorce. If I haven't done it before, it was for the sake of my son. Now I have to think of myself. For once, a mother. Well, I'm not a mother anymore. But without being a mother, I don't know what I am. Inko's bubble of happiness burst, leaving her in pure sadness. She let go of the man and went to sit on the sidewalk. The man quickly followed, concerned that a car might pass by. Not that there was much traffic at that early hour of the morning. It's Inko, right? The man asked. The woman nodded. Inko. Yes, that's my name. The man nodded, sitting down next to her. Mine is Toshinori, he introduced himself, extending his hand. Inko took it in a warm grip. There was a slight blush on his cheeks, perhaps embarrassment. Tell me, Inko, what is it that you love? The woman looked up at the starry sky. In the city, you couldn't fully appreciate its splendor, but a few stars were still visible. I love cooking. I love taking care of people. I love my best friend. The man nodded, patting her hand. He was trying to console her. Oh, how cute, her mind thought. I don't see you as lost. You know what you like, Toshinori emphasized. The woman shook her head. I don't know who I am. Fake wife, abandoned wife, mother without a child, unhappy worker. I've always been someone to someone else. Or at least, I've been that for so long that I don't know who I am without anyone around me. And it scares me, she confessed in almost a whisper. Inko rested her head against the stranger's shoulder. No, not a stranger, Toshinori. But there must have been a previous Inko, right? Toshinori tried to reason. Inko nodded. Yes, there was. When I loved movies. When I traveled. Oh, I haven't traveled in years. And photography. That's how I met my best friend. I took pictures for her debuts. The man smiled at that sweet and nostalgic tone. Don't you think that Inko could come back? Not the same. Different. But she would still be Inko, wouldn't she? The woman got lost in those celestial eyes. They shimmered like the midday sky in the height of summer. She could. Yes. The man nodded as if that were all the confirmation he needed. He stood up and extended his hand. So let's go, Inko. The world is waiting for you. Those English words made her heart skip a beat. When was the last time she had allowed herself to feel something like this? Oh, right, Izuku's father. But there was no father, no husband, no son, no Izuku. There was Inko. Just Inko. Inko and a very attractive stranger. She grabbed his hand, and the man helped her to her feet. Thank you, Toshinori. The man shook his head. Don't mention it. I'll accompany you home. I want to make sure you arrive safely. Inko nodded. The new Inko did. The old one would be screaming about how inappropriate that would be. But in that moment, her mind was thinking about doing even more inappropriate things. But who would deny her that? Certainly not herself. And so, amid thoughts and sweet conversations, they arrived at the apartment building. A farewell that was supposed to be brief. A farewell that turned into an invitation when she grabbed the man's tie and pulled him towards the elevator. That would clearly be inappropriate. Very inappropriate. But Inko wouldn't put on the brakes, and she wouldn't let Toshinori push her away. Amid surprises and accelerated breaths inside an elevator. No, we can't. As they ch. Just go with it, pretty boy. And with a bite on the ear, Toshinori was all in. Well, not all in. Inside the apartment, where Inko guided him to the master bedroom with kisses and caresses, making love all night long, while outside the apartment, the sound of fire truck sirens headed towards Musutafu Public Library. A few kilometers away, a girl began her morning training. First, she would warm up by running 4 kilometers. Then she would continue with cleaning the beach. Well, actually, she would only run 2 kilometers. That was the reward for training even when her teacher, All Might, had sent her an apologetic message. So they say, out of sight, out of mind. Besides, Ochako would make up for those kilometers by putting in extra effort to clean the beach. The entrance exam was approaching. Just a few more weeks. Just a few more. So with that in mind, Ochako decided to get to work. She wanted to leave that place as clean as possible. And that morning, when the sun was just beginning to rise, Ochako Uraraka started cleaning a particular part of the beach. because if she was going to finish her training there, she could at least help that worried boy. The same boy who had cared about her even when he was angry. It was endearing to think that the boy feared something happening to Ochako. She was going to become a superhero, after all. So she rolled up her sleeves and started moving the blocks of the huge pile of trash. First, she had to remove the larger pieces, from top to bottom, checking for any unstable objects. She couldn't let that kid keep playing around there and potentially get hurt by the pile of garbage. Plus ultra and more, right. A refrigerator here, a washing machine there, an inert body on the other side of the pile. It took Ochako several seconds to realize that the one screaming was herself, screaming until her throat was raw. She stumbled backward, tripping over part of the pile and falling onto the sand a few meters away from the lifeless body. Uraraka lost her voice. The air left her lungs. Her eyes were fixed on the empty eye sockets of the body. A tiny body under a large hoodie stained with dried blood, where seagulls had feasted. For the first time in a long while, Uraraka vomited, not because of the strain of her quirk. She vomited and ran away, crawling through the pile of trash without thinking, not realizing when her skin was cut by the sharp edges of the debris. She crawled, crying, for several meters, trembling, gasping in the midst of an anxiety attack. What was she supposed to do now? Oh, right, the logical thing. 911, what's your emergency? Uraraka pressed her phone firmly against her ear. Go. Good. Morning. Miss, take a breath. Can you do that for me? Uraraka whimpered, nodding. She was going to be a hero. She couldn't cry. No, she had to be strong. I'm calling because I found a death body on Dagaba Beach. Izuku sat down to watch the sunrise from the rooftop of the old building that used to be a karaoke bar. He was sitting on the edge with his feet dangling out. It's not like he would fall and die, because, well, he was already dead. He was dead, and Dabi knew it. Izuku still couldn't believe that he had opened up to Dabi. And, well, it hadn't gone perfectly, but it hadn't gone badly either. Maybe Musutafu no longer had a library, but now Izuku felt a little lighter. Sharing the burden made a difference. Dabi lay on the couch after hugging Izuku tightly until he fell asleep. If anyone were to testify about that night, they would all emphasize that there were no tears. The tissues on the table were for the spring allergies that were starting to show. Yes, allergies, even though it wasn't spring. Judging by the sound of Dabi's snoring, he would take a long time to wake up. Izuku, on the other hand, couldn't sleep. How could he after last night? Yesterday was proof that maybe nothing bad would happen if he continued to reveal his secret. Perhaps it was time to continue with his list of people, because now he felt confident enough to do so, and he had to take advantage before his courage faded away. Izuku's list wasn't really long. Obviously, he wouldn't start with Detective Tsukachi or Eraser, contrary to what half the planet thought. Izuku wasn't a masochist. He wouldn't present himself to the authorities after setting the library on fire, even though technically it wasn't him. He didn't believe that neither the detective nor the hero would believe it. So, in his next moves, Toshi was. Oh, of course, Toshi was there. He had so many things to talk about with his friend. Well, if he still accepted him as a friend, Izuku couldn't continue being a coward. So, he let himself fall from the rooftop and headed towards the apartment where he knew Hitoshi lived. It was a too-short journey for Izuku. Not long enough to think about all the possible apology speeches. Sorry for leaving you hanging with the police. I forgot that not everyone can disappear. Or maybe I'm just used to my nightly companions also running away from the police. No, he couldn't say that to Hitoshi. Izuku truly valued the boy, enough that he would impose a restraining order due to his own stupidity. With the first light, Izuku was already standing in front of his friend's door. Well, at those early hours of the morning, he didn't expect anyone to be awake. He wasn't going to ring the doorbell. But the good thing about being a ghost is that walking through walls was what he did best. Hitoshi's apartment. Well, it was the first time Izuku was inside. There were no photos of his friend on the walls. Izuku didn't really expect to find a tiny, smiling mini Hitoshi with hands covered in jam either. Toshi had mentioned more than once that the apartment was just a place to endure until finishing UA. Izuku didn't know what Hitoshi's foster parents were like. They never really talked about it. Part of him could imagine. Eraser. God, he imagined so much that behind that door, there would be 3 cats and a desperate father and son arguing over who got the last cup of coffee. But Toshi had never met Eraser, and the pro-hero lived on the other side of the city with his husband and their own cats. There was only a home that seemed normal, with its crochet pillows and strange ballet dancer decorations throughout the house. It might all seem normal until Izuku noticed the locks. The locks that definitely weren't normal to be on the outside of the doors. Okay, the Midoriya household had never had locks anywhere. But Izuku had been to more than a few classmates' houses, at least before being diagnosed as quirkless, and none of them had locks blocking the door from the outside. It would be unthinkable in the Bakugo family, even though they truly valued privacy. But there, every lock was on the outside, and they were all in place. The apartment wasn't very big either. Finding Shinso's room was quicker than Izuku expected. He already had half a speech prepared to plead for their friendship, a speech that went to hell as soon as he entered the room. In the darkness of the room was Toshi, curled up on just a few cushions on the floor. He cried silently, making a muted sound. Muted? No, that wouldn't be the right word. Every sound died against the obstruction in his throat. Oh, Izuku understood it bitterly quickly. That was a muzzle. They had put a muzzle on his best friend as if he were a dangerous animal. On his friend, the sweetest insomniac he knew. Izuku felt the urge to burn the whole apartment down. Fortunately, that was Dabi's job. It wasn't his quirk, although now he wished it more strongly. He dropped to his knees right beside Hitoshi, becoming visible in the process. Oh, Toshi, what have they done to you? Izuku whispered. His friend shuddered, opening his eyes in surprise. Izuku saw how his friend flinched in fear. His friend whose jaw was bruised. How had Izuku not noticed what his friend was going through? Every day they walked together to protect him from the bullies, when in reality, he was escorting him to the worst of tortures. Oh yes, Izuku hated himself. I'm going to get you out of here, Izuku promised, trying to loosen the muzzle. Those damn animals had tied Hitoshi's wrists to his ankles so he couldn't move. Izuku felt a tremendous disgust for people he didn't even know. Hitoshi tried to squirm like a wounded animal, afraid that the pain would continue. Izuku felt powerless against those whimpering sounds. Toshi, it's me. Izuku, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. From whimpering to tears, Toshi tried to cover his face with his hands, attempting to hide any bruised marks on his skin. Oh, Toshi, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Izuku repeated, hunching over his friend. No, he couldn't leave it like this. He grabbed his friend's muzzle and threw it aside on the floor. Air rushed into Hitoshi's throat in big gasps, only to be trapped in his chest. And, don't look at me, don't look. Izuku hugged his friend tightly. I'm here, Toshi. I'm going to get you out of here, Izuku promised without hesitation. He didn't need to think twice about it. He would get his friend out of there, whether he wanted it or not. Toshi trembled at Izuku's words. He forced him to let go and held onto his wrists with more force than necessary. Nothing Izuku would complain about. No, Toshi hissed. This is the closest place to UA out of all the families I've been with. No, don't do this to me. I want to be a hero capable of saving myself. Izuku felt a tremor. He recognized that need to chase a dream all too well. He had been a dreamy child. Once, when he was alive. Toshi, honey, this isn't right. He tried to reason with him. No fucking shit, Sherlock. Well, that was a good sign, Izuku thought. His friend was regaining his sassiness. I can help you, Toshi. I'm being honest. There was a bitter laugh from his friend. You won't run away. Izuku paled. Yes, he deserved that. He deserved that and more. I'm sorry, Izuku whispered with a broken voice. I have no excuse for what I did. It wasn't right. No, Izuku sighed heavily. No, I don't want to lose you as a friend. You're the first true friend I've ever had, and I couldn't exist without the idea of you being in my life. But I can't exist knowing what they're doing to you, Toshi. Izuku gently lifted his friend's chin. He saw the bruised marks on his skin. He treated him with care and tenderness, fearing to cause him more harm. I'm like this because of you, Hitoshi hissed. My foster dad works in the police department. Thanks to that detective, they found out about my connection with you. Fuuk. Hitoshi buried his face in Izuku's shoulder. With his hands still trapped, he grabbed onto his friend's hoodie and pulled him closer. No, it's not your fault, Toshi corrected in a weak voice. No, it's not your fault. I just want to hurt you. You have to leave before I say things I'll regret. Izuku seemed to melt at the sight of such a vulnerable Hitoshi. He embraced him and hugged him, planting a gentle kiss on his head. Shinso's hair was so soft. It felt like a caress against Izuku's skin. I'm not going anywhere, Toshi. Not unless I'm going to get the cavalry to reduce this place to ashes, Izuku confessed. Dabi was certainly leaving a mark on him. Toshi shook his head. No, this place isn't that bad. They give me 2 meals a day. They barely use the muzzle. And they haven't hit me much. I'm sure when I enter UA, they'll see me less as a threat. Those hopeful words were tainted by the bitter tears that escaped Toshi. Izuku carefully wiped away every tear, every dead drop, from Hitoshi's cheeks. Honey, you're already a great hero, but you don't deserve to be treated like this. You'll enter UA and leave everyone speechless, Izuku promised him. But first, I have to get you out of here. Hitoshi shook his head again, stubbornly clinging to the idea of continuing on his path, as if suffering were the only viable way. No, you don't understand. My foster dad is a secretary in the police. No one would dare to investigate him. If I leave, it will stay in my file, and that would mark me as a potential villain because of my quirk. They would brand me and bar me from any hero school. Not just UA. All of them, Izu, all of them. I can't give up on my dream. I want to be a hero. I want to prove them wrong. Izuku understood the desperation in Hitoshi's voice well. the need to find a place in society, to fit in, to fight until exhausted for a minimum of recognition. Izuku had been there, and All Might had crushed his dream. Izuku wouldn't do that to Hitoshi. You'll be the greatest hero I know, but I won't leave you here. Toshi, A sound of footsteps in the distance and the reflection of hallway light seeping under the door put the boys on alert. Hitoshi quickly covered Izuku's mouth, keeping silent and panicked. The footsteps passed by while the sound of a ringing phone played in the background. I'll be on my way in a few minutes, a male voice said not far from there. He seemed unconcerned about waking up whoever was resting. A new case, possible homicide. They found a body on the beach. Oh, shit, that means a lot of paperwork. I'll grab a double cappuccino on the way in. The conversation continued vaguely. At that moment, Izuku could only see Hitoshi staring at him inches away. Their breaths seemed to sink. Izuku felt his ears ringing. A body on the beach. Not that Dagaba was the only beach in the area, but to be honest, one didn't have to be a mathematician to know that the probability of there being another body on the beach besides his was very low. They had found him. Fuck, they had found him. Why? Izuku couldn't think. His brain was operating at 2 different speeds simultaneously. On one side, he was focused on Hitoshi's face, thinking about everything his friend must be feeling. On the other side, his brain was telling him that if he had to choose a fruit for Toshi, it would be blackberries. Wild, sweet, and sometimes acidic. Then there was the other part of his brain that was connected to his tongue and his well-known stammering, racing a mile a minute, thinking about the police, about his own body, about Paul, about his mother. Oh, shit, if they had called the police, was Tsukachi there? Izuku was definitely panicking. And Hitoshi found no more effective way to silence him than by pressing his lips against Izuku's. Izuku.exe stopped working. Izuku's mind suddenly went silent. Izuku, who had only given kisses to his mother and Kaken, but that didn't count because they were 2 years old, and the idea of kissing Kaken back then was as appealing as licking a doorknob, which he had also done. There they were, in the darkness of the room, with the sound of 2 hearts beating rapidly against each other. No, only one heart. A chaste kiss. Neither of them really knew what they were doing. They were 15 years old, and one was being abused by his foster parents, while the other was dead. To mess up. Izuku wanted to scream, but the desire to continue that kiss won. For once, Izuku wanted to be selfish and carry that memory with him. He thought he would never experience the affection of someone else. But apparently, there were several people fighting tooth and nail to prove him wrong. Oh, a kiss. Izuku was having his first kiss, and yes, he was right. Hitoshi Shinso would be a blackberry. Sweet, wild, with an acidic tone that was mesmerizing. That's when Izuku realized 3 fundamental facts through the same exact time. 1, he was dead. 2, he was definitely gay. 3, the world was very cruel. Izuku decided to be selfish and embraced Toshi against his chest until the boy fell asleep. The world was incredibly cruel, but he wouldn't let Hitoshi live like this for 1 more day. So, Izuku did what he did best. He disappeared. While Toshi had fallen asleep in the safety of Izuku's arms, Izuku couldn't stay still. How could he when his whole world was about to end in a matter of hours? He had to act quickly, and so he did. He stole the first phone he came across and dialed a number that was etched in his memory. He got a response on the 3rd ring. Listen, as if I were a salesman, I'm going to find you and turn you into tiny little tacos so you can compete with a lasagna, a hoarse and furious voice replied. That made a nostalgic smile appear on Izuku's face. He would miss those phrases. Hey, Eraser, I see you still haven't had your morning coffee. On the other end of the line, something fell, a cat hissed, and affection was followed by a go to sleep. Say hi to Mike for me, Izuku quickly added. Eraser muttered something that Izuku couldn't understand. He was probably explaining to his husband who was bothering them so early in the morning. Problem child, are you okay? Damn, that question stung. No, Izuku admitted, holding back the urge to cry unsatisfactorily. I'm so sorry, Eraser. I'm so sorry. Hey, kiddo, is this about the library? Look, problem child, no one has to know. You don't have a fire quirk, okay. Oh, yes, Izuku's intuition about Eraser knowing that the library was his doing was correct. Maybe Izuku wasn't as elusive as he thought. Izuku sobbed painfully, a pain that no band-aid could heal. Eraser, no, it's not that. I'm so sorry. Are you hurt? Izuku, where are you? He could already imagine the pro hero putting on his capturing scarf and jumping out the window. A part of him wished it were true. I'm not hurt, it wasn't technically a lie. Well, technically, he didn't know how to classify it anymore. But I need help. Can you come? I'm on my way. That reassurance comforted Izuku. The next words that came out of his mouth were nothing but more lies. After all, Izuku was already too used to it to stop, and he didn't know how much time he had left before the truth was discovered. Hitoshi's address quickly rolled off his lips. He didn't forget to mention the locks on the doors. He didn't forget to whisper through tears, "Please come quickly," just before hanging up. Then Izuku darted in the opposite direction of the city. Hitoshi would hate him, but it didn't matter as long as he would be safe. As Izuku raced through the city, his mind was consumed by a mixture of fear, determination, and guilt. He couldn't shake off the weight of what he had left behind. The vulnerable Hitoshi in that dark room, the cruel world they both inhabited, and the realization of his own feelings. But he couldn't afford to dwell on those thoughts now. He had to focus on his next move. Inko didn't sleep that night. No, she had too much on her mind and nothing at the same time. Toshinori may have earnestly helped clear her mind with his caresses, yes, but another part of Inko remained thoughtful. The effect of alcohol had faded a while ago, but her courage remained intact. Perhaps that was why, despite being exhausted, Inko refused to fall asleep. She didn't want to fall asleep and wake up to the old Inko. No, she wanted the spell of security to last. She didn't want to regret or back out. And for that, Inko felt she had to reach the point of no return before allowing enough time for her mind to overthink. She crawled out of the sheets, leaving the not-so-stranger sleeping in her bed. Inko had been without companionship since her son's diagnosis. It's not like she had her future husband in front of her. No, God no. She barely knew him. Yes, he knew how to listen and move well. And for someone who seemed so skinny, he could definitely keep up with all the rounds Inko proposed. But that was something casual. Her priority for the first time in her life was herself. So there she was in the morning, sitting on the toilet with her legs crossed, doing her own business, the only place where she had time for herself after so many years as a mother. There, she searched and searched again, scrolling in her phone until she said to herself, why not? She bought the next plane ticket to America. Oh yes, she was going to break free from it all. This was her point of no return, honey. She had only a couple of hours to show up at the airport. She left the bathroom determined and went straight for her old dusty suitcase. She quietly filled it with clothes, not wanting to wake her fragrant lover. She picked up the envelope that she had the courage to ask for years ago but never sent, the divorce papers. She put everything in her suitcase and grabbed the documents. It was the moment. She still had more or less an hour before departure. And well, even though Toshinori had been a great lover, she wasn't going to let a stranger stay in her house as if this were an American movie. No, but that didn't mean she couldn't take advantage a little more. You know, Inko felt like she needed to reclaim over 15 years of her life. So waking up a stranger with kisses didn't seem like a bad idea. Nothing that the blonde would really complain about. And there they were, in a frenetic rhythm, when the front door opened. They didn't hear anything from the bedroom. They were too engrossed. Nor did they hear the footsteps, the murmurs, or the door opening. But they did hear clearly. My fucking eyes. GROOSSSSS fuck. Mom. AGGGHHH. Right before a door slammed shut. Then they heard, go girl, and more laughter coming from the living room. And you know what? To hell with it. Inko decided to take it with humor and finish what she started. It's not like she planned on seeing that man again. And the damage was done, right? She had just traumatized her nephew. Bakugo Katsuki left the Midoriya's house saying he was going to wash his eyes with bleach. Mitsuki, on the other hand, couldn't believe what was happening there. But hey, she wasn't going to leave without the gossip. Because this Inko wasn't her usual Inko. She reminded her more of her young friend. Inko kissed Toshinori one last time. Thank you so much, really. I'm sorry. Take all the time you need. I'm going to the shower. I have a plane to catch. Well, maybe she was in an American movie. And for once, she was the protagonist, hell yeah. And with that, Inko went to the shower. She emerged from the bathroom fully dressed to find her best friend making coffee and toast. They looked into each other's eyes and after a brief silence, burst into laughter. A light laughter. Your Romeo has already left, her friend informed her while handing her a cup of coffee. He seemed a bit hurried, I'd say. Damn, Inko, it wasn't what I expected to find when I came here this morning, Mitsuki confessed. I'm not complaining though. Inko nervously and excitedly laughed. Well, I'm not the same as yesterday. That was a clear statement. Oh, more surprises, sweet Inkachan. Her friend nodded, taking her time to savor the aroma of freshly brewed coffee. Yes, I've decided to turn the page. On everything. On everything? Her friend asked, puzzled. There was something different. Yes, on everything. In 5 minutes, a taxi will arrive, and I'll go to the airport, Inko informed her, filled with pride. I'm going to get a divorce. I'm starting over. I'm going to be me, Inko, just Inko. Her friend threw herself at her, giving her a big bear hug. She was so happy. Mitsuki planted a resounding kiss on Inko's cheek. Do it. Be free, Inko. Screw all those bastards. Inko nodded, determined. I'll go see my soon-to-be ex-husband and make him an ex. Then I'll go on my honeymoon with myself. I've already informed my workplace. I don't want anything to do with anything. Screw Asashi. Screw Izuku. Go girl. Mitsuki exclaimed, ecstatic. You deserve to have your own life back. Don't worry. I'll keep an eye on the house. Water the plants and all that. Scare away the new suitors and all that. Inko burst into laughter at those words. Oh, there will be more suitors. Oh, Mitsuki, I forgot. Oh, yesterday I felt free. I want to keep feeling that way. I'm going on my own retreat to find myself. Would it be too much to ask if? Well, I don't want to back down. I don't want to stop until I'm on that plane thousands of feet in the air with no turning back. Would it be too much to ask if you could be my spokesperson with the police? I don't think Izuku will come back. I don't expect him to. Not after all this time. But if that's what he wants, screw him. Let him figure it out on his own if he thinks he's so grown up. And, oh, my taxi is already outside. Mitsuki hugged her friend tightly. Go. I won't deny that it catches me by surprise, that I'd like to go with you in. Inko shook her head, taking her friend's hands in hers. I appreciate it, but this is a journey I have to make alone, to rediscover myself. Thank you for being with me every step of the way. Thank you for everything. I'll come back as a new Inko. A more centered version of myself, she promised before grabbing her suitcases. Mitsuki sighed with pride and ended up helping her friend put the suitcases in the taxi. Oh, and I'm sorry that Katsuki saw. Mitsuki burst into laughter. Kids these days see everything, dear. Go, don't miss your flight. And when you see that asshole Hisashi, kick him hard in the balls. Have a good trip, Inkachan. Contrary to what everyone used to believe, investigations were a slower process than usual. At dawn, a civilian named Ochako Uraraka had found a corpse and reported it to the police, thinking it might be a misunderstanding or a prank. They sent a police car that arrived 15 minutes later. The next step was to make the confirmation call, which would contact more patrols and the forensics team. Clearly, a highly decomposed body didn't require paramedics. The first step was to cordon off the area. Usually, they would wait for the shift change to make the calls to the inspectors. Something in this case was different from others. From the moment another police officer arrived at the scene and saw that the corpse was that of a minor, he started making the calls more urgently. Cases involving minors always gained more importance, and in this case, exemplary action was clearly necessary. They had to balance the fact that a minor had been dead for God knows how long on a beach near the town of Musutafu. Any misstep would be seen as possible evidence of police incompetence, because the truth was, finding a corpse after so much time was rare. It was much more common to find the bodies of young people who lived alone in their apartments. But in a public area, a minor, the press could devour the police. They were law enforcement officers, not adored heroes. They had to cover their backs. The order to investigate any missing minors was given instantly. Sansa was one of the officers who arrived to inform that Inspector Tsukachi would be in charge of the case. The inspector took exactly 45 minutes to arrive at the crime scene. That was enough time for the sole witness to calm down a bit in the presence of Sansa. As an officer, Sansa was a hidden ace that few were aware of. The girl, wrapped in a shock blanket, barely spoke. According to the report, she was cleaning the beach as community service to practice for the upcoming entrance exams to UA. The inspector entered the beach, cursing the scene. Now he would have sand on his clothes and shoes all day. He greeted the officers at the scene and let them guide him through the piles of trash. Almost the entire beach had already been cleaned, except for one section with high piles of garbage that was now cordoned off. Tsukachi had to climb the mountain of trash in order to descend on the other side, adjacent to the sea. The smell was the first thing he noticed. Then he saw it. The most terrifying scene Tsukachi could remember. A small body sitting there with legs extended, facing the sea, clearly decomposed for months, with pineapple-shaped glasses covering the empty eye sockets, and a rotten pineapple next to it, with another pair of glasses on top. One of the officers had to grab him to prevent him from falling right into the same area where the witness had fallen hours earlier. Oh my God, Izuku Midoriya. The detective didn't realize it was him who had spoken. All the blood drained from his face. He recognized the hoodie. He recognized the tattered pants. He recognized the green hair. And the damn pineapple that he himself had given to a racer at the supermarket. Well, he didn't recognize the pineapple, but it was too twisted to be a mere coincidence. Detective Tsukachi. The detective took a moment to react. He had the lifeless body of Izuku Midoriya in front of him. He wasn't a forensic expert, but he didn't need a title to know that the body wasn't fresh. So there was only one question left. If the lifeless Izuku was in front of him, who was the vigilante who had been roaming the streets of Musutafu for months? Or maybe this was the effect of a quirk. Neither option was good. My phone, where? He quickly took it out, searching for a racer's contact. The pro hero wouldn't be pleased with his early call, but he wouldn't be pleased regardless after hearing the news. The racer answered after 5 damn rings. Naomasa, I can't talk right now. Izuku is in trouble. I'm on my way, the pro hero quickly informed him. Tsukachi froze. Izuku, the same Izuku he had in front of him, lifeless? What? Tsukachi stammered blankly. Have you talked to Izuku? Have you talked to him this morning? On the other end of the line, a racer sighed impatiently. Yes, Naomasa, Izuku called me 10 minutes ago. He's in danger. I have to go. I'll inform you later. Wait, The sound of the call ending cut him off. Sukachi's heart began to beat heavily. He was trying to sort out his thoughts. Maybe it was just a boy who resembled Midoriya. He tried to convince himself, but his years of experience hit him hard. No, that would be highly unlikely. In fact, the simplest hypothesis was almost always the most accurate. This was probably the corpse of Midoriya Izuku, something they would know for sure once a DNA test was conducted in the lab. Sukachi didn't have enough time to wait for the results of a test that hadn't even been performed yet. He didn't have time because if what Eraser said was true, something his quirk indicated as truth, the pro-hero had spoken with Izuku. Or at least he believed he had spoken with Izuku. But that was 5 or 10 minutes ago. The police had been at the scene for over an hour. So if Eraserhead had received a call telling him that Izuku needed urgent help and to go to a specific location, it was clearly a trap. Sukachi dialed the call again. Come on, Eraser. Answer. Call in progress. Damn it. Call in progress. The detective quickly turned to the rest of the police. Someone find out where Eraserhead is. Locate him and send patrols. He's walking into a trap. Naomasa rushed to his own car while contacting the headquarters. Eraser's phone signaled. And that was all Sukachi needed to start the engine and head there. If he didn't arrive in time, Sukachi would never forgive himself. He wouldn't be able to look Present Mike in the eyes and tell him that his husband had been sent straight into a trap. Sukachi drove to the upper part of the city and slammed on the brakes as soon as he reached the residential complex. He ran up the stairs like he hadn't run in his cadet days, heading for the only door that remained open. Not open, broken. It had clear markings where Eraser had kicked it down. Sukachi froze again when he saw the pro-hero yelling at a woman who seemed vaguely familiar. There was no villain hideout. No blood. Not yet. Shouts. But no sight of Izuku. My husband is a police officer. The woman shouted, her voice taking on a reddish tone that gave Sukachi all the information he needed. She was lying. And I'm a pro-hero, Eraser responded. His tone of voice could be mistaken for sarcasm. Nothing could be further from the truth. Where are you holding Midoriya? Or are you out there locking up children as a hobby? Oh, Sukachi, Eraser recognized him. Arrest her before I do something that legally I'll regret later. That's what the pro-hero said before entering another room with a broken door. Naomasa was confused. Damn it, he thought he would have a shitty day because of the library fire news, but they were surpassing all his expectations. Another police unit arrived shortly after. Take her to the kitchen for a moment, Sukachi commanded the officers before following Eraser. In that dark, cramped room was the small body of... No, it wasn't Izuku. Naomasa felt a great disappointment. He needed to see Izuku. He couldn't believe that the boy had. No, he couldn't be dead. He didn't want to believe it. Still, logic weighed on his brain. First, he had to focus on what was in front of him. Eraser was crouched before the small figure. A teenager, but not the teenager he wanted. Vaguely familiar as well. Familiar. Shinso Hitoshi, Izuku's friend. Sukachi wanted to hit his head against the wall as hard as he could. Maybe then he would get sick leave and wouldn't have to think. But that wasn't going to happen. Shinso Hitoshi was bound with chains that Eraser was struggling to open. He was silently crying, remaining silent, trembling with fear. Sukachi remembered the boy's profile. Quirk, mind control. Sukachi wouldn't lie if, for a moment, he didn't think that maybe that boy was manipulating everyone. Status? The detective asked cautiously. Eraser held back his urge to kill him on the spot and responded as professionally as possible. Child abuse case, Sherlock. I'm taking the boy to the hospital. Naomasa blanked out again. Shinso had a quirk that could control. Eraser's cold gaze blocked his thoughts. He didn't realize that his hand had gone straight for the anti-quirk handcuffs. Eraser cradled the boy in his arms, and the most disappointed look in the world passed by the detective as Eraser deliberately brushed his shoulder against him. Don't you fucking dare, he hissed. Sukachi swallowed hard. What the hell was happening to him? Eraser, I said no. Do your damn job properly, was the last thing he said before leaving the apartment. Naomasa felt powerless. No, nothing was clear, so he decided to try to get the day back on track. Close case after case to survive the shitty day he was having. Take photos of the room and the locks. Also, the muzzle. Collect evidence, he ordered quickly, regaining his command. Then he went straight to the kitchen, where the woman was waiting, crying while being comforted by the police officers. I'm Inspector Sukachi. Can I ask you some questions? The woman sniffled and nodded. Of course. This is all just a misunderstanding, she said, telling the truth. The man sighed. Maybe he could resolve this quickly. Can you tell me what happened? That homeless broke into the apartment by breaking down the door. I was sleeping, and it scared me a lot. True. Sukachi sighed. Ma'am, that homeless is a pro-hero. The woman snorted. That's not how it seemed. He started yelling like a madman. True. Sukachi took out his notebook and pen. Tell me, ma'am, was the boy locked in that room before or after the hero arrived? The woman blinked. She didn't need to use her quirk to see her hesitation. Well, before, she admitted in a low voice. True, but it's a misunderstanding. Oh, gods, someone help him today because there wouldn't be enough alcohol at the end of his shift to cope with this day. What do you mean? Who chained the boy? Do you usually keep him locked in his room? One of his colleagues looked at him as if he were attacking one of their own with his questions. Tsukachi didn't care at this point. We keep him locked up because his quirk is dangerous. We're doing society a favor by giving him a roof over his head, someone who will become a villain someday. We keep an eye on him, but we can't do that while we sleep. It's a form of protection. True, truth in her voice. Tsukachi was starting to find the idea of repeatedly hitting his head against the wall more and more appealing. No, he couldn't do that. He was a professional. Right. Has Shinso Hitoshi used his quirk against you? Has he physically or verbally attacked you? The woman hesitated. No. Well, yes, he could. And we wouldn't remember. He's a dangerous boy. Ma'am, answer the question with a yes or no. Yes. Why, ma'am? That's a lie. The woman became indignant. What do you mean I'm lying? Based on what? Based on my quirk, ma'am, Tsukachi responded wearily. I didn't mention it, and I really don't have to mention it when it comes to a case involving minors. My quirk is called lie detector. So answer this carefully. Have you or your husband physically and verbally assaulted Shinso Hitoshi? Have you beaten and restrained him? The woman sighed defeatedly. Yes, true, the detective confirmed. Have you assaulted him in the past few hours and then tied him up and gagged him? The woman avoided eye contact, looking down at the floor. Yes, true. Put her in handcuffs and take her to the police station. Create a search alert for her husband. Sir, one of the officers interrupted uncomfortably. She's the wife of one of our secretaries. He's already at the station. Do we really need to handcuff her? It's not like she'll resist. The inspector deadpanned. If she's the wife of one of our secretaries, then it should be quicker to get him into an interrogation room, right? He replied coldly and sarcastically. Now handcuff her and take her away before I give you a reprimand and suspension. Both officers saluted quickly and handcuffed the woman. One problem almost out of sight, Naomasa thought. Only the bigger headache remained. And, oh, ma'am, answer this for me. Have you ever seen or had a conversation with Izuku Midoriya? He's a friend of Shinso's who? No, that vigilante. It's all his fault. If he hadn't been friends with Shinso, this wouldn't have happened. True. Tsukachi stood there, impassive, looking at her. His quirk told him when someone lied or told the truth. But truth and lies were often abstract elements. What one believed to be true could be a lie. It was all a matter of perspective. Has Midoriya Izuku been the one to beat Shinso Hitoshi? Was he the one who locked him up and chained him? This time, the detective didn't wait for an answer. He stayed long enough for another patrol to stay and process the evidence before heading to the beach. That's where his main case was, the one that was giving him a headache without the need for a concussion. Tsukachi was going to do what detectives do: investigate. The witch hunt was open. Sneaking into the apartment of two pro-heroes was simple. Easy if you're a ghost and if you've sent one of those pro-heroes across the city to save you. You're Toshi. Yes, Izuku wasn't prepared to unpack all of that, whatever it was. He passed through the walls in his ghostly state. As usual, the apartment looked just like the last time he had been there. He still remembered what a disaster Mike had been in the kitchen. If it weren't for lunch rush, those two men would have died of either starvation or poisoning long ago. Izuku went straight to cuddle with the cats. He had a mission to accomplish, but greeting the cats was always a priority. Maybe he spent too much time with Hitoshi. Anyway, Izuku had something in mind. A foolproof plan. A plan that hurt like hell when he saw one of the doors open on the corridor. In the past, that would have been an office, probably. Now, there was a bed, a desk, and a wardrobe. It might have gone unnoticed if it weren't for the half-assembled furniture boxes. In one box, there was still an unassembled chair. And on the table, there were art supplies and notebooks, not to mention the pile of stuffed animals on the bed. Sure, he could see himself living there. Maybe in another life. That room would be perfect for Toshi, someone who really needed it. Maybe he would make a few changes. But Mike and Eraser didn't know Hitoshi yet. Once they did, they would love him. Izuku was sure of that. But if life had taught him anything, it was that things often didn't go as planned. So, if he had to force it, he would. That's why he was there, sneaking into the apartment of two pro-heroes in search of the papers. The special ones that Izuku knew they had it somewhere. Truth be told, if he feared waking Mike up, all his fear vanished when he saw him sleeping soundly like a starfish on the bed. His hiring aids were on the nightstand. There was no way that man would open his eyes for anything in the world. So, Izuku got to work, rummaging through the entire apartment. Somewhere in there, he hoped to find specific documents. And after just 15 minutes, Izuku found them in the drawer by the entrance door. The same place you leave your keys before leaving the house. Right there, a folder labeled with his name. Not his entire file, that would be much bigger. No, this was something very specific. On the first page, he could see the emergency license papers to foster a minor, completely filled out with Izuku Midoriya's name. with Aizawa, Shota, and Yamada Hisashi listed as foster parents, and right behind that form, the adoption papers. Oh, it hurt. It hurt a lot to know what could have been and would never be for him. He was happy because he knew Toshi would be well taken care of. He would be a loved child with spectacular parents. They were made for each other. Izuku felt like there was never room for him in that equation. Izuku took the papers and went to the kitchen. If he remembered correctly, he would find a pen in the first drawer, right in the drawer where every family keeps miscellaneous things, and right next to it, a lighter. How convenient. The thing is, Izuku had always been a bit of a nerd. That meant he knew a couple of science tricks, like the fact that if you bring a source of heat close to ink, it disappears. So, with a lighter, he made Midoriya Izuku's name vanish. As easy as bringing a lighter close, and within seconds, it was completely forgotten. Like death. Yes, Izuku was spiraling into depression, and he was fully aware of it. He had every right to cry as he watched everything that could have been fade away, like a dream that never existed. In his place, he wrote Shinso Hitoshi's name. He could make use of it. If someone were to take that position, Izuku didn't want anyone else but Hitoshi to have it. It was a bit selfish, yes, but he wanted these warm-hearted people to care for each other. Maybe it was meant to be like this all along. With the change made, the only thing left was to send the documents. Izuku was used to his mother keeping the divorce papers folder hidden, the ones she never sent. No, Izuku wouldn't let that kind of mistake happen. And if Eraser and Mike ended up hating him, well, it's not like they would have loved him anyway, right? With the papers in hand, he left the apartment, not before leaving a note on the fridge that read, "He likes cats, the color purple, bittersweet things, and soft blankets. He's somewhat good at cooking, so you'll survive. I'm sorry and thank you for everything. Problem child." Yagi Toshinori believed he was in a dream that turned into a nightmare when, after a wild night, he found himself alone in a room with a family drama unfolding in the living room. Well, he had been through worse, and honestly, he didn't regret it. Inko was undoubtedly a beautiful woman. Her overwhelming confidence, sweet, and she had seen him as Yagi Toshinori, not just All Might. Of course, he had his own flings as Small Might. Yagi was already 46 years old, and it's not that he felt super old, because he really wasn't. It's just that since the greatest supervillain in history had torn out part of his intestine and lung, he hadn't felt as attractive as before, feeling loved by the soft lips of a beautiful woman. No, Toshinori wouldn't forget that wonderful night, nor would he forget the horrible morning. Not because of the noisy family screaming, but because there, while getting dressed, Toshinori noticed something that had escaped him the night before. A photo on the woman's dresser. Not just one photo, but several. A young boy smiling, showing him a drawing of All Might while beaming with happiness. Photos of a birthday surrounded by children when the boy must have been 4 years old. Most of them All Might theme. The most bashful photo of the same boy entering elementary school. The most serious photo when the boy had moved on to middle school. How could he not recognize him? "Can I be a hero without a quirk?" he had asked with all his hope vested in him. And he, All Might, had said no. Toshinori still remembered that days later, news of the boy's disappearance hit the headlines. It was brief. When you're quirkless, everything is short-lived. And by the time Izuku Midoriya's name resurfaced among heroes, it was because the brat had become a vigilante. A vigilante with a quirk he didn't have before. All Might feared that the man who had hurt him so much in his life hadn't died. He feared that he had appeared to grant the boy a power. But that was impossible. Surely, he had a quirk with a strange activation. Still, Toshinori wanted to apologize to him, to talk to the boy. But the kid was elusive. What All Might didn't expect was to sleep with his mother, repeatedly, in her house. How could he look that woman in the face now? He remembered Inko's words from the night before. A mother without a son. He had taken the boy away from her. Maybe it was the behavior of an adolescent throwing a tantrum. But a part of All Might felt responsible, especially when he stepped out of the room, dressed, and found Izuku's room door. Even the sign on it was dedicated to All Might. Its interior looked like a geeky mausoleum in his honor. "This is the bastard's room," a harsh voice informed him. He left, leaving his mother devastated. That brat. But, like they say, like father, like son. His father did the same. Mitsuki, by the way. And you. Toshinori would have preferred to face a villain rather than that spiky-haired blonde woman. Yagi. The woman nodded, scanning him up and down. "If you hurt her, get ready because there won't be a planet big enough for you to run and hide from me." "Got it." Toshinori swallowed and nodded. The sound of the shower being turned off was a split-second distraction. But as soon as Mitsuki looked away, Toshinori quickly apologized and ran out of that house without looking back. As he descended the stairs, he checked his phone and found out that his protege, the future bearer of One for All, was in trouble. Trouble? Not really. Was it a bad situation? Not as much as one might expect. Toshinori just needed to pull some strings, put on a smile here and there, and his protege would be absolved. Well, that's what Toshinori was thinking when he read Achako's messages telling him that the police were investigating the beach for something they had found. and young Ochako was to be sent to the police station to answer questions and maybe face a minor violation of the law for using her quirk in public. Nothing that an All Might smile couldn't solve. But first, he would go home to take a shower. Hitoshi was embarrassed. Eraserhead, the very Eraserhead, had carried him in his arms like a damsel in distress to the hospital. Well, they had first taken a taxi ride, which included the uncomfortable bonus of pats on the shoulder and words from the pro hero reassuring him that everything would be fine. And let's be honest, that was incredibly awkward for Hitoshi. Why? Because he felt guilty, as if he was causing a lot of drama for something that wasn't that bad. He was aware that chaining someone up and muzzle them was not right, but after so many unstable and abusive foster homes, that one hadn't been among the worst. So, he felt even more embarrassed when Eraser took him to the hospital. Not just that, it was the emergency room. At that moment, Hitoshi insisted on walking on his own. He had already had his share of embarrassment, not to mention the fear he felt when he saw Eraser leaving his hero license to request medical assistance. Hitoshi felt unable to speak, not just because his jaw hurt or because of the lump in his throat, but also because he feared not being injured enough, that it hadn't been enough, that they would call him dramatic, and in the end, the problem would bounce back on him, just like every time he had asked for help. The last time he asked an adult for help, he was scolded for making life difficult for his foster parents, and those had by no means been as tolerant as his last family. "I'm fine," he murmured with some fear to Eraser after pulling on his sleeve as if he were a little child, not a teenager. "I don't need." "You're not fine, problem child too. A professional need to check your injuries," the pro hero explained brusquely and automatically. He was wise to omit that a medical report would also be necessary for the case of abuse. Hitoshi let go of the sleeve and fell silent. Eraser intimidated him. Really, he did. He was an adult well known for facing villains basically quirkless. Well known to any nerdy kid like Hitoshi and Izuku, let's be clear. Apart from the hero's fame, there was also the fact that Eraser was still an adult with an overwhelming confidence when he was angry. And boy, he was angry. What Hitoshi couldn't grasp was that he wasn't angry at him, but with humanity in general, the foster care system, and everything Hitoshi must have gone through. But the teenager only saw an adult with a furrowed brow demanding attention. Demanding, in his name, something that was rare and probably had some other hidden motive, or so Hitoshi told himself. "Go and sit in one of the waiting chairs," the pro hero ordered, his voice somewhat more controlled. Hitoshi nodded without saying anything else and went to sit in one of the uncomfortable plastic chairs. After spending the whole night sleeping on the floor, even the chairs seemed comfortable enough, although clearly they weren't. He strategically sat in a place where he could observe everything that happened in the waiting room and where he could see Eraser speaking seriously in hushed tones. The glances Eraser occasionally threw at Toshi confirmed that they were probably talking about him. Toshi sighed and sank into the chair. He was too tired to run. He couldn't think straight. Maybe if this had happened at another time, Toshi would have used his quirk to get out of the situation. But this time, he was exhausted, physically and emotionally drained. He was worn out and just wanted to go to sleep. He wanted to close his eyes again and bury his head in Izuku's neck. Tears began to run down Hitoshi's cheeks. He bit his cheek to stifle the sobs. Izuku. Damn Izuku. He didn't know if he loved him or hated him. Toshi didn't even know what he felt, because a part of him cried because his friend had disappeared and left him to fend for himself. Izuku had said he wouldn't leave him there, only to disappear as soon as he fell asleep. Maybe it was all his fault, he told himself. Maybe he shouldn't have kissed his friend. Maybe he should. Well, I don't know, been born into a good family or with a better quirk. Idiot. Hitoshi snorted and cursed. The Izuku in his head was calling him an idiot for his intrusive thoughts. Not even in his imagination could Izuku hate him, and that scared Toshi a bit. It was hard to accept that someone was so necessary and important in his life, especially when everything he knew was crumbling thanks to Izuku. And Izuku seemed to have disappeared. He would come back. Hitoshi had faith in that. Izuku would come back. "They'll attend you in a minute." Eraser broke the silence and with it, Hitoshi's train of thoughts. Hitoshi quickly wiped away the tears with the back of his hand. He felt pathetic for someone to see him like this. He simply nodded without saying a word. The pro hero observed him like a hawk. This was awkward. Fucking awkward, and not in a good way. Hitoshi buried his head in his hands and hid his face. The pro hero was incredibly silent. One moment he was at the entrance, and suddenly he was by his side, and the next moment, only the sound of plastic crinkling told him that Eraser had sat down. Both remained in silence. Toshi's head was developing the worst headache he had experienced in a long time. Beside him, the pro hero couldn't stop sneaking glances at him. On more than one occasion, the pro hero even opened his mouth but didn't say anything. It was as if he was looking for something to say, and Hitoshi noticed that but didn't say anything. On any other day, he would have been delighted to meet his idol, but today, he just wanted the day to end, and it was barely early in the morning. Hitoshi Shinso. The pro hero placed a hand on Hitoshi's shoulder, trying to be gentle. It turned out to be strange. Not entirely bad, but strange. Come on, let's go, it's our turn. It'll be quick, the hero promised. Hitoshi shuffled forward, dragging his feet. He didn't want to go. He didn't want to enter. But it wouldn't make sense to run away either. He had nowhere to go. And he certainly didn't have the strength to escape from a highly trained pro hero. Using his quirk was out of the question. Oh, his quirk, of course. Hitoshi sat down in the chair of the small medical room. He had to remember the protocol. Keep his gaze low because raising it would be seen as defiant. Hands visible so they wouldn't think he had some kind of weapon. And above all, keep his mouth shut. Obviously, Eraser noticed all of this. Shinso's mind disconnected for a moment as the adults began to talk. It was just a moment, he thought, but suddenly they were asking him to undress for examination on the examination table. With stumbling steps, Shinso walked toward the bed and began to undress slowly. He didn't want to scare anyone with any sudden movements. It made no sense, but Shinso had learned from experience. He sat down and allowed the doctor to examine him. She was a blonde woman. Actually, he didn't remember much about the rest of her details. Hitoshi allowed her to handle him like a rag doll. Lift an arm, lower an arm, flinch when they touched one of his sore ribs, swallow saliva when they touched his neck, or open his mouth when asked to. Hitoshi couldn't feel more like a dog than anything else. It didn't matter that the hands were gentle. It didn't matter that they spoke in a low voice. He knew that would change the moment Toshi opened his mouth, or the moment they saw his quirk from his profile. At some point, someone showed up with a camera and took photos of all of Toshi's injuries. He felt powerless but didn't say anything. He simply followed orders as if he were under the control of his own quirk. At some point, they began to treat his wounds. Before he knew it, he was in a hospital bed with an IV in his hand in the pediatric observation area. And when he began to feel dizzy, it was too late to escape. Sedatives. They were using some kind of sedatives. And Hitoshi had let them administer them to him quietly, like a good obedient dog. Fuck. That was his first word in hours. Eraser turned to look as the boy pulled the bedsheet away and tried to sit up. He quickly grabbed Hitoshi just in time to prevent him from falling to the floor. I got you, he assured while readjusting him on the bed. No, fuck. I have to go. No, let me go, he began to say with anxiety. It was strange because a part of his chest wanted to rise in a tremendous anxiety attack. But he couldn't. He was numb, heavy. No, he didn't like drugs. You can't go anywhere, problem child. Everything will be okay. Rest. Shinso shook his head stubbornly as he tried to grab the sheet again and pull it away, just for Eraser to cover him up again. And the process repeated itself over and over. No. I have to go. I hate drugs. Let me. Eraser sighed, trying to catch Hitoshi's hands in his own. You're not going anywhere, Shinso. You're in shock. It's just medicine to help you. Rest. Sleep a little. I'm not going anywhere. Hitoshi snorted. His eyelids were starting to feel heavy. Izuku said the same thing. And he's not here. Hitoshi's eyes closed slowly. Izuku was with you. Toshi struggled to stay conscious, as if he wanted to tell his body not to lose control. Yeah, hugging me. He left me. Again. A part of Hitoshi broke internally as he remembered Izuku's body against his in a warm embrace. And then he disappeared, leaving him there alone. Hitoshi, hey, Hitoshi, listen to me. Izuku hasn't abandoned you. He went to get help. We haven't abandoned you, you hear me, problem child. Eraser seemed insistent before Toshi fell into unconsciousness, something he was still struggling against. Izuku called me. Izuku made sure I got you out of there. Hitoshi, you won't go back to that place, Eraser promised. No one will lay a hand on you again. I assure you. Hitoshi's cries increased, breaking him completely. At some point, Eraser hugged him, repeatedly saying that everything would be okay. At some point during those promises that seemed empty to Hitoshi, he fell asleep. But at least this time, there was a seed of hope in his heart that Izuku really cared about him. No, he hadn't abandoned him. Izuku couldn't do that. Never. Sukachi arrived at the beach, where the crime scene awaited him for a second time this morning. The stench of decomposition hung heavy in the air, and the sound of crashing waves provided a haunting backdrop. As he approached the area, he saw forensic investigators meticulously documenting and collecting evidence. The detective's mind raced as he tried to make sense of the situation. The body found earlier was believed to be Izuku Midoriya. But how could that be? Sukachi had spoken to Eraserhead, who claimed to have received a call from Izuku minutes before the discovery. The pieces of the puzzle didn't fit, and Sukachi was determined to uncover the truth. He approached the lead forensic investigator, a seasoned professional named Dr. Yamamoto, who was examining the remains. Dr. Yamamoto, any preliminary findings? Sukachi asked, his voice filled with a mix of anticipation and dread. The forensic expert looked up from his work, adjusting his glasses. Detective Sukachi, it's a complex case. The body shows advanced decomposition, making it difficult to establish a precise time of death. However, initial observations suggest that the remains have been here for several months. Tsukachi's heart sank. Several months. How was it possible that Izuku had been dead for so long? It didn't make sense, given the recent contact with Eraserhead. Keep searching for any clues that could help us identify the body definitively, Tsukachi instructed. I want DNA tests, dental records, anything that can confirm the identity. Dr. Yamamoto nodded, understanding the urgency in the detective's voice. Of course, Inspector. We'll expedite the analysis as much as possible. As the investigation continued, Tsukachi's mind was plagued with questions. If the body wasn't Izuku Midoriya, who was it? And where was Izuku? The possibility of a quirk-related incident weighed heavily on his thoughts. It wasn't something I could tell Eraser. Not yet, at least. First, I needed to gather enough evidence before reaching out to the pro-hero. The child's body remained in the same place. They had marked it as evidence, a kind of memory box, so to speak, a broken microwave surrounded by all sorts of shattered elements that seemed to be nothing more than accessories. It was as if someone with a twisted mind had been using the corpse of a child as their own ragdoll. Nasir returned to the inspector. He was used to all kinds of gruesome scenes. He was known for solving his cases, thanks in part to his quirk. The toughest part for Tsukachi was always the beginning. He needed to find a strand to pull on urgently because the unidentified body bore a striking resemblance to a certain vigilante. Part of his mind wanted to believe it wasn't Izuku. But those freckles on the decaying and dry skin. God, just thinking about it made his stomach knot. Izuku was mocking Naomasa in his mind. Tsukachi cursed as he recalled the last time he had seen Izuku Midoriya in front of the supermarket. All smiles, hanging out with his friend. The same friend who was now with Eraser on an abuse case. Izuku seemed to have an incredible radar for sniffing out trouble. Tsukachi frowned as he observed the boy's face. He looked so much like Izuku. He didn't want to believe it was Izuku, but he resembled Izuku Midoriya. However, there was a vast range of possibilities between looking like someone and actually being that person. Facts. Tsukachi needed facts. He needed clues. He needed his officers to handle this case with extreme delicacy. He knew they would, under his command. Tsukachi liked things done properly. He spent the next hour giving orders and ensuring that all procedures were carried out. In reality, he could have left the beach earlier and let the team work. But something in him wanted to stay until the body was recovered. With his hat over his chest, he watched as the forensic team carefully lifted the small body of the unknown child and placed it in a black body bag. It still looked even smaller. After another brief conversation, the inspector found himself driving alongside the forensic team. Meanwhile, he started making more calls. He had a small group at the police station investigating cases of missing minors from months ago. They had been working on it since morning. Sansa, sitting next to him, was checking the case of the Musutafu Public Library fire on their phone. Witnesses saw two figures leaving the burning building. An adult and a child, they summarized. Midoriya, the detective asked. It could be, detective. The description matches. Young, short stature, green curly hair like a bush, wearing jeans and a gray hoodie. The other figure is described as slightly taller with burn marks. Jeans and a gray hoodie, the detective murmured, momentarily losing track of his thoughts. Did you say something, detective? Jeans and a gray hoodie, he repeated more confidently. Jeans and a gray hoodie. It's the same as what our unknown person at the beach was wearing. Sansa remained silent, holding their breath. They didn't know what their superior wanted them to say or if he wanted them to speak at all. I need to talk to Eraserhead, and I need a search for possible quirks capable of accelerating decomposition and quirks that can transform into other appearances. We have to explore all possibilities. Sansa quickly jotted down the notes in their notebook. Will you talk to Eraserhead before or after taking the witness statement? After. Let's give him a little time. I want to have something solid before talking to him. On the other side of the city, Eraser sneezed, and right on the opposite side, Dabi turned in his bed, still asleep, with the tranquility that his troublesome kid would be home, safe with him, drawing somewhere in the small apartment. A great pity that in reality, Izuku Midoriya was leaving the pro-hero's house with his loot in hand. The thing is, Izuku had a mission to take the documents to the Musutafu General Administration. A mission that became complicated when the police were mobilizing towards the beach due to the case of a dead child. The very same child was on his way to get involved in the lion's den to ensure that Shinso Hitoshi ended up with Eraser and Mike's family. It seemed simple, right? Sneak in and leave a paper in a pile of records. With the abilities of a ghost, it seemed like an easy task, right? Incorrect. Izuku Midoriya was crossing the entire city on foot, with the hood of his hoodie up, while patrol cars moved towards the beach to search for the body. And there he was, visibly praying that no one would notice him. Why? Because his quirk only allowed him to touch something. Aka carry the papers in hand if it was tangible. Izuku could be intangible and visible, but not tangible and invisible. So there he was, on his way to the central office to deliver some documents in person. Dabi was going to kill him. Not to mention that the last time he was at a public institution, it was now nothing but ashes. Izuku was probably the most wanted kid at the moment. And yet there he was, walking around with the folder in hand, praying that by some divine intervention, no one recognized him. But let's remember that Izuku Midoriya didn't have the best luck. No, nothing could be easy in his life or his death. So when he was just 2 streets away from his final destination, just 2 little streets, he heard a damn recognizable voice behind him. Deku. At that moment, Izuku Midoriya froze and lost all sense of caution. The Musutafu's sunbeam par excellence turned around and said, "Don't fucking mess with me, Kaken." Then he proceeded to prepare himself to run for his life. A poorly chosen expression since Izuku was already dead. And at the time of his death, he wasn't in the best physical condition. Not like Kaken, who seemed to have eggs for breakfast by the dozen in comparison. It was no surprise that as soon as Izuku tried to run, an explosion sounded behind him. The next thing he knew was feeling a strong impact as his body collided with the wall, face first, with his childhood friend's body pressed against his back. Izuku wished he could die completely at that moment. But it was never what Izuku wanted. "You despicable Deku. Is this where you were? You filthy, useless rat." "Wow, Kaken, you're incredibly creative," Deku mocked without a hint of fear in his voice. Katsuki grabbed him by the shoulder, digging his fingers in forcefully, and made him turn around so that their gazes met. Izuku's tired eyes showed no desire to fight. No fear, incredibly tired. Against Katsuki Bakugo's furious crimson eyes, something in that look made Bakugo hesitate for a few seconds. Was this his nerd? His Deku should already be begging for forgiveness and whining. But this Izuku appeared calm, exhausted, but calm, as if Katsuki no longer represented a threat. And you know what? The fact that he had nothing left to lose gave Izuku the strength to not give a damn. He had already left his mother behind. He had left the possibility of having a family with Denzawa and Mikted. He had left behind the possibility of his first requited love. He had left Paul behind. You pathetic creature. How can you be so calm, ruining other people's lives? You worthless, useless piece of shit. All you do is make people suffer. You. Izuku interrupted him, laughing in his face. He hadn't planned it. No, it was an involuntary reaction. Suddenly, there was Izuku, covering his mouth to continue laughing. But then he wondered why, and he got no answer. So he removed his hand and kept laughing. Perhaps Izuku was breaking faster than he could believe. "Are you laughing at the miseries you put us through?" "That was a good question," Izuku said to himself. Well, it was half a good question. As with everything, Izuku was used to only hearing half of what Kaken said. In his mind, the words "why are you laughing?" echoed. Oh, that would be an interesting question. Then the other part of his mind shouted at him everything he was really omitting. "Hey, nerd, are you going to stay silent like a coward?" No, Izuku was no longer afraid, because he didn't have much to lose. "I'm laughing because you're pathetic," he said quietly to himself. Kaken hesitated for a second. "What?" Izuku raised his gaze without any fear towards Katsuki. No, this teenager didn't provoke the same terror in him as he always did. So Izuku took a step forward, lifted his chin to get as close as possible to Bakugo's ear. "I'm laughing," Izuku repeated slowly, "because you're pathetic, Katsuki Bakugo. I'm laughing." He pushed him away, distancing him by a few centimeters, "because you seem like a fucking egomaniac who only sees himself. A fucking cynic. That's why I'm laughing, Kaken. Because I'm seeing you for the first time in a long time, and I see you. I see." He couldn't help but let out a hoarse laugh and a half-smile with the purest venom. "I see you for who you are, and you disgust me." "What the hell? You want to die, Deku?" It seemed that for a moment, Izuku seriously considered it. For a second, Katsuki thought he had regained control. Oh, how wrong he was. "Kaken, I'm already dead. And the thing is, I realize many things. Like, I'm not an Aldra anymore. You can't hurt me. You don't affect my life at all. Well, my death. I'm not afraid of you. I've faced people worse than you. I see you, and you make me pity you, Kaken." Bakugo took a couple of steps back, confused and terrified. "Who are you? Have you gone crazy? Are you on crack? Is that it? Your mother is a mess because of you. She ends up at my house all the time. Do you know how many times my mom has had to pick her up drunk? Kaken, it's all your fault. You're ruining people's lives. Even the teachers have been subjected to stupid investigations. And you, Kicchan," Izuku yelled, refusing to listen to all that nonsense. "Shut the fuck up. Do you want to whine because people suffer the consequences of their actions? Grow up. Do you want to complain because you have to see my mother cry? I cry because I can never go home to my mother again. But you, in all your selfishness, are bothered by someone crying near you. Does it bother you that now in Aldra they no longer allow bullying so easily due to the threat of investigation? Well, I'm bothered that they were never on my side and applauded every beating you gave me. And believe me, they haven't suffered half the consequences they should. Does it bother you that your mother is supporting mine? Well, that's what friendship is, something you lack. Bakugo took a step back, uncertain about what he had before him. Oh, no, Izuku wasn't going to stop. No, Izuku took a step forward towards Katsuki. You live believing that everything revolves around you. Surprise, Kaken, you're not the son. You're a bad friend. A bad person. I just told you that I'm dead. You're the second person I've told, and you haven't even listened to me. Deku, you're crazy. No, I don't want to hear you as if you were the voice of reason. You're nobody. I see you, and all I feel is emptiness. For the first time, I'm not afraid of you. I was terrified. I've been terrified of you since I was 4 years old. But look at you. You're nothing special. All the shine I saw in you, it was just an illusion. I thought you were my friend, Kaken. I swear I thought so. But now I truly have friends. People who love and appreciate me. And you're one of the people who hurt me the most. A hero. No, Kaken, you'd have to work a lot on your shitty personality to be a hero. Izuku pushed him enough to continue on his way, pulling his hood back up. His chest felt lighter now. He couldn't believe what had just happened, but he didn't care. On the other hand, Katsuki. Deku. Izuku vanished for a second, letting the folder fall to the ground. The next moment, Katsuki stumbled as Izuku reappeared and tripped him. He fell face first to the ground. He tried to get up quickly, but Izuku was used to dealing with all kinds of scum in his illegal activities as a vigilante. As a vigilante, Izuku loved to kick. So with a single move, Izuku's foot ended up on Bakugo's face, breaking his nose in the process and splattering blood on the ground. Katsuki turned around in pain. Izuku looked at him as if he was looking at the villains he attacked at night. Indifferent. Kaken, I'm sorry, but I have to go. I have to take care of my family before they find out who my body belongs to. Be a good boy and stay on the ground. Izuku picked up the fallen folder and dusted it off. Then he put it under his arm and said goodbye. Goodbye, Kaken. Up until that moment, the few passers-by who had been passing by stopped to watch them. None of them had stopped the fight. None of them dared to move until Izuku moved a couple of meters away. Katsuki was quickly helped by strangers. Well, nothing that mattered to Izuku. Well, to be honest, Izuku wasn't feeling anything. Something told him that wasn't a good sign. But he couldn't stop to think about his feelings. No, he had things to do. He couldn't leave Shinso behind. He was going to give Shinso the best possible life. Deku. Izuku snorted without stopping. Bakugo never seemed to give up. He didn't stop at the shouts. Someone stopped the blonde while assuring him that an ambulance was being called. No, it took Izuku a total of 12.5 minutes to reach the office he was looking for. It took him only 10 minutes to sit at the table and fill out and validate the papers he brought while the worker was in the bathroom or getting coffee, or in a meeting. He didn't care. Just 10 minutes to fill out the forms on the computer and scan the documents. Izuku Midoriya pressed enter. And then he finally disappeared in peace. Bakugo Katsuki was 15 years old. He had been living in the same place his entire life. He had grown up in one of the best residential neighborhoods in Musutafu, in a large house with parents known throughout the city. His father was a fashion designer. His mother, after her career as a model ended when Katsuki was born, became the head of PR for the family company. Mitsuki used to mention it at every gala, company dinner, presentation. Katsuki had heard many times that his mother had been one of the most beautiful women to walk the runways in Japan. And let's be honest, the kid wasn't blind when it came to the genetics he had inherited. It had to be understood that Katsuki had grown up in the world of fashion. When he was 2 years old, he played among the fabric samples of his father's designs. By the age of 3, he walked confidently in front of cameras, just like his mother had taught him. A Bakugo had to conquer the world in all its forms. He had to be the first because his parents were super cool, and he had to be like them. That's what the little 3-year-old boy told himself, because as his mother said, they were on a different level among the extras. But Katsuki couldn't always be with his parents. No, his father had important meetings just like his mother. He had to design new collections. And that's when Aunt Inko came into the picture. The woman was one of Mitsuki's best friends. Katsuki had never understood the relationship between the two, but he had always assumed it was normal, as if Aunt Inko had always been his dear aunt. She was the one who took care of him and looked after him from time to time when his parents couldn't keep an eye on him. A sweet woman with an incredibly sweet and clingy son. Kaken, that damn brat, was always smiling. He was only a few months younger than Katsuki, yet he seemed like a baby in comparison. Because Katsuki had always felt like the older one, the more adult, and he was very proud of it. It was Katsuki who received praise for being a good boy, for being daring, for his parents being able to trust him to make his own snacks. Katsuki wasn't a baby like Deku, who needed his mother to cut the edges of his sandwiches or make them into little triangles. No, Katsuki was older and superior. Katsuki was always the best at everything, and he would continue to be. That's why he was always All Might when they played heroes, because he would be the #1 hero someday. The first time Katsuki felt his world shake was in his first year of preschool. He was used to going to daycare with Deku, The baby face had always been in his life with those round, freckled cheeks. It wasn't a surprise that they continued together in the new stage of schooling. At that moment, he thought it was destiny. Then the mothers would laugh with glasses of white wine at the children's innocence, not knowing that it had always been part of their plan. But that was also the year when, for the first time, the compliments were directed at someone else. While Katsuki was drawing his favorite hero, Izuku began writing with his crayons. What a smart boy, so grown up. Can you already read and write? Bakugo was taken aback, holding his paintings in his hands as he watched someone else being praised, watching them pat Izuku's head, and he returned a wide, dazzling smile. Bakugo crumpled his drawing and promised himself he would be the best. So, just a week later, he was trying to prove that he could already read. Deku, it was a simple mistake, but as his mother said, mistakes didn't exist. Not if you flipped the situation around. Katsuki was 3 years old and began to understand how the world revolved around him. He was 3 years old when he discovered that he could get his way with his smiles. He was 4 years old when Katsuki began to realize the differences between Izuku and himself. The most obvious was that Katsuki had a quirk and Izuku didn't. A quirk for which everyone praised him, as if he were going to be a superhero when he grew up. Deku and he would be the best heroes in Japan. Shortly after, on a night when Deku had stayed to play at his house, he discovered the truth. He had gone down to the kitchen to get some juices. It was spring, and that year was warmer. Or maybe it was the effect of his own quirk slowly changing him. Both women were in the kitchen, chatting with glasses of wine. Katsuki really didn't understand how both women could be friends. Inko never joined Mitsuki's girls' night out when she went out with her group of friends. She also wasn't part of the fashion world. But the woman was always there, and this time she was crying over a glass of white wine. He's quirkless, Mitsuki. What am I going to do now? Hisashi. To hell with Hisashi, Inko. The woman leaned on her friend. He's left us, Mitsuki. He refuses to have a quirkless child. He's going to work abroad. He's abandoning us. The kindest woman Katsuki had known was crying because of Deku. Because Deku was quirkless, something he didn't really understand yet, but he would soon. He's a bastard, dear. I'm here for you. Katsuki felt anger rise as he saw his mother embrace Inko tenderly in her arms, squeezing her against her chest. It's not that he hated his auntie. What he hated was not receiving those same hugs from his own mother. No, his mother wasn't affectionate unless it was Inko, apparently. What am I going to do now? Mitsu, he's quirkless. He'll be defenseless against society. Mitsuki broke the embrace to cup her best friend's face in her hands. She lifted her friend's face until green eyes met crimson. He won't be. Not if you don't make it a big deal, Inko. It's all about perspective and how you present Izuku to the world. Look at Katsuki. At that moment, Katsuki reacted, hiding behind the wall out of fear of being discovered. But they didn't notice him. Everyone says that Brat will be a great hero. I put effort into that. Because with a quirk like his, he could easily be called a villain. But I assure you, my son will be called a hero no matter what I do last. The Bakugos are like that. We resist. Don't treat Izuku like he's weak, because then you'll convince him that he is. Do you understand? Inko didn't understand. Katsuki did. Well, he thought he did. Until shortly after, all the kids had quirks except Izuku. The teacher delicately explained Izuku's condition and helped them understand that Izuku couldn't play as rough as the other kids. Damn, Izuku Midoriya looked so fragile that he could break, according to the adults. Katsuki didn't treat him differently. Not at first. He didn't care if Izuku ended up with scraped knees. Everyone had scratches. It was normal. But Inko Midoriya didn't think it was normal. So one afternoon, when it was time to pick them up, Inko took him home, and while Izuku was busy with hero news on his mother's phone, Katsuki received his first reprimand. The woman who had treated him with motherly affection his whole life was stern. No hurting her son, her precious boy. Katsuki had never felt so much anger before. Everyone had ended up with bruises and scrapes, even Katsuki. But there was Inko, scolding him, while treating Izuku like a damsel in distress who had to be sheltered from the world. Katsuki stopped wanting to go to Izuku's house to play. After all, he was a big boy who didn't need help with his studies. His parents trusted him, unlike that idiot Deku. And so the years passed. Katsuki felt more and more anger and wasn't good at containing it. Why bother? Katsuki believed he saw the whole world at his feet. He believed he was in control of everything. He believed he was the center of attention. And well, at school, everyone revolved around him, hanging on his every word. He was the top student, the best athlete, he had the best quirk, and everyone around him were extras wanting to take advantage of him. Taking advantage of the famous Bakugo family in the fashion world. Taking advantage of him. Katsuki wasn't stupid, not in the slightest. He knew that sometimes he said things without thinking. But it didn't matter. There were never consequences, right? His nose disagreed. At the age of 15, Katsuki was entering the hospital with a broken nose. His head hurt. Because, well, just minutes before that damn nerd had kicked him in the face. The damn nerd who had been ruining his life. In the past year, everything had gone downhill one way or another. He had been attacked by the Sludge villain, saved by useless Deku, fallen sick for the first time in years, interrogated by the police because of stupid Deku. He had seen his mother leave the house countless times to go comfort his auntie. He had seen Auntie Inko broken on the floor, crying. He had seen her sprawled in the bathroom, vomiting up the last of her meal because of the nerd. He had seen his father frown, and well, Masaru didn't usually frown. His father was usually quiet, and now he was quieter than ever between him and Mitsuki. He had been at Izuku Midoriya's funeral. He had been at his wake, and a month later, at yet another interrogation. Not to mention the betrayal he had felt that morning when he picked up the newspaper during breakfast and found a small obituary. Small, just about 300 words amidst other news. It wasn't his obituary, his had been a while back. No, it was a picture of the nerd in an ugly gray hoodie that didn't suit him, fighting with someone twice his size. The headline announced the new vigilante of Musutafu. The damn nerd had made them bury him to stay alive on the same streets, doing stupid things, making people suffer. The people around him and Katsuki himself. Because what Katsuki wouldn't admit to himself was the whirlwind inside his chest. Irritation, anger, and relief. The nerd was alive, doing stupid things, but alive. And then came the wave of betrayal. Because yes, the nerd was alive, and he had a marvelous quirk that he had kept secret for years, only to now play at being the city's vigilante. Oh, if Katsuki caught him, he would tear him apart. But he wouldn't catch him because Katsuki knew the nerd was avoiding him. Months had passed, and they hadn't crossed paths in Musutafu. Coincidence? I don't think so. Not until the day he had accompanied his mother to help her with Inko. He was already expecting to find the woman lying on the bathroom floor. He no longer recognized the same loving person who used to cut sandwiches into triangles. What he didn't expect to see was Inko wide awake and active with a man. That had been like catching his parents having sex. A trauma for a lifetime. And why? Because of Izuku fucking Midoriya. So, all Katsuki Bakugo wanted was to forget parts of his memories. Run kilometers until he burned off the anger inside him. What he didn't plan was running into Izuku and ending up with a broken nose. The day couldn't get any worse, could it? Why are you at the hospital, brat? What have you done now? Damn it, old hug, I'm telling you I don't feel well. On the other end of the phone, his mother snorted. Well, I have a meeting in a few minutes. Can you make your way back home alone? Katsuki fell silent for a moment. No, his family wasn't like Midoriya's. They didn't coddle him or treat him delicately. He cooked dinner for the family at least twice a week. Excellence was expected of Katsuki, and only that. I'll manage, he replied before hanging up. Katsuki arrived alone at the emergency room of the hospital. A broken nose wasn't a priority, so he'd have to wait to be treated. And he hated that. Sitting still in a room was eating away at him. He kept replaying the memory of that damn nerd who had disappeared before his eyes for a few moments. Yes, he had a quirk. He had been hiding his damn quirk for years, laughing at him. Ugh. When he caught him, he would break every bone in his body, just like Deku had broken his nose. Not that the nerd had changed. He looked exactly the same. Even Katsuki, who had always been taller than him, was taller still. There were no muscles on that little body, and yet he had managed to break Katsuki's nose. What irritated him the most was that if he had managed that, why hadn't he fought back before? Katsuki didn't understand half of the words they exchanged. Well, technically, Deku had just let them out. A few hours later, Katsuki's face was swollen, but his nose had been reset. It hurt. Oh boy, did it hurt. But they wouldn't let him leave alone until at least some of the sedative's effects had worn off. Like a caged animal, he started pacing around the waiting area and the hallways, waiting to be left in peace. He was definitely going to be late for class. He didn't like the idea with the UA exam so close, but his grades wouldn't suffer. No, he was the best. A medical team entered with a stretcher, a body bag closed on it. A corpse, Katsuki supposed. He was about to continue his furious pacing when something one of the professionals said caught his attention. It's a critical case. It's going to the morgue, complained the resident who was receiving the stretcher. Nothing is critical here. There was a small tension between the professionals. It's the case of the child found dead at the beach. Dr. Yamamoto is on his way. Start preparing everything. The professional pushed the stretcher towards the morgue not far from the emergency room. Bakugo stood frozen. A corpse, the corpse of a child. I have to take care of my family before they find out who my body belongs to. That's what Deku had told him. His feet moved faster than his mind did. He followed the arrows pointing to the morgue. No one stopped him. Not many professionals worked in that part of the hospital. He stood still in front of the metal doors. It took him a few minutes before he pushed the doors and entered the cold, gloomy place. There, on the metal table, under a spotlight, lay the newly placed corpse of a boy not much younger than himself. Green hair, sunken skin. Under the hollow emptiness of his eyes, a sea of freckles. Someone screamed. Maybe it was him, he never knew. Suddenly he was running through the hallways, wanting to get out of that suffocating place. Running through the streets with no particular destination. his heart racing, and the image of Izuku Midoriya dead on a cold hospital table. Bakugo stopped, falling to his knees and vomited right there, everything he had eaten that morning. Someone recognized him eventually. Maybe the mother of a fellow student. Maybe a nearby worker. The truth was, Katsuki never remembered. He only knew that they escorted him to his front door. An empty house where no one heard him cry because despite having been at Midoriya Izuku's funeral, it was now real. There was now a corpse. Deku. No, Izuku. Bakugo Katsuki was going to find Deku. Dabi was peacefully asleep in his bed, oblivious to all the chaos that was unfolding. Or at least he was until suddenly a shift in weight and movement entered his bed. Grumbling, he turned to find those big green eyes with a sea of freckles beneath them. The little demon had just jumped onto his bed, propping his face in his hands and raising his legs crossed, as if it were a slumber party or something. And well, Dabi and Izuku had done a lot of bonding in the last 24 hours, but enough to quell Dabi's murderous urges when freshly awakened. But as always, his fiery hand never quite touched that face. It passed through like the ghost he was. "I'm going to kill you," the fire user threatened. Izuku gave a cocky smile. "A bit too late for that, Dabi." Dabi grumbled and buried his face in the pillow. No, he hadn't slept enough to function. He was exhausted after all the drama shared the previous night. He needed more sleep. But Izuku had other ideas in mind. Like a cat, the kid started tapping Dabi's cheek repeatedly with his index finger. "Dabi, Dabi, Dabi." What? A former dealer turned irritably on the mattress, looking at the ceiling. Izuku sat up, arms crossed. Now that he looked closely, those green eyes seemed a bit reddened from crying. Well, Dabi had been crying lately too, all thanks to that little devil. "I need your help." A part of hell was freezing over. Izuku asking for help. Dabi sat up abruptly in a state of high alert. "What?" he asked, this time more serious, and with the most adorable puppy eyes. Izuku Midoriya pouted. "Could you help me steal a corpse?" Dabi felt like a bucket of cold water had just been thrown over him. He pinched himself to make sure he was awake. And ouch, yes, he was awake. "Pretty please." The son of a bitch blinked, tilting his head like a harmless puppy. "Who are you and what have you done with my pipsqueak?" Izuku playfully kicked him. "Oh, come on, don't be like that. I never ask you for anything." Dabi rubbed his eyelids before responding. "Bullshit. You asked me to stop dealing. And you forced me to quit. You asked me to find a legal job so I wouldn't be a villain anymore. You've been asking for things since we met. And none of them have been illegal." He laid out his suspicious point. Not that this wasn't Izuku, but about his intentions. Izuku puffed his cheeks and crossed his arms like the kid he was. "It wasn't always legal. Your job isn't really legal. It's off the books. No contract." Dabi growled and tried to hit him with the pillow. Nothing could touch the kid if he didn't want it to. Frustration was an old friend of Dabi's by now. Besides, burning public libraries together has bonded us so much, Izuku argued. Dabi snorted and dropped back onto the mattress. Looking at the ceiling was a strong temptation. Beautiful with that leak that was peeling the paint. Wonderful. Are you kidding me? Izuku leaned over Dabi to appear in his field of vision. "Nope. I really need you to help me steal my own corpse. Pretty please." Dabi growled again and got up abruptly, passing through the ghost. He needed something stronger to face that damn conversation. He pulled his leather jacket off the chair and cleared some space on the messy table to grab the last clean bowl in the house. He threw in the last of his cereal and added the butt of vodka left over from a few nights ago. Now he could start to get ready for the conversation. "Didn't you say your body was hidden somewhere where you didn't want it to be found, so you wouldn't reduce it to ashes?" Izuku sat on the edge of the kitchen counter. He didn't approve of Dabi's breakfast. But after last night, Izuku himself was considering taking a bowl. "I didn't want you to see me. You made up the last part," he corrected him. "I wanted my corpse to be just for me." Dabi raised an eyebrow. "And what's changed in these 5 hours?" Izuku didn't say it. Instead, he picked up the remote control for the small old TV and turned it on. The news channel was showing Dagaba Beach with the caption "Child found dead." Dabi choked on his cereal. "That happened. Take it easy or you'll end up just as dead as me." Dabi coughed, pounding his chest hard. Yeah, he was definitely awake, but everything had turned into a nightmare. "They found your body." "Yup. Tonight." "Yup. After we burned down the library." "Well, technically, you burned it. I was just there for moral support." "You little shit." Izuku gave him his most angelic smile. How much Dabi hated him. But yes, Izuku cut him off. "They've found my corpse. And by the way, I've talked to Toshi. I found out his foster parents are abusive. And apparently, he has feelings for me. And maybe I have feelings for him." "BUTTHATDOESNTMATTORBUSEUSEATLEASTIHAVSORTDOUTTHATPART. I've made a racer and Mike adopt Toshi. They'll be the perfect family. Oh, and I ran into Kaken. I don't know if I've ever mentioned him to you. Your former best friend turned bully." Izuku nodded without going into more detail. He never really told Dabi everything. mainly because he was afraid that if they ever met, Bakugo would end up like a burnt sugar cloud. That guy. I broke his nose. I kicked him. Dabi fell silent for a moment, staring at his sad cereal. He was still processing half of what Izuku was saying, and the guy didn't seem to stop talking. He needed more vodka. That's what was missing. Hold on a moment. Has sarcastic cotton candy confessed to you? Izuku deadpanned him. That's what you've taken from everything I've said. Dabi popped. Yeah, after coming out of the closet yesterday, you've started running really fast, little Izuku. Dabi was trying to mess with the kid. What he didn't plan on was making him blush like a tomato. No, OMG, did anything else happen? Izuku threw a dirty spoon at Dabi's face. I just told you that Toshi is being abused. Dabi shrugged. Yeah, I knew. Kids from abusive homes recognize each other, Zuku. Izuku's jaw dropped in surprise. And you didn't tell me anything. You didn't do anything. I offered to burn the car of whoever's hurting him. Besides, that was yesterday. Yesterday I met your fluffy kitten. Izuku blushed even more. Can you stop giving him cute nicknames? Dabi shook his head. Never. This is my new hobby. And I'm 100% committed to it. Plus, I'm not worried because you just said you've solved it, Dabi explained calmly. You're one of the most capable people I know. Upon that compliment, Izuku was speechless for a couple of seconds. He didn't usually feel so validated by people he knew, and it was weird. Well, weird but nice. Very nice. Yes, I took care of it. But I can't just sneak into the police to steal my own body. I might be able to get in, but no way to get out, Izuku reasoned. Dabi continued with his wonderful nutritious breakfast. If they've found your body, it won't be with the police. It'll be in the hospital, Dabi reasoned without blinking. It's much easier to sneak in there than the police, and hopefully, they won't perform the autopsy until tomorrow or the day after. That information left Izuku bewildered in many ways. How do you know that? Dabi shrugged. If you want access to medical records, the best place is always the morgue, he explained proudly, for once being the master of the two. They usually work slowly because nothing is a priority there. Their patients are already dead. It's empty at night. And their computers are still connected to the hospital's network and its medical system. That's how I found out they'd declared me dead. BTW. Izuku deadpanned. Yeah, that sounded like something Dabi would clearly do. Totally believable, yep. So, we're sneaking in tonight. Dabi nodded and got up to start collecting all the dirty dishes, which was all they had in the apartment, which wasn't much, but everything was dirty. Do you really want to do this? I mean, I know you're dead and well, I'm coping, I think. Izuku furrowed his brow. Dabi, you faked your own death at 12. You don't fall within the range of normal people. No offense. Dabi whistled. What a mood he had to face this morning. I'm just saying that maybe it's not as bad as you think. Dabi, I'm dead. I've been dead for almost a year. I haven't grown. I'll never grow. Nothing will change in my life. It's better for my loved ones to move on and not believe that someday I'll resurrect like Hisses. Dabi whistled again. All right. Maybe you could think that maybe you come in a small package and that's why you haven't grown, but okay. Ouch, why are you hitting me? Izuku kicked his shin again. I'm not short. I have a normal build for a 14-year-old boy. Dabi tried not to laugh. Izuku, you look like you're 12. Gasp. Izuku picked up one of the spoons again and, not caring that it was still dirty, started hitting Dabi with it repeatedly. And not small. My height is normal. Dabi started complaining while laughing. The good thing about him being hit was that he could easily catch Izuku because, despite everything, the kid became tangible in those moments. Come here, little brat. He caught him by the wrist and enveloped him in a brotherly hug. Izuku's anger subsided, quickly giving way to sobs. He broke easily at the slightest show of affection. Dabi held him tightly. We'll get your corpse if that's what makes you happy. Both fell into silence for a long minute. Maybe what I said sounds really weird, Dabi processed, unable to hold back, making Izuku break his sobbing with laughter. The best propositions you've ever made. Dabi patted the kid's back before letting him go. Eyes as blue as the sea met those green as a field. We're going to retrieve your body. But first, we have to do your favorite activity. Plan. Go grab a notebook. We have until nightfall to move. Never before had a plan sounded so tempting to Izuku. Aizawa hated paperwork. He was an underground pro hero and, like everyone else, he always had to deal with the annoying part of paperwork. Reports, search requests, analysis requests, mission summary. He hated it, but he did it. Succinctly. But he did it because it was part of his job and he got paid for it. He always reminded himself that he was getting paid for it. It was his own form of deception. His favorite placebo. Then there were occasions like these when basically the papers and forms weren't related to his work. He hated it because as far as his work was concerned, they were already used to how Eraserhead worked. But when it came to something outside his comfort zone, he got frustrated. What do you mean I can't request temporary custody of Shinso Hitoshi? On the other end of the line, a woman with a lack of will to live and a lot of caffeine sighed. They had been on the phone for over 10 minutes. Sir, it can't be done. The system won't allow it. What do you mean it won't allow it? It won't allow it, the woman repeated with a lifeless voice. I'm asking why. Won't allow it. Both were getting tense on the call. It just won't allow it. I enter the data and it says Shinso Hitoshi doesn't appear. Aizawa was sure that if he were face to face with that person, he would strangle her with his scarf. Why? He exclaimed and then apologized to the nurses passing by in the hallway. He was still in the hospital guarding Hitoshi's room while he rested. Don't yell at me. Then do your job and tell me why I can't take in a kid who is clearly being abused by his current foster family. Shota swore that the woman on the other end of the phone was rolling her eyes. But before he could start yelling at her again, he heard the sound of her typing. Oh, please, let her be doing her job this time. The system tells me that Shinso Hitoshi has been requested for adoption 3 hours ago. The request is in progress. Until it's resolved, you won't be able to make another request. Aizawa's murderous instincts kicked in. He was seconds away from ending up behind bars if not for the distance between them. My request carries more weight. I'm the pro-hero in charge of his case. Erase her head, he explained for the 11th time in those already long and exasperating 14 minutes of the call. Aizawa Shota. On the other end of the line, the woman snorted indignantly. Are you joking with me? Aizawa punched the wall with his fist. Do I sound like I'm joking? You sound like you're wasting my time, sir, the social worker responded sharply. Shota took a deep breath and imagined 15 different ways to kill that stranger. You're the one wasting my time, miss. Ma'am, the woman corrected him with a condescending tone. Aizawa Shota and Yamada Hazashi, correct? A shiver ran down the pro-hero's spine. At no point during the call had he mentioned his husband. That's right. Just because you create an adoption request on one end and now a foster care request, the kid won't be handed over to you any faster. These are government offices, not Amazon, the woman scolded him with annoyance. Your adoption case has already been referred to a social worker who will contact you and your husband as soon as possible. Please free the line for someone who actually needs me. Have a nice day. Don't hang up. Fuck. SHHH. A nurse scolded him. Language. We're in the pediatric area. Be careful what you say. Aizawa nodded, confused. I'm sorry, I apologize. 5 minutes later, he cursed again as he recapitulated all the information. How was he going to explain to his husband that strangely, apparently accidentally, they were adopting a child? I mean, they had been preparing for months to catch Midoriya in their web. They were making big steps, he told himself. But right now, Aizawa Shota was in the same state of surprise as when a couple goes to see their baby's ultrasound and they're told it's twins. Fuck. Aizawa fled into the teenager's room while he was still sleeping. It seemed he really needed rest with those heavy bags under his eyes. He was still processing the fact that there was apparently an adoption form for Shinso Hitoshi with his and his husband's names on it. The thing is, Shota hadn't filled it out, and it wouldn't be easy to do so over the phone. Not to mention all the steps and paperwork to cover. They were endless. He knew it because covering Izuku's had been a complete nightmare. Oh, Izuku. Shota felt stupid. Izuku, the same one who had called him to find Hitoshi. That very same Izuku. Coincidences didn't exist, he told himself. Shota sank into the armchair in the room and dialed his husband's number. Hopefully, he would already be awake. Honey, Mike, he greeted, his voice holding recognition and exhaustion. Is there something you need, sweetheart? Shota didn't even know where to start. Do me a favor, Zashi. Go to the entrance drawer and see if Izuku's folder is there. On the other end of the phone, Mike gasped in surprise. You could hear the pro-hero rushing around the apartment without caring about the chairs, the cats, or anything else. Is it time? Is it? Sho, is Izuku coming home? I have to finish preparing the roux. Sho, he paused, sounding strange. The folder isn't here. Have you moved it? Shota Aizawa muttered under his breath. That damn kid. Oh, how he loved and hated him at the same time. No, it wasn't me. Sho, don't joke about ghosts because I'll kill you. I swear. Aizawa wished it were that easy. Well, technically it had been a ghost's doing, but they didn't know that yet. No, Zashi, don't be an idiot. I think Izuku has been there. I think he took the folder. How should I put it? I think we're going to be parents to Shinso Hitoshi. Aka Izu's best friend. A scream echoed from the other end of the line. Shota proceeded to hang up so he wouldn't go deaf. No, he needed his ears intact. He needed to process everything that was happening. Because damn, parenthood suddenly felt very real. In his mind, a song kept playing repeatedly. Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time. Hidden all of our sins from the daylight. From the daylight, running from the daylight. From the daylight, running from the daylight. Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time. How could he care so much for a child who was as sweet as the sun and would risk everything for those he loved? And how could he hate so much that he wouldn't let him help? That he wouldn't let Shota save him? Aizawa felt drained in that uncomfortable hospital chair. It was too much to handle all at once, so Shota decided to do what he did best. Aizawa closed his eyes and fell asleep. Shinso Hitoshi woke up in what he believed was mid-morning to a background noise. By the time he managed to blink and sit up, one of the terrors of his childhood attacked him fully. An elderly lady caught his cheeks in a tight grip and after saying, "Oh, how adorable," proceeded to kiss his forehead. Before he could threaten, push away, or control the imminent urge to vomit, a sudden wave of fatigue hit him. He felt as if the energy in his body had plummeted suddenly. Not that he had much to begin with, really, but that felt like a tsunami. Shinso's back hit the mattress of the bed again. His chest began to move, and small snores started to fill the room. "I have no words to thank you, recovery girl." The heroine laughed and descended from the stretcher with all her dignity. The racer had a tired expression. His nap in the chair didn't seem to restore all the years of life that his troublesome kids took away from him. If all the world's woes could be cured with a kiss. "Oh, Eraser, I never expected you to make me a grandmother one day," the old woman announced playfully. The racer grumbled softly. "I wasn't aware you're my mother now, Shuzenji." After saying that with grumbling undertones, the man forced himself out of his yellow sleeping bag. With the affection that very few saw in him, Eraser arranged the teenager on the bed. The marks on his skin were disappearing rapidly. It comes with age. After a certain point, you start being the aunt, the grandmother, and so on. Eraser rolled his eyes and got back into his sleeping bag like a caterpillar. "Look, I'd rather pull out my ears before being called the father of kids who aren't mine," he complained, grumbling. "I already have 2 children, and that's enough." "Sure, yeah, want to make a bet?" the old woman asked playfully. That same conversation sounded like deja vu from a few years ago. Although that time, Eraser had been on the other side of the talk with present Mike. And that time, Eraser had brought a new stray cat to the apartment. Speaking of the devil, Hizashi opened the door with a murderous look. Fuck, Eraser was going to die that very day. "Shota, I've been trying to get you on the phone all morning." "Damn bastard." "Oh, hello Shuzenji. Nice to see you." The woman gave an amused smile and picked up her bag. "Present Mike, nice to see you. It's a boy. Healthy. Congratulations. It's time for me to go. I have stupid kids to heal out there. Goodbye." Mike waved goodbye to the heroine with a cheerful smile, only to change his expression as soon as the room's door closed. Mike spun on his heels to confront his husband with a deadly look. "I've been trying to get you on the phone all morning, show." The pro hero sank further into his sleeping bag. It almost seemed like he wanted to crawl inside and disappear. "I needed a nap." "A nap? Oh, seriously, show. You could have given me more information about what was going on." "Is this the little listener?" Shota nodded. "Yes, Itoshi Shinso. Case of domestic abuse. And apparently, our future child." Surprise. Mike had to count to 30 to avoid screaming at his husband right there. Mike was reconsidering why the hell he fell in love with Shota in the first place. Then he remembered that Shota's sadistic smile made his legs tremble, and not out of fear. There was something about that twisted smile that made present Mike want to say all. The same reaction Shota had when he saw a cat. As much as he adored him, there were times like these when he could kill him. "Sho, I'm on the verge of committing murder." Aizawa shifted in his seat. Guilt weighed him down. "Zashi, it overwhelmed me. I needed to shut everything down and sleep for a moment," the man admitted. Hizashi melted like he always did when he was mad at that man. The blonde ended up sitting on Aizawa's lap, enveloping him in a tight hug. "Oh, Sho, I have no news from Izuku. I can't go out to look for him because, as always, I can't do anything unless he wants to. I don't know what to do with a teenager I don't know. What should I say to him when he wakes up?" Present Mike squeezed him even tighter. "Oh, Sho," he repeated with his heart in his hand. "We'll take it slowly, like we always do. One step at a time," he said. Shota swears he didn't snort through his nose at that moment. He swears it, and his husband would always be there to support any excuse his husband gave. Finally, Shota pulled his arms out from inside his yellow sleeping bag to be able to return his husband's hug, burying his face in the blonde's chest, bouncing against. Wait, there was something soft and weird there. Out of place. Aizawa inspected the lump, slipping a hand under the leather jacket, tickling the blonde. "Sho, Sint, shhhh, someone is sleeping," the dark-haired man murmured, finding the culprit of the situation. As he pulled it out, a plush violet kitten appeared. Aizawa looked at it curiously. It was super adorable and soft. "What's this, Mike?" Izuku left a note. "Sho, Zuku." The spirit of the homeless boy seemed to come alive all at once. "A note. Do you have it there? Show it to me." With a simple move, Mike took out the small paper that Izuku had left on the fridge door. Aizawa took 3 seconds to read the note. "That little brat is trying to say goodbye. No way in hell. No, that little rascal has no chance. When I catch him, I'm going to drag him home by his ears. I promise you," he assured his husband as he forced him to stand up. It seemed like Aizawa Shoda had a renewed energy now and was ready to use it on that little devil. Waiting was difficult, especially when Izuku couldn't sleep like Dabi, who was sound asleep with the TV on in the background. No, Dabi could afford to spend the whole day sleeping because his part of the plan was to wait until night. I know what to do. Relax and entertain yourself with the TV. No news. Promise me, had been Dabi's exact words before he laid back on the bed. Watching a drama on TV didn't help at all. Not unless he decided to eat something. Every time he did that, he ended up deeply asleep. That's precisely why he couldn't allow himself to eat or sleep. He needed to stay alert for when everything began. The wait was excruciating. The walls were closing in and becoming suffocating. The clock's needle didn't seem to move. Dabi was softly snoring. And in the TV series, the characters were taking way too long just to hold hands for the first time. Exasperating. Everything was exasperating. One episode, then another. Izuku couldn't take it anymore. He needed to occupy his mind and get rid of all the what-ifs. What if they've already dissected his body? What if they've performed the autopsy? What if Dabi was wrong and he wasn't in the hospital? What if they've already identified him? What if they get caught? What if? Over and over again. To the point where he started wondering about Paul and how his friend was now that they had taken his body. Paul and his corpse hadn't been separated since he left it next to his lifeless body. Okay, yeah, he was losing it. But it's just that they had never discovered his body before. After so many months of safeguarding his secret so well, it seemed almost impossible that everything had blown up so quickly. It was even stranger when Dabi woke up again and without saying anything, started packing a sports bag with his clothes. Izuku looked at him curiously from the couch. Dabs, what are you doing? The fire user didn't stop for a second. T-shirt, pants, something that looked like a dirty underwear, another shirt. Dabi's not-so-secret diary that Izuku had never touched. Packing. Rule number 1 of being a delinquent, pipsqueak, is to be prepared to fly away quickly if something goes wrong. Do you have anything you want to take? Any of the notebooks? Izuku didn't fully understand what Dabi was saying. Or maybe he didn't want to understand it. No, everything will be fine, Izuku told him with an optimism that had barely existed seconds ago. Still, Dabi decided to put one of Izuku's newer notebooks into his bag, just in case. Yeah, whatever. Come on, get ready to leave. Like an excited little child on his first outing, Izuku jumped up. Outside the window, the sun was starting to set on the horizon. Dabi sat down for a moment to eat instant noodles heated with his own hands. That's when Izuku started to notice that something wasn't the same as every night when Izuku and Dabi left through the door. Something was very different. Dabi was looking around their home as if he were trying to burn the memory into his retina. Izuku decided to ignore it. Finding his body and recovering it was his top priority. I have to stop by the pub before we go delinquent. Izuku pulled down his own cheeks, dying of embarrassment on the inside. Don't call it delinquency. Dabi laughed and proceeded to tease his little troublemaker. Stealing a corpse is delinquency, pipsqueak, Izuku stammered, not really having a ready response for at least a few long seconds, especially for someone like Izuku. Long enough for it to be a victory for Dabi. And, not stealing, retrieving. It's my body. Dabi gave a sly smile, amused by his little angel doing bad things. If your body is in police custody, it's still stealing. It's still mine. Oh, then let's go to the police. Let's knock on their door and ask them nicely, with those adorable deer-like eyes you have, to kindly give us your corpse. I'm sure they'll listen, Dabi announced sarcastically. Izuku kicked his friend in the shin. That's for being a jerk. You son of a... Nah, you are being too mean. Needed to remind you to stay humble a bit, the little guy said boldly. Dabi gave a proud, perhaps reassuring, half-smile. Since the day before, Izuku hadn't been the same. Obviously, he wasn't going through a good time. But when Izuku got all feisty, Dabi knew that eventually the kid would be okay. Sure, he was going through a rough patch, but Izuku would pull through. Everything would be fine because the pipsqueak had him. Dabi, come on, let's go. We need to stop by the club first. Say goodbye to the house. Izuku, who was following Dabi like a crime mama duck, suddenly stopped. We're not coming back, he asked naively. It was hard to forget that Izuku was really just a goody two-shoes kid. Dabi leaned against the door, admiring the chaotic place. So many memories. In the corner next to the fridge had been the first spot where he'd seen Izuku enter his house when the kid had decided to fix his life. The cushion thrown in front of the TV still had the shape of Izuku's, but after all those months, the drawings of Dabi and Izuku taped to a wall from that hungover morning they decided to play Pictionary. Dabi's favorite was the flaming trash can. It was one of the few drawings Izuku never managed to guess the meaning of. According to the teenager, Dabi was cheating. Dabi called it artistic license to represent a sperm donor. On the table, there was still a bowl with cereal and vodka remnants. Izuku's scribbled notebooks. The truth was, that place was a dump, but it had been a home for the past few months. A place worth remembering. and all thanks to the brat standing beside him. Without a word, Dabi wrapped an arm around Izuku's shoulders, pulling him close and squeezing him without saying a thing. This place had been a home because Izuku had entered his life. I don't know, let's just prepare for the worst and hope for the best. Come on, kiddo. Dabi gently nudged him out of the apartment, closing the door to what had once been a home for both of them. Shinso Hitoshi was fed up with waking up surrounded by people he didn't actually know, only to be put to sleep right after. He hated it. He hated that bright white ceiling illuminated by LED lights. Once again, the same hospital room, but this time, there was no strange grandmother trying to kiss him. Shinso prayed that it had all been a terrible nightmare. And there, in the chair for companions, sat two people talking quietly, whispering while playing with each other's fingers, both seated tightly together on a single-seat chair. Clearly not the most comfortable position, but neither of them seemed to be complaining. The long-haired blonde would occasionally lean in to give a cheek kiss to the grumpy adult. The grumpy one, well, Eraserhead, as Shinso recognized, kept muttering that everything would be okay as if it were a mantra. Both of them were chatting in hushed tones. You know who wasn't there? Izuku. Shinso turned around to bury his face in the pillow before the tears started to flow. He remembered the previous night. He remembered being tied up, dragged across the apartment to his room. How they told him that someone like him didn't deserve even the mattress he slept on. He also remembered Izuku's sweet embrace, his warm voice, his tears, his kiss. Oh my god, he had kissed his best friend, his first friend. Shinso Hitoshi was having so many panics all at once, in the presence of one of his idols and a stranger. Strangers that Izuku had called to save him. Strangers who were quickly over him, placing their hands on his shoulders gently. Easy, little listener. You're not alone, the blonde reassured him, tracing circles on his back. Hitoshi's chest tightened, and sobs started to escape uncontrollably. Hitoshi wondered why. Why he couldn't bottle it all up like he usually did. Why was everything cracking? His life had never been easy, so why now? Let it all out, it's good. We're here for you, Eraserhead assured him. Hitoshi tried to pull himself away, to stand up and tell them to leave him alone, that he was fine. The blonde misinterpreted it as a request for a hug and wrapped him in the gentlest embrace an adult had ever given him. It's possible, and it's only possible, that Hitoshi ended up venting his emotions in tears on the neck of that stranger for several long minutes. And possibly, just possibly, once the hug was over, now Hitoshi was dying of embarrassment, unable to meet the gaze of those present men. The blonde sat on the bed next to Hitoshi. The blonde had taken control of the situation. And by the way, Eraserhead leaned against the window, watching them while hiding a smile behind his capture scarf. It seemed like a planned team move. Hey, little listener, no shame. I'm Hizashi, Yamada Hizashi, but you can call me Zashi. We've heard a few things about you, the blonde admitted, while he tidied up Hitoshi's disheveled hair into a more natural state. Like how your hair is really soft. Izuku was right. Izuku, like a magical word with a LVL. 20 effectiveness rate. Shinso looked up. Izuku, is Izuku here? The grumpy one teetered on his toes, approaching the bed with crossed arms. No, but we're sure he'd love to be here, Eraser assured him. I'm Aizawa Shoda, by the way. I don't think I properly introduced myself yesterday. My apologies. Shinso tried to pretend he wasn't fanboying, because his favorite hero had just revealed his secret identity. Shinso had definitely died and gone to heaven. Everything would make sense if that were the case. Or maybe he had hit his head. And all of this was a dream of his imagination? Right. I don't think it's a good idea to reveal your identity to a civilian, sir. I appreciate it, but... He didn't even expect Aizawa to introduce himself. He was left speechless. Aizawa seemed annoyed by the situation itself, more annoyed by his own zero communication skills. Well, I think it's an important part of getting to know each other, the pro-hero explained. We should talk about the situation and what will happen from now on. Oh, shit. The moment had arrived when they would send him to another foster home. Shinso lowered his head. I understand. I can pack a bag with my things before the social worker arrives, the boy promised. Will they send me to a foster home again this time? Both adults quickly moved closer to Shinso as if to comfort him. The moment they heard his pitiful response, his quirks took effect as if they were hooks. Both adults froze in mid-movement, their faces serene, eyes clouded. Shinso covered his eyes to cry. No, he didn't want their pity. He didn't want to believe their lies that the next destination would be better. His heart couldn't endure more. He had been enduring it for a long time and couldn't anymore. No, Shinso couldn't. He had always worked harder than anyone else to prove that he could be smarter than the rest, that he could be the model student even with a villain's quirk. But it was never enough. No, Shinso couldn't afford another broken heart. He got off the bed and after instructing the men to sit down, he started rummaging through the closets for his old clothes. They weren't there, but he did find a couple of hanging t-shirts and a pair of jeans. Maybe they wouldn't mind much if Shinso borrowed some of their clothes. After all, he couldn't leave the hospital in patient attire. He removed everything, every informative wristband, Leaving the room was simple. Head down, hands in pockets. Nobody noticed him, as always. Nobody would miss him if he disappeared. He pressed the elevator button and waited. He entered and went straight to the ground floor. Though Shinso Hitoshi didn't have a plan. Let's be honest, Hitoshi was a mess. He didn't want to think. He wanted to cry. He had an intense urge to do so. But he couldn't afford tears. He wasn't like other kids who had their mothers to take care of them. He had no one, because the moment they caught him, they would take him away and then he wouldn't have Izuku either. What if things went well for Izuku as a runaway vigilante? Why couldn't he do the same? After all, no one would miss him. Shinso moved through the emergency area like a mere visitor until he reached the door. The sun was already set. Great, just in time for the villain's hour. Maybe it was some twisted joke of the universe, showing him that no matter how hard he tried to be good, it didn't matter. Maybe he should just embrace the idea of being a villain. The teenager walked towards the nearby park. He had no money, no future. In reality, it didn't matter because if Shinso wanted, he could go to the fanciest hotel and they would give him their best room. He could walk into any store and have them give him their most expensive products. For heaven's sake, it would be as easy as walking into a bank. Shinso was the perfect villain, right? He wished it would rain. He wished it with all his might because then no one would distinguish his tears from the rain. Except that destiny had something else in store for Hitoshi. Oh no, just one runaway teenager is enough for me. A firm voice assured him before Hitoshi found himself tackled by an angry pro-hero. Well, when I say tackled, I could also mean slung over the shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Aizawa wasn't going to lose another kid. What are you doing? Let go of me, Shinso struggled. The pro-hero kept him firmly secured over his shoulder as he carried him back towards the hospital. Taking you home, kiddo, Eraser responded confidently. I'm not going to let another problem child slip through my fingers. And you don't have the same ease as Izuku, he half-joked, somewhat somberly. Shinso blinked in surprise. He had answered him. He had used his quirk on the man just a few minutes ago, and he was responding again, fearlessly. And, for some strange reason, the man had quickly broken free from his quirk's hold and now couldn't be caught again with his power. Why? Why do you care? I'm just a stranger. You'll forget about me tomorrow. Go back to your perfect pro-hero life and leave me alone, Shinso almost pleaded, his voice breaking. Eraser sighed in exasperation and suddenly put the teenager down on the ground to look him in the face. He cupped the teenager's face in his calloused hands. Kiddo, you matter to me, all right. You're right that we don't know you. But you don't know us either. Give us a chance, okay? Eraser implored desperately. Give me the chance to help. Please. Shinso broke into sobs. I don't want to go to another foster family. I don't want to. I can't. I don't want to suffer anymore. And from sobs, he transitioned into a flood of tears. Eraser held him tightly in his arms, holding Hitoshi's head against his own chest, right above his heart. You're not going to another foster family, kiddo. You're coming home with us, Eraser announced with the same firmness as someone saying the sun rises in the east. So don't run away, because I assure you, I'll drag you home if I have to. And that dumb blonde running over here will make sure you get a lot of love forced upon you. Hitoshi raised his chin just in time to see the blonde come running in his super tight pants towards them, just in time to be enveloped in a strong hug from both of them. PLEASCDONTVERDONYT hang like that again. Please don't disappear again. Harkened hand late, somewhere in that moment. There was so much emotion in Hitoshi's chest that he recognized that loud quirk of his before Shota cancelled it. How could he think when his chest was bursting with love and affection? Zashi couldn't stop peppering the child's and his husband's face with kisses. How could he think when his heart was bursting with fondness? He felt loved. Aren't you afraid of my quirk? Aren't you afraid of me? Aizawa scoffed. We know your quirk perfectly well, kiddo. We don't care. I don't care about your quirk, okay. We care about you since the first time we met you. Do you understand? Now you are ours even if you don't like it. You're stuck with an insomniac, a loud blonde, and 3 mischievous cats. Cats? Shinso asked with a trembling voice. Hizashi laughed. Yeah, 3 meanies once. Izuku actually said you liked cats, huh? Come on, let's go back. Let's go home. Izuku said I liked cats. Hitoshi asked naively. Zashi nodded, smiling, and pulled a violet cat-shaped plush toy from his leather jacket. Yeah, he said so. It was his idea. Hitoshi cried silently as he hugged the plush toy. Only this time, he wasn't alone. And he wouldn't be alone ever again. Later, he would wonder how both adults had escaped his quirk ahead of time. He would realize the detail that Shota never used his quirk to erase his own. Or he would notice the detail that both adults had an untreated cut on their hand preventing Shinso from capturing them with his quirk. But for now, Shinso was stepping into a future with parents by his side. Parents who would genuinely love him as it should have always been. Many minutes earlier, Dabi and Izuku arrived at the back doors of the pub where Dabi worked. Mr. Matsumoto frowned as he caught sight of them from the corner of his eye. He was carrying boxes of drinks, a task usually done by someone else. The police came asking for you. Anything you want to explain? He asked, his tone skeptical. Both newcomers locked eyes and then replied in unison. Nope, no, we don't know anything. Mr. Matsumoto dropped the box he was carrying and grabbed the nearest broom, using it to start swatting at the two troublemakers. Stop. Hey. They both ended up laughing as Mr. Matsumoto chased them into the pub like cornered animals. After relentless swats, Mr. Matsumoto finally showed mercy and set the broom aside, crossing his arms. Dabi quickly caught Izuku between his hands. Go and steal a couple of cans of soda from the old man. Dabi casually pushed Izuku towards the bar and help him with the boxes. The old man is getting too old for this. At that, Mr. Matsumoto swatted Dabi with the broom once more. Dabi didn't defend himself. Izuku grabbed the boxes with a smile, always happy to help. It was then that the spell was broken, and both adults looked at each other seriously. They'll be back, Mr. Matsumoto warned. Dabi nodded. Of course they would. I suspected as much. Have they come here for the library or the body? Mr. Matsumoto approached Dabi with an unfriendly look. They say you might have kidnapped a child and killed him, Dabi. Shady things. Dabi scowled, feeling offended and hurt. He had spent many months trying to be the good guy, and one burned library later, he was a monster again. I've never killed anyone, thank you, let alone a child. It offends me that you'd suggest I'm a child killer, Dabi hissed, furious and wounded. The pub owner confronted him without fear. I'm just saying what the police came asking. I told them you were here last night, but I don't like lying to the police. And that was a clear warning for Dabi. He felt exasperated. Don't worry, old man, I'm here to say that I'm leaving. Quit the job. I doubt I'll be back tomorrow. Mr. Matsumoto held his breath for a couple of seconds to avoid yelling. Self-control. Cut the nonsense. You were on the right path. What were you thinking? And that's when Dabi exploded. A contained explosion, getting closer to the old man so he could hiss furiously. About Izuku. Izuku needs me, and I'm going to be there for him, even if it doesn't end well for me, Dabi assured him. You don't understand what the kid is going through, and I don't plan to explain it to you. Simply put, old man, you've been good to me, so I thought it was logical to let you know that I might not come back. Something in Mr. Matsumoto changed, perhaps guilt or relief. Dabi couldn't be sure. Suddenly, the man grabbed Dabi by the shoulder and nodded for him to follow him to the small office where he kept all the paperwork. Then I think it's appropriate to pay you now, just in case you're not here at the end of the month, Mr. Matsumoto said, opening the safe. Dabi tried to protest, but Mr. Matsumoto cut him off, tossing him a stack of bills that was definitely much more than he had earned in all those months together. Old man, this is too much. Nonsense. Take it. Take care of your family. And if you ever need anything, I might have a few contacts in some places. I wouldn't mind making a call. Dabi wrapped Mr. Matsumoto in a tight hug. Not many people had treated Dabi as kindly as Mr. Matsumoto had. Not many had helped him like Izuku as much as he had. Ooh, did I miss something? Izuku asked, appearing in the doorway, looking puzzled. Dabi discreetly stashed the bundle of bills in his coat. Mr. Matsumoto was just telling me how excited he is because his daughter is getting married. Izuku furrowed his brow. I thought you didn't have any children, Mr. Matsumoto. The pub owner elbowed Dabi. That's because this deaf one doesn't know how to listen. Niece. I said niece. The old man lied perfectly. Izuku shrugged, believing the lie. Well, we're running late. See you, old man. Dabi bid farewell before leaving with Izuku, who tried to say his goodbyes. For someone who didn't usually allow much physical contact, he had been letting himself be led around a lot in the past few hours. Izuku and Dabi were on the rooftop of the hospital. The sun was about to disappear on the horizon, barely illuminating the night sky. No, the blanket of stars was beginning to envelop them in the nighttime sky. And there they were, the newcomers, looking around. There were no patrol cars like in a police station. Obviously, they were in a hospital, but that didn't mean there weren't patrols nearby or even heroes. Are you sure we can't just put your body in a wheelchair and take a bus? Izuku deadpanned Dabi. Don't you think I would have done that if I could? No, let's just say my body gives the creeps enough for someone to see my face. Dabi muttered, searching for options. And are you sure I can't just burn it? It would be like entering and poof, everything reduced to ashes, Dabi suggested, showcasing his blue flames. Izuku looked at him horrified, as if he had just uttered the greatest blasphemy in the world. No, it's my body. Burning is forbidden. Dabi rolled his eyes. He couldn't understand the kid on that one, but he didn't need to understand him to go along with it. All right, no burning. Got it. Dabi, avoiding it, just not burning it. The boy corrected him very seriously. What if you burn me and I disappear forever? Huh, I wouldn't let you disappear, Dabi promised with a dark tone. Izuku felt more at ease after the promise. He watched the last ray of sun disappear and then heard the song Toxic by Britney Spears start playing. Izuku turned to find Dabi dancing on the rooftop to the rhythm of the music while singing. WTF. Izuku slapped himself to make sure he wasn't asleep. No, the red handprint on his cheek confirmed he wasn't asleep. There was Dabi, spinning around and giving it his all while singing Toxic. In short, the fire user was clearly enjoying himself. Dabi, are you high? The older of the two caught Izuku and forced him to spin around. No, come on, loosen up a bit. It'll help you calm your nerves, was the response before he continued singing and dancing. Izuku stumbled over his own feet. He tried to move along. Maybe that description was a much prettier picture than what was actually happening on that rooftop. Because while one was dancing like the protagonist of their own story, the other looked like a dizzy crab wanting to go home. The madness ended right as the song did. Dabi seemed renewed. Izuku looked like he had just added one more trauma to his collection. All right, I'm ready, announced Dabi, revitalized. Izuku blinked in confusion. Are you nervous? Is that it? But you used to do worse things, the teenager accused. Dabi glared at him. Someone forced me to be a good person for many months. I had to get back to my delinquent self. Izuku choked on his own words. What? Huh? You can't be serious. We burned a library yesterday. Dabi rolled his eyes. TFFFFF, that was an accident. It doesn't count. Come on, let's go. It's time to infiltrate. Izuku's chin dropped. Dabi was impossible. Truly impossible. Both entered the building and started descending the stairs. Emergency is in the opposite direction. We can cut through the patient floors. Dabi informed him of his plan. There was something about being the leader that brought his inner delinquent to life. In contrast, Izuku seemed to reflect his innocence more and more. But don't we have to go to the morgue? Izuku, the morgue is always close to the emergency room. Emergency is where most of the corpses usually come in. The older one reasoned. Izuku nodded at this newfound wisdom. Let's not forget that Izuku was still only 14 years old and had 1,000 things left to discover. Oh, of course. That makes sense. And can we go through the hallways without being stopped? Well, not that they can stop me, but... Relax. Dabi pulled out one of his earbuds and placed it in Izuku's ear, who began to complain about the sudden intrusion. You're very nervous. Listen to some music. Dancing and singing always relaxes me. You should try it more often. Have you never been to a hospital before? No one gives a shit about what you're doing as long as you don't interfere with others. They'll always think you're here for a family member. Izuku looked curiously at the nurses filling out paperwork, checking medications, having tea. No, none of them seemed to care about the two figures wandering the hospital corridors. I only remember one visit to the hospital, and it was when they diagnosed me as quirkless. That day sucked. Now I think I'd prefer to have my refund. I don't know, I'd rather be quirkless. I'd be dead by now. Dabi gave him a light slap in response. Somehow, he had to reset Izuku's thoughts. I'll always prefer having you in my life, asshole. You're like a hemorrhoid I've grown fond of. Izuku snorted and bumped into Dabi with force. It was strange to feel both offended and fondness at the same time. Dabi wrapped his arms around him and gave him a half hug. Come on, I'll give you a quick tour. It's not all doom and gloom in the hospital. Come. Dabi pushed him towards the elevator. For one of his first times in that hospital, Dabi seemed to know exactly where he was going. But we have to get my body from the morgue, Izuku anxiously complained. Dabi shook his head. He seemed determined to make that night something special. Not every day you went with your 14-year-old bestie to steal a corpse from the morgue. Your body isn't going anywhere. It's not like a corpse is going to disappear like your annoying ass. Come on, it'll only be a few minutes. Izuku didn't really get a chance to agree. No, he simply let himself be carried away, barely convinced, through the hospital's white corridors until at some point the white walls began to turn into colorful flower patterns. Before Izuku could even realize it, Dabi had taken him to a window. And behind it, like a bad cliché, there were a dozen cribs filled with tiny babies wrapped up like burritos. So tiny, pink, and... Wow, Izuku was crying. He hadn't even noticed when tears had started falling on his cheeks. There were helpless babies with a world waiting to give them love, care, and attention. A world that would welcome them with open arms. Some of them already had distinctive features, like slightly bluish skin or clouds of sugar instead of hair. In that same place almost 15 years ago, Izuku had been there too. Izuku had seen a couple of photos in the albums his mother pulled out every Christmas. Izuku had always been an adorable burrito with a wild tuft of green hair. Kaken had also been born in that same hospital months before. Izuku could imagine a grumpy little baby in his crib, still adorable before becoming the egocentric jerk he was now. On that side of the glass, his mother had been there with her camera in hand. Maybe his father too before everything started going wrong in the Midoriya family. Izuku had been an adorable baby once. He had been a little person in need of love and care. But then that little baby grew up and didn't have a quirk. Well, not that anyone really knew. And he stopped being loved and protected. Those children deserved a future that would protect them. A future that would embrace them. Izuku had also been a child who deserved to be taken care of. But it wasn't until his death that someone had really cared. Well, not technically his death, but his quirk. Izuku felt hurt thinking that he had never truly been valued until he had a quirk. A quirk that was, at the same time, a punishment for him, unable to die peacefully and stop suffering. Are you crying? Oh shit. This was a bad idea. It was a bad idea. Fuck. Dabi began to panic like a headless chicken. It's okay, Izuku lied. I'm just emotional, he rationalized. I'll get over it. I just need a moment. Go ahead. Izuku swore he tried to be natural, but he ended up sounding more like a robot. Dabi cursed all his choices. I'm not going to leave. Dabi, I want to be alone. Please. Both boys locked eyes. Dabi eventually nodded and gave in as he always did to that brat who had invaded his life without even asking. Izuku stood there while Dabi headed towards the morgue. At some point, one of the babies started crying. One of the nurses appeared to feed it. Once upon a time, Izuku had been that baby. But he wasn't a child anymore. Well, technically he was. But he wasn't a baby anymore. No matter how much he tortured himself with everything he should have had, with everything he could have been and never was. Instead of that, Izuku decided that even if there were no opportunities in life for him, there would be for others. Like Shinso, he deserved a family that would shower him with love. Izuku wished his existence would just end. Maybe life would be easier that way. Maybe. But if there was one thing Izuku had learned, it was that it was never about what he wanted or didn't want. It was about the bad luck he had in his life, death. So, feeling defeated and out of control, he decided to regain at least some control over his life and death. At least his body would be his and no one else's. At least that little piece of himself would be just for him. Izuku dragged his feet down the hallway. Dabi had left him, leaving Izuku in the midst of a storm of thoughts in a building he barely knew. Well, if there was one thing Izuku knew, it was that there was no door or wall that could resist his ghostly charms. What he didn't expect to see just a hallway further was Shinso Hitoshi coming out of a hospital room and walking straight to the elevator. If Izuku were still breathing, he would have held his breath. But Izuku was undeniably very dead, and Shinso Hitoshi had a severe sentimental congestion not to notice his friend just a few meters away. The question was, if Toshi was there, where was Eraser? And why wasn't he with Toshi? The answer came much faster than Izuku had ever expected. There, in the same room where Shinso had appeared, were his two favorite adults. Dabi still didn't count as an adult despite being 21. There were present Mike and Eraser, head completely paralyzed and with cloudy eyes. Izuku snorted indignantly. Something told him his friend was doing something stupid. Something told him he knew what Toshi was going through. And something screamed at him that he wouldn't let his friend continue suffering. Because that was Izuku's job. He would keep the monopoly on suffering so that no one else had to shed a tear. Let's remember that Izuku was still only 14 despite being dead for almost a year. With that youth and strength, as if he could conquer the world, Izuku entered the hospital room determined to make sure his friend didn't do something stupid. Because yes, Izuku was aware that Toshi was there and that if he hurried, he could catch up with him and talk to him. But at the same time, our favorite ghost knew that he wasn't the one Toshi needed. It was those two adorable and silly adults who would be willing to give their lives for him. They just needed a little time and to get to know Toshi for them to adore him as much as he did. So there was Izuku, in front of his two most insistent adults, in the middle of paralysis induced by Toshi's quirk. And if there was one thing he had learned after so many months of friendship with his friend, it was that pain was a great motivator to break any barrier, or hypnosis. The half-hearted slap Izuku gave to both adults echoed in the room. In front of him, both adults went from talking to a child they potentially loved to being face-to-face with the child they desperately wanted. The same elusive child who always. Oh, Izuku suddenly felt like one of the newborns. Or more precisely like a burrito wrapped up tight when Eraser used his capture scarf to catch him. Izuku didn't even flinch. To be honest, the scarf had become quite comfortable after so many times. Izuku, Mike exclaimed in surprise, while Eraser released a very familiar, problem child. Oh, how he missed this kind of reunion. It was a pity that this would probably be the last time he would see them. He couldn't continue in that family's life without hindering Toshi's well-being or his own non-adoptive parents, because feeling like an inconvenience was Izuku's specialty, and being a fool too. Hi, it's been a while. You had us worried, Izuku, Hazashi shouted in his high-pitched voice before launching himself to hug his little troublemaker. Izuku made a face at what Hazashi had just said. In response, Eraser tightened the rope around the boy, although it was barely noticeable among Hazashi's strong embrace. We've been so worried. Izuku, we need to talk. Not now. Izuku interrupted his favorite heroes with an alarming tone. Shinso needs you. No, listen. He needs you urgently. It was at that moment that the confused adults realized Shinso was missing from the room. All that remained was an empty bed. Something strange had indeed happened. Where is he? What happened? We were talking, and... Izuku snorted indignantly. Hitoshi trapped you with his quirk. He's probably doing something stupid. He spoke in pure hypocrisy. You have to go after him. Please, you can't leave him alone. You can't. Aizawa sighed, trying to keep up with the boy but refusing to loosen his capture scarf. Problem child. No, Izuku prevented him from continuing. Listen, Eraser, Toshi needs a good home, a good family. Real love, he explained urgently. You can't let him go. Eraser remained stoic, tightening his capture scarf firmly. I'm not letting you go, Izuku, the raven-haired man warned. Izuku rolled his eyes. You know that if I want to, I can disappear. You can't hold me. No one can, Izuku objected, trying to be logical and speak the language of heroes. But you can stop Toshi from doing something stupid. You can stop his quirk. Look, I'll even give you a hint. The way to break free from his mental control is pain. Sorry for the slap earlier, but it was necessary. Oh, Izuku, Hazashi whispered beside him, gently placing his hands on the boy's shoulders. We love you too. You know you have a home. And Izuku refused to hear more. There was no way he could explain all his drama to them and have them accept it. Or so Izuku told himself. Toshi is leaving. It's now or never. Please, don't turn him off. Don't give up on him. Eraser furrowed his brow and cursed under his breath. I'm not giving up, the pro-hero affirmed firmly and seriously. But I won't give up on you either, problem child. Mike, watch him, Aizawa ordered before handing over the reins of his scarf to Mike. Everything happened very quickly. Suddenly, Eraser was running down the hallway, grabbing a scalpel and cutting his palm. Yes, if he wanted, his quirk could neutralize Shinso's. But the hero didn't want to treat a poor kid like a villain. Izuku sighed in relief, as if a heavy weight had been lifted from his chest. The hope that his plan would succeed had made him momentarily forget his corpse, or he being wrapped up like a burrito, or the fact that present Mike was just inches away from him. The blonde placed his hands on Izuku's cheeks, caressing him with the affection of a father the boy had never had. Izuku, this isn't one or the other, you know. For us, you're one of our kids, whether you want it or not. Fuck. Izuku couldn't bear to meet Hazashi's gaze. He looked away shyly. His red shoes suddenly became an object of great interest. Those words made him want to cry. And he didn't want to cry in front of Mike. No, he couldn't let them worry about him. He couldn't let them grow fond of him. Toshi was alive, Izuku was not. He didn't belong in the world of the living. In truth, Izuku had never felt so loved by so many people in his life. In his death, he had won the hearts of many. Izuku told himself that it wasn't right. It didn't make sense to make them suffer needlessly. Izuku reacted. Right, he was dead. And his corpse was somewhere in the hospital. The boy became intangible, causing Eraser's scarf to fall to the ground, and Mike's hands to lose the feel of the child's face. I'm sorry, Zashi. I don't belong here. I'm leaving. For good. So don't lose him. I mean, Toshi is so important to me, and I can't be here, so take care of him. Tell him I'm sorry for lying and breaking the promise. Tell him to be happy. Take care of Eraser. If he keeps eating like that, he'll get an ulcer. And he's getting older, the kid said somewhat cocky, trying to mask the sadness in his voice, trying to cover the tears that threatened to come out. No, kiddo, I'm not going to let you go, Mike reassured him, beginning to panic. Izuku gave a sad smile. It's not like you can stop me. Izuku, Mike said warningly. Love you. Bye. Mike watched in horror as the boy vanished before his eyes, suffering in panic as he realized his hands only reached nothingness. The pro-hero had never before felt so powerless, except for Oboro. But nobody ever spoke about Oboro. It was a taboo subject. Cursing, the pro-hero broke into tears without realizing that Izuku was still there, crying in his invisibility with a broken heart. Miz recomposed himself as best he could and, following his husband's steps, scalpel in hand, he rushed to pursue the boy they could still hold. Izuku stood there in silence. They would be fine without him, he told himself. That's what he needed, for everyone to move on. He didn't want anyone crying over his corpse. He didn't want another funeral. He didn't want to hurt anyone else. Lost in his thoughts, Izuku ended up wandering through the hospital walls until he found Dabi. Oh, right, they were there for his corpse. Izuku had almost forgotten. His corpse, which was now in a horrible black bag on Dabi's shoulder. Look, as you laugh at me now, you little seed of evil, Dabi muttered to nothingness. It seemed like he was talking to thin air. God knows how long he had been complaining to thin air, waiting for Izuku to show up. Of course, right. Their mission was to rescue his corpse. Izuku suddenly appeared before Dabi, causing him to scream for a second in a tone that was too high-pitched, followed by a string of expletives not suitable for children under 13. Fortunately, Izuku was 14. I'm sorry, I got distracted. Dabi was about to threaten to throw his corpse in a dumpster, but he stopped when he noticed Izuku's red eyes. His lips formed a thin line, and he reaffirmed the weight of the corpse on his shoulder. Come on, we don't have time to waste. He acted as if all of this were normal. Lead the way, pipsqueak. Izuku nodded without saying a word. Leaving the hospital was easy in comparison. Izuku just led the way and signaled to Dabi when the path was clear. Getting to the hospital parking lot was straightforward, shrouded in the darkness of the night. Stealing a car was much quicker than Izuku could have expected. Dabi seemed to have a lot of experience in the world of crime. Still, Izuku didn't say anything. He didn't have the strength to say anything. He could hardly find the motivation to become visible, and he only did it so that Dabi wouldn't feel awkward about having to put a corpse in the car trunk. Dabi didn't say anything. He didn't comment on Izuku's behavior. He didn't make any remarks about how light Izuku's body was or how decomposed it had been when he was forced to put it in a body bag. No, Dabi acted as he did before, taking charge of the situation. He told Izuku to get in the car, started the engine, and drove off, even though they had no destination. The beach wasn't a viable option. Izuku didn't have a master plan for disposing of corpses. Dabi couldn't cremate the small body without disappointing Izuku. So, Dabi took charge of the situation. He drove for hours, with only the sound of the radio and a depressed Izuku in the passenger seat. At some point in the night, they stopped to refuel, and Dabi returned with a shovel that he put in the trunk alongside the other Izuku. If he had been more lucid, Izuku might have wondered why they didn't stop anywhere and bury his body. He might have worried about leaving Musutafu for the first time, but instead, his mind was with all the people he was leaving behind. They would be fine without him. Izuku began to react when, in the middle of the night, a sign caught his attention. Tokyo. They had just arrived in Tokyo. Izuku panicked for a moment. He had never been to such a big city. He had never been far from home. But there was Dabi, driving through the outskirts of the city in a residential neighborhood. Where are we going? Dabi sighed in relief to hear Izuku's voice after hours of silence. To safely secure your body, just as you wanted, he said. Izuku blinked. He couldn't think logically at that moment. He trusted Dabi. He was blindly trusting Dabi. The young adult parked the car at the entrance of a cemetery. You can stay here if you want. No, Izuku didn't want to be alone. He followed Dabi out of the car. The fire user carefully picked up the black bag with the boy's corpse and slung it over his shoulder. In his other hand, he gripped the shovel. Izuku couldn't help but grab Dabi's jacket as if he were a small child afraid of falling behind and getting lost. Dabi didn't say anything about it. Are you sure they won't find my body? Izuku whispered. Dabi didn't stop walking among the graves as if he had already been there more than once. No one will dare to look here, I assure you, Dabi promised firmly. That certainty was incredibly reassuring for Izuku. They stopped at a particular grave. Before Izuku could realize it, Dabi was laying his body on the ground and starting to dig into the hard earth. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise. The name on the grave, Tauya Todoroki. He read aloud breathlessly. Are you serious? Dabi didn't flinch, continuing with his excavation. They had little time to take advantage of the darkness the night offered. You told me no one would look here, pipsqueak. Izuku was about to have an anxiety attack. Todoroki, like Kenji Todoroki, Japan's #2 hero. You are crazy. Dabi rolled his eyes. Says the ghost who asked me to steal his corpse, the fire user quipped sarcastically. Wait, fire user, like the #2 hero. Izuku was on the verge of connecting all the dots. Or maybe he already knew but refused to see it. Dabi, we can't. Dabi snorted. Trust me, Izuku, no one will look here. It's not like they come for visits often, Dabi said bitterly. Besides, it would be good to make use of the empty space, right? Just then, Dabi's shovel hit something hard. The man smiled satisfactorily and quickly opened what was an empty coffin. Izuku was speechless. Ironic, isn't it? A dead child everyone thinks is alive and a living man everyone thinks is dead. Maybe we were meant for each other, Dabi joked, carefully carrying Izuku's bag. A child-sized coffin perfect for a corpse as small as Izuku's. Maybe we were destined to find each other. Izuku was left breathless, if he ever needed to breathe. Dabi. The fire user closed the coffin and picked up the shovel. Let's just get this over with. Tomorrow is another day, okay? Izuku nodded. Indeed, tomorrow would be another day. Naomasa needed a vacation. A vacation on a deserted island with no phones. No unexpected 6 a.m. calls, no people who could talk to him or deliver bad news. Naomasa wasn't going through the best of times at the moment. The problem was that the detective was too emotionally involved in his most recent case, Izuku Midoriya. More than a case, it was the 73 cases where the name Izuku Midoriya was registered. Excluding the vigilante acts with punches, tapes, and small-time criminals, there were 4 cases that stood out from the rest. The first was the disappearance of Izuku Midoriya 10 months ago. The second was a burned-down bookstore where the child had been spotted. This case stood out because it was the only one in which the pre-adolescent was involved in a vandalism case, and not vigilantism. Lastly, there was the discovery of a body too similar to the vigilante's own. And apparently, since the 6 a.m. call, there was a new case to highlight. Naomasa really wanted to do things right. He wanted to be able to solve any case within the bounds of the law. He wanted the world to be a better place. But it was proving very difficult to fill all the potholes that Izuku Midoriya was leaving behind like a tornado. He just wanted to get a good regular 8 hours of sleep, to have a breakfast that wasn't just a strong coffee, to relax with a good book. But no, things were not going as Tsukachi wanted. Half an hour before his alarm clock went off, the detective received a call. What do you mean the body has disappeared? The next string of curses that the detective let out will remain censored, not for the sake of the readers, but to allow Tsukachi a moment of venting in days that seemed like hell. The image of the calm and tranquil detective was rapidly crumbling due to a brat. Half an hour later, the detective was already rushing through the doors of the police station, demanding to know what the hell had happened in the few hours he had left his post to sleep. The station was still understaffed for the night shift. Sansa hadn't even shown up yet. The detective confronted what seemed to be a group of completely scared and nervous officers. "Where is the beach body?" he demanded authoritatively, cutting off any conversation between the police. The one who appeared to be the leader of the group, or at least the one with the courage to respond, stepped forward. "It has disappeared from the morgue, sir." The vein on Tsukachi's forehead started to visibly pulsate. "I was already informed of that over the phone. I want to know the how and when. Or are you going to tell me the corpse got up and walked away by itself?" Another officer swallowed hard. "No, of course not, detective. One of our patrols is already collecting security camera footage from the hospital," he informed as a peace offering to the detective's anger. Not anger, but impotence mixed with anger. How the hell had they managed to lose a corpse? "I want to personally review the footage," the detective ordered, pouring himself a second cup of coffee that morning. "It couldn't get any worse, right?" "Wrong. So fucking wrong." Detective Naomasa banged his head on his desk after finding out that the file of the beach corpse had been deleted from the system. To make matters worse, that was the exact moment he received a message from Eraserhead saying he wanted to talk to the detective. Tsukachi was one step away from taking a year off. He swore it. It had been too long since he had taken a few days off. Naomasa didn't even recognize himself anymore. He had always been the insatiable detective who went to the bottom of every case. He had been the one who had discovered All Might's identity. But there he was, slumped over his desk because of a case that made no sense. Well, if it didn't have any sense, it didn't have any body either. He stared at the message on his phone like a coward, feeling incapable of responding. He wanted to wait for the DNA results before discussing the case with Eraserhead, and now there was no body. He cursed not having a time machine to stay all night guarding the morgue. But that wasn't the detective's quirk, unfortunately. His quirk was detecting lies. That, and his insatiable insistence on solving his cases. Where was that same detective? He wondered. "Excuse me, Inspector, Pro-Hero Eraserhead is outside asking for you," Sansa alerted him, apparently just arriving at the police station, given that they was still wearing his jacket. Naomasa sat up alarmingly. "Tell him I haven't arrived yet," the detective quickly replied. Sansa's ear twitched. They both looked at each other in silence before Sansa disappeared through the door. The detective sighed with relief as if he had just dodged a bullet straight to his head. It was a pity that in this story, no one ever seemed to get what they wanted. The door to Tsukachi's office swung open, hitting the wall. Eraserhead, looking very unhappy, entered the office. Naomasa forgot how to breathe. He felt the noose tightening around his neck. He could only manage to close the folder on his desk, hiding the photos from the beach. "Can you tell me why you're hiding like a rat?" Eraserhead demanded. Naomasa sighed and buried his head in his hands. "Because it's not a good time, Eraser," the detective tried to explain, barely containing his emotions in his voice. The hero closed the door behind him, leaving all the nosy officers with no material to gossip about later. "Naomasa, I need things too, Eraser," the detective snapped back at his old friend. "I need a moment where no one bothers me so I can think." Eraserhead didn't budge from his position. He simply crossed his arms as if he were watching a small child throwing a tantrum. "I'm not leaving." The inspector banged his head on the desk again, grumbling. "Eraser." The pro-hero didn't move from his seat. Instead, he quickly grabbed one of the folders on the desk. "If you're stuck on a case, I can help." "No," the detective shouted, trying to snatch the folder back. Eraserhead leaned back in his chair, just out of the detective's reach. He fell silent as soon as one of the photos slid out of the folder. The beach. He recognized Dagaba, but he recognized the shape of the body in the foreground on the document even more. The detective quickly retrieved the folder with trembling hands. Until that moment, Naomasa wasn't sure how much he actually feared breaking the news to the hero. The detective was terrified of the hero's silence. That false calm, that stillness in Aizawa as if he were a statue, was disturbed only by the movement of his nostrils, flaring quickly as he tried to control his breathing. Oh, Naomasa was dead. His death sentence was signed by the hero's icy stare. Aizawa just held out his open hand. "Give me that folder," Aizawa ordered in a cold voice. Naomasa felt like his family jewels were shrinking. "Eraser, we're still in the early stages of the investigation. It doesn't have to be the worst." "I said give me that damn folder, Tsukachi," Aizawa repeated slowly, with a look in his eyes that was colder than the detective had ever seen in all their years of working together. It was the look of a man who seemed to have lost his inner light. The detective swallowed hard and handed over the documents, bowing his head unconsciously. As a detective, he didn't have to share information with the hero if he wasn't involved in the case. But as a friend, Naomasa found himself in the awkward position of having to tell a man that his almost adopted son might be dead. The body was found yesterday morning by a teenager training. Naomasa began to inform, using a tone more restrained than any other case he had worked on. Evidence, photographs, and samples were collected. I want to see it. Aizawa was the first thing that came out of his mouth. The detective wished the earth would swallow him up. He cleared his throat to find his voice. The corpse has disappeared. Aizawa stared into his eyes as if trying to decipher the detective's tasteless joke. What? Sukachi prayed to every god that came to mind. Someone broke into the hospital last night and stole the body. We're still investigating. He said more as a promise than as an excuse for the lack of evidence. Aizawa raised his face as if a light bulb had illuminated it. The Musutafu General Hospital. After dark. The hero's precision unsettled the detective. Yes, how did you? The hero closed the folder with renewed energy. About that time, I ran into Izuku at the hospital, he informed the detective. That's not Izuku. Or well, it's not our Izuku, Aizawa reasoned, waving the folder in front of the detective. It can't be Izuku. Not our Izuku at least. I swear I talked to him yesterday. And the night before, he was the one who contacted you about Shinso, the detective completed, moving quickly to note the strange timeline of events on his board. The hero reopened the folder and took out the images to start sketching the timeline with Naomasa. We have 2 Izuku Midoriyas in our case, the detective pointed out, adding numbers to each one. Could they be related? Which one of them is not Midoriya? The hero crossed his arms. We'll find out. We'll find out. The next time I see Izuku, I'll drag him home, the hero promised, looking at the case photographs. That brat is in trouble whether he's Midoriya or not. He's our Izuku, a racer declared. My problem child. Whoever he is my problem child. Sukachi thanked the heavens that he wasn't dead. Yet, we'll bring him home, Sukachi promised. I'll do everything in my power. The racer flashed a terrifying grin at the detective, a smile of a dangerous predator. Oh, believe me, I'll be involved in every step of the investigation. Because I'm on the case, right, Sukachi? Oh god, that definitely wasn't a question. Naomasa swallowed hard. He was screwed, but at least he wasn't alone now. What are we going to do now? Those were the first words that came out of Izuku's mouth after a long silence following their exit from the cemetery. Both of them were sitting on the edge of a rooftop, their feet dangling over the edge. Dabi held a cup of coffee in his hands, which, were it not for his quirk, would already be cold. Dabi brought the cup to his lips, savoring the aroma. Maybe we could start over here, or in another city, Dabi suggested just before taking a sip of his coffee. Izuku huddled into himself, not liking the idea of leaving his home. No, I don't want to, he admitted in a whisper. Dabi sighed. It was strange being the voice of reason. Musutafu is very small, Izuku, he tried to reason with the preteen. They would find you, over and over again. The green-haired boy pulled his legs up and wrapped his arms around them, leaving only his big green eyes visible under his unruly hair. I want them to turn the page. No, well, I'm dead, he said again, more to himself than to Dabi. Dabi watched him out of the corner of his eye, careful. So do I have more experience in starting over? Izuku scoffed and snorted. It's not like it went very well for you. That damn brat. Dabi mentally counted to 3 before attempting to hit the kid. It's worth mentioning that Izuku reacted in time and turned intangible, making Dabi's fist pass through nothingness. Dabi hid a half smile. He missed that impertinent kid. I still have more experience, he emphasized. Look, we need to lay low for a while, let things cool down. Izuku relaxed and let his legs drop again. Yes, logically, Dabi was right. Besides, it's not as if Izuku would age. A few quiet months would be a piece of cake for him. But no more illegal stuff, the pre-adolescent firmly declared. Dabi snorted. Oh, sure, stealing corpses is perfectly ac. Dabi sighed and rolled his eyes. All right, only as long as it works, he warned the 2 of them. I'm not risking our safety for some stupid moral code, got it? Dabi raised his pinky finger toward Izuku. After a few moments of deep thought, Izuku raised his own, intertwining it with Dabi's, sealing a promise between them. He wouldn't let Dabi go down the wrong path again. No, Izuku would make sure Dabi stayed on a better path. Dabi ended up pulling the kid under his arm as they both watched people pass by on the street, heading to their respective jobs. It had been one hell of a crazy night. Now, there was only the calm of a new day. But his little personal demon couldn't stay still for long. Dabi, Izuku broke the silence after only a couple of minutes. Can we talk about the Toya Todoroki thing? Dabi cursed the 7 circles of hell. Of course, the kid wouldn't let the topic go. Nope, no, absolutely not. Toya Todoroki is dead. Super dead. Didn't we talk about this, like, yesterday? Or does it feel like the day before yesterday already? Enough. Izuku put on his best puppy dog eyes, especially for Dabi. But you didn't say. It wasn't necessary. The fire user cut him off. Besides, I figured you'd put 2 and 2 together by now. Either way, it doesn't matter anymore. Taoya is dead. Toya is dead the way I'm alive, the kid argued. Dabi inwardly cursed. He knew this was a bad idea. He should have done it alone. Izuku, he warned silently, but something the kid wasn't afraid to continue talking about out loud. Dabs, I'm being serious. Dabi sighed. So am I. That bastard should pay. Of all the things one might expect from Izuku Midoriya, that was the last thing Dabi expected to come out of his mouth. God, he was slowly corrupting the little ray of sunshine. He was going to hell. Easy. I'm not opposed to it. But he's the number 2 hero. He's untouchable. Don't you think he would have done things differently if it were that easy? Dabi was really hating being the voice of reason for the two of them right now. But the mere idea of letting Izuku go after Endeavor was like putting a bunny in a lion's cage. But, Dabi hugged Izuku tightly as if protecting him from his stupid ideas. Forget it, Izuku. The boy eventually hugged Dabi back, embracing the gesture of brotherly affection. He had never had an older brother, but Dabi was definitely his. I just want you to be happy, Dabs, the little guy confessed in an outburst of affection. Maybe talking about it would help you release the anger. And, it's not fair, Izuku huffed and puffed. Dabi ended up trapping those round cheeks between his hands and started kneading them like bread dough. Life isn't fair. I thought we were on the same page about that. Izuku's look said otherwise. But Dabi was used to that after so many months living together. I'll fix everything, Izuku promised. Dabi pressed his forehead against Izuku's. It's not your job. For now, let's focus on rebuilding our not-so lives, okay? Izuku took a moment to nod. Yes, that's what they would do. Although his gaze still glowed with the fire of wanting to fix everyone's life, except his own. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.